But I particularly like the fact that we are looking at, as was said, the agricultural sector, but more so the rural areas, because I think that oftentimes that's an area that tend to be neglected. We tend to look at the urban areas and not at the rural areas. So for us, in terms of looking at those areas, I believe we are pleased that we have taken that path. I just trust that as we go through as best as we can ensure that we fairly distribute among all of these areas so that the impact is felt by several persons. So from our end, we are supportive of this motion. Thank you.
Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the project will continue to minimize the impacts of climatic and economic events on smallholder farmers while supporting sustainable market access for their produce, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 3.1 of the Loans Caribbean Development Bank Act, Chapter 74 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2003, provides that subject to such conditions as may be agreed between the Government of Belize and the Caribbean Development Bank, the Government may borrow from the bank from time to time such sums as may be required by the Government. And whereas Section 3.2 of the said Act further provides that no agreement in respect of sums borrowed under the powers conferred by Section 3.1 shall be executed unless the terms and conditions thereof have been first approved by a resolution of the House of Representatives to that effect. And whereas on the 8th June 2017, the Government of Belize entered into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank to provide funding to the Belize Social Investment Fund, BSIF 3, to undertake several projects geared toward providing basic social and economic infrastructure, social services, and organizational strengthening services to poor and vulnerable communities in Belize. And whereas on the 17th June 2022, the Government of Belize approached the bank for an additional loan to be able to meet the shortfall in the financing of approved sub-projects under the 2017 BSIF 3 loan agreement, due to the unexpected significant increases in anticipated costs, thereby affecting the ability to complete the implementation of the remaining sub-projects. And whereas the Board of Directors of the bank has recently approved an additional loan to the government in the sum of US $1,262,400 from the bank's special funds resources, and whereas the purpose of the additional loan will be to remedy the shortfall in funding for the remaining community sub-projects approved under the BSIF 3 for project implementation, and whereas the additional loan is being offered on the following terms and conditions. A. US $1,262,400 from the special funds resources to be repaid in 18 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments commencing 3 years after the date of the additional loan agreement. Interest at the rate of 0.75% per annum to be paid quarterly on the amount of the additional loan portion withdrawn and outstanding from time to time. And C, the loan shall be fully disbursed by the 31st December 2024 or such later date as the bank may specify in writing. Now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this additional loan for the BSIF 3 will significantly contribute to government's continued dedicated efforts to alleviate poverty and to improve the living conditions of its citizens, specifically in the rural communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that this additional loan for the BSIF 3 will significantly contribute to the government's continued dedicated efforts to alleviate poverty and to improve the living conditions of its citizens, specifically in the rural communities, approves and confirms that the government may enter into a loan agreement with the Caribbean Development Bank on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2024. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,385,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2024. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas Section 3.2 of the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the Contractor General shall be appointed by the Governor General acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly contained in resolutions passed in that behalf. And whereas both houses of the National Assembly intend to advise the Governor General to appoint Ms. Maria Arthurs as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from the 1st June 2023. And whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs is 38 years of age and falls within the age limit prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and whereas Ms. Maria Arthurs fulfills the requirement for appointment to the Office of Contractor General as prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and whereas Section 61A, 2, C, and 3 of the Belize Constitution provide that the Contractor General can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Ms. Maria Arthurs is a fit and proper person to be appointed as Contractor General, hereby approves that the said Ms. Maria Arthurs be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from the 1st June 2023.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Madam President, it would be counterintuitive for us to celebrate at the end of Women's Month and the opposition come here and not support the appointment of Ms. Maria Arthurs. What we find is comforting is that Ms. Arthurs has been a career public servant, and particularly in the Ministry of Finance since about May 2008. And although I would consider her tender in her years, she, since then, has racked up requisite experience that takes away any, or at least on the face of it, takes away any invitation to want to question whether or not she is able to do the job. And so I will not venture to even suggest or make it appear as if though that us on this side, we want to do anything like that. Matter of factly, we commend that the ministry, the government has taken to identify a public servant who has been there for this long and promote her to such an office, we can only anticipate that, considering her CV, she being the person wearing the shoe and the skirt in that office, we receive the benefit of the kind of leadership that women bring and the kind of dedication that women attach to their work, taking it seriously, and that we don't have any opportunity in the future to wonder where reports are, where the information are, why is it not forthcoming. We feel confident that, considering Ms. Maria Arthur's CV, that this person will discharge the function of the Contractor General, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett Moody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to really support and commend Ms. Maria Arthurs on her robust, if that's the word, to actually describe her resume. As I look at it as an educator, I am fascinated with the level of academic performance that she has indicated here. But in addition to that, the work experience that she brings to bear in the Ministry of Finance for the government of Belize. As Senator Pitt said, you know, it's Women's Month, and I'm sure that it's on point and on target that we can celebrate a woman in this capacity. And from the mere fact that we just not only expect that she will perform, but the government is giving her the backative, the financial stability that is needed for that office to be able to execute in the best interest of our country. I support her.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chanona.
Good morning. Only to add, Madam President, that my one lament is that for those of us who do not know Ms. Arthurs on a personal basis, I think we have mentioned before in this chamber that perhaps an opportunity can be afforded for a conversation beforehand, because I know many of us have seen many a resume, and then when you have that encounter, it's very different. I'm not intimating anything in the case of this resume. I take heartedly that both sides of the aisle, the political aisle, have endorsed this person for this position, because I think for us it is critical to highlight that this is a very important office, and we certainly echo and align ourselves with the comments that we have heard persons in these positions say, yes, I'm in the position, but I don't have the resources, I don't have the staff, I don't have what I need. So we certainly call on Ms. Arthurs to make sure she alerts us to things that are stopping her from doing her work, because certainly we will be holding her to this Herculean task that she has taken on. But I think I am comforted by the previous submissions that she will exactly rise to the challenge. So we offer our congratulations to Ms. Arthurs.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that whereas the year 2023 marks the 34th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between Belize and the Republic of China, Taiwan, and whereas Belize and Taiwan enjoy a close relationship based on the common values of democracy, freedom, and human rights, and whereas throughout the 34 years of friendship and alliance, Belize and Taiwan have continuously supported and helped each other and closely cooperated in numerous areas ranging from diplomatic affairs, infrastructure, medical and public health, agriculture, environmental resilience, information and communication technology, to culture and education. And whereas all bilateral cooperation projects between Belize and Taiwan, including road construction, motor vehicle registration and license system, breeding sheep and goat production, urban resilience and disaster prevention, medical imaging system, women empowerment, Mandarin teaching, and talent cultivation are currently proceeding smoothly. And whereas the Honorable John Bersenio, Prime Minister of Belize, and His Excellency David Kwan Chow Chien, former Ambassador of the Republic of China, Taiwan to Belize, signed a cooperation agreement regarding the construction of a general hospital for San Pedro Town between the Government of Belize and the Government of the Republic of China, Taiwan, on the 11th January 2023 for the health and wellness of the Belizean people. And whereas Taiwan is a faithful ally and development partner to Belize, and the generosity and contribution Taiwan made to other countries has shown that Taiwan is an indispensable part of the global community, and Taiwan can play and has played a critical role in the world. And whereas Taiwan shows great courage and resilience in safeguarding its democracy and freedom in the face of provocative military activities from the People's Republic of China, which pose a serious threat to global security. And whereas Belize continuously extends unwavering support to Taiwan in safeguarding its democracy and freedom, as well as the self-determination of the Taiwanese people, when Taiwan faces the military, political, and economic coercion and hegemonic threats from the People's Republic of China. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House conveys its sincere welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the delegation from Taiwan to visit Belize to consolidate the diplomatic relations, partnership, and friendship between the two countries. Extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan and the close bilateral cooperation in multiple areas. Reassure the governments of Belize and Taiwan will further deepen the diplomatic cooperation through the bilateral and multilateral channels of partnership, especially during Belize's presidency pro tempore of the Central American Integration System, as Taiwan is an important extra-regional partner of SICA. Reaffirms the stand with the people of the government of Taiwan in solidarity to secure Taiwan's democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination, so as to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. Calls on the international community to condemn any military threat and other coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereignty, integrity, democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination. And the House of Representatives and Senate will express its full support of Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the International Criminal Police Organization. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Madam President, I must say I feel like today's debate is one of the few where the government and the opposition we're not on item, we're at item on a lot of things. This resolution was very well crafted, and it represents the closest and truest position that any government, red or blue, could have towards the support from the Republic of Taiwan. And I take this opportunity to join with the leader of government business in moving this resolution, in that it cannot be a question whether or not we should support them, but that we take the first opportunity to do this very thing, to let them and the world know that we will continue to support them.
I recognize Senator Bishop Alvin Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, before I say anything else, I too want to take the opportunity to be able to offer that kind of encouragement to yourself as a woman and my colleagues in the Senate as we continue to celebrate Women's Month. I want to also, Madam President, take up the offer and the privilege you have given to us to be able to comment on some of the women who fathered us. And there are at least 2 of those women, and I use that term intentionally, the women who fathered me. My son, a school teacher, Mrs. Avis Brown, is one who, when I struggled in life as a young man, who took over the role of parenting. Yes, my aunt was there, but she was always consistent in ensuring that my needs was met, especially as I journeyed on to high school in Stand Creek. And so it is important to be able to recognize her role in my life as a woman. And alongside her, of course, my deceased sister, Marie Bengouche, who also, to a large extent, when my father was unable to, she was the one who fathered me. And so I want to commend these 2 women in my life. Madam President, I think it would be remiss of me at this point also if I do not make a contribution to that which is before us today. And along with what has been said already concerning Belize's relationship with Taiwan, and all that has been said insofar as the threat to that country, but more so I think it is important to be able to recognize that relationship between Taiwan and Belize that goes way back to a couple of years now. One of the things, however, Madam President, that I think I would like to mention is the fact that I would like to encourage the leader of government business in the Senate, especially in his position, to be able to perhaps maybe impact our CARICOM partners in the relationship. And I'm not saying that we will impose anything on our CARICOM partners because they are sovereign countries. But it is important to note that Belize remains one of the countries in the Caribbean. Perhaps, maybe I can name a few others who continues to carry that relationship and strengthen that relationship between Taiwan and CARICOM. It is important, I think, that we begin to perhaps maybe impose ourselves as a country to encourage those other countries why it is important to continue the struggle with Taiwan. We must remind ourselves as Caribbean countries from whence we have come. We too have come out of a struggle. Many of us have come out of a struggle of slavery and colonialism. And we must remember those things, especially as we partner with other countries such as Taiwan. In addition to that, Madam President, we must also remember that we associate with the Latin countries. Recently, we have heard of one of the Latin countries that has changed its relationship to an extent. And we as Belize must also seek to impact and influence at that level that the relationship with Latin America and with Taiwan is a very crucial time, because it's a very crucial thing, because also the history of the Latin American countries, we would know, comes out of a struggle insofar as suppression is concerned. And so I commend the fact that we can continue to deepen our relationship with a country such as Taiwan that has shared in so many ways in Belize. I think it is a welcome opportunity for us, as is listed here, to continue to deepen that relationship. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, I rise to strongly support the resolution in front of us. I think that it is difficult for us as Belizeans, given our difficult past in terms of dealing with an aggressive, larger neighbor whose stated purpose was to stamp out our existence, to not support and identify with the struggle of the Taiwanese people. I think that Taiwan has demonstrated since their move to the island, I think in 1959, if I'm not mistaken, that 49, yes, that they are intent to carve out their own identity, self-determination, that they want a democratic society, that they want to chart their own future. And I think that our people should be given that right. And I think it is a right, Madam President, because we also in Belize face those challenges. I think that Taiwan has demonstrated what a small country, 23 million people, can do economically when they bring all their resourcefulness into play. If you look at the GDP of Taiwan, it's around 800 million US dollars, 23 million people. And so I think there's a lot that we can learn from their history, from their example. But the purpose of my intervention is not so much to go into that aspect of it, Madam President. It's merely to say that we need to support them because of where we were and where we came from. But another good reason to support them, I think, is the changing geopolitics that we're seeing at play, given the recent invasion by Russia of Ukraine and the changing dynamics that we're seeing there, China, Russia getting together more, the reality of our geography as a country, I think, would push us to where we are right now in terms of our support for Taiwan and where we're aligning ourselves internationally. And so I close by saying that Belize and the government is right to put this resolution before us today, Madam President, because I think we should fully support Taiwan in its struggle for self-identity, self-determination, to join all these international organizations. I see no reason why they should continue to remain as in observer status when they're a country that has been doing so well, has proven that they want to be on their own. So, Madam President, again, I support the resolution.
Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you, Madam President. I too want to stand in support of this motion and this resolution in more ways than one. But I want to really echo the words of Senator Herrera in particular, because as I see it, this resolution is even bigger than just a resolution in support of Taiwan. It is a resolution in support of democracy across the globe. At a time when there's this movement, like Senator Herrera indicated, of trying to reshape the world order. Belize, as a vibrant democracy, and as a nation who, rightly so, went through the struggles to attain independence and got the support from other nations. And therefore it is indicative of us, and it is almost imperative of us to ensure that we support nations such as Taiwan that seek the very same thing we sought. And here we are, a few years after independence, demonstrating even more development, more growth, and Taiwan is doing remarkably well, even though they have not been granted these privileges that every nation state in this world rightly deserves. And therefore, Madam President, like Senator Pitts indicated, this resolution is very well worded and tremendous work done, and I fully support it. Apart from just saying we support Taiwan, we support democracy across this globe.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending the 31st day of March 2024. Madam President, it is a privilege for me to again open the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2023. The debate on this bill, Madam President, commonly referred to as the budget debate, is the quintessential money bill. Therefore, this Senate has a special role to play, one of oversight. We seek to review the performance of the previous budget and to consider the proposals presented in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Madam President, like other senators, I wish to accept your invitation to acknowledge the month, Women's Month, and to salute two women who have had an impact on my life. I smiled listening to you this morning. Most people here don't know how far back we go. My father was one of the lieutenant generals in my father's campaign in the College Division, and we used to go to the trench house, Mr. Elkin, and I won't say anything more. But Madam President, I wish to acknowledge Ms. Shirley Coleman, a woman who was a teacher at the Belmopan Junior School, where I went to the second half of my primary school life. Ms. Coleman was a disciplinarian, but a mother, and I was a very close friend with her daughters. And not only in school, but we used to frequent their home, Site 7, Santa Maria Street in Belmopan. And whilst we as children would play, Miss Coleman would always have an eye out, a listening ear, and a correcting voice, which has helped to bring me here today. The second woman I would wish to acknowledge is a woman who I came to know more specifically when my mother introduced me to the Belize Red Cross. And I got to know Miss Delcia Goff, a nurse, a matron, principal nursing officer, a woman of regality, dignity, a Methodist, a woman of faith. And I remember Miss Goff, with whom I traveled all over the world for the Red Cross, always insisting that what is right should be done, what is just and what is fair. She had a way of operating. She would call me before a meeting and say, "Son, you will read the agenda there?" And she would always speak in Creole. "I watch item 4. We need to support that here. Just follow me." And when the matter would come up, she would, in a quiet but very eloquent way, articulate why she does not support something, and close her notes and then just look at me, and I, as a good student, would follow. Above all, Madam President, a teacher, a nurse, who have, I believe, molded me in very quiet and unintentional ways. And when we look at the theme for the Women's Month, Embrace Equity, I think they exemplify that theme very much. And both of whom have passed on, and so I offer my prayers that their soul may continue to rest in peace. Madam President, I return to the budget debate, and I ask for your permission to refer to my notes. We, the government senators, Madam President, are here today proud of the bill that is before this Senate. I say we are proud, not preening and posturing like the leader of the opposition was in that other place last week. We are proud of the performance of the government led by the Honorable John Bresenio, Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Economic Development. Those of us in the Senate who hold our oath sacred, I believe, Madam President, will, after careful consideration, find it difficult not to support the draft revenue of estimates, draft estimates of revenue and expenditure. I say that, Madam President, because what we have before us are solid proposals for the upcoming year, and in fact, Madam President, you will see that we have been and will continue to deliver on Plan Belize. You know, Madam President, the facts are stubborn things, and the facts are clear. The Belizean economy grew by 12.4% in 2022, and we pay tribute and say thanks to the hundreds of thousands of good Belizeans, both in the public as well as the private sector, across the length and breadth of this beautiful jewel of ours, who have worked tirelessly to ensure that we achieve that type of stellar economic growth. 12.4%, that is a fact. According to the latest poverty assessment, Madam President, honorable senators, 68,000 fewer Belizeans are poor. And whilst we acknowledge, Madam President, that there is a lot more to be done, the facts show that the People's United Party government, led by Prime Minister John Bessenio, is in fact waging a war on poverty, as promised in Plan Belize. 68,000 fewer Belizeans are poor. That is a fact. Madam President, I don't think anyone who wishes to be fair can forget that last year we were able to fully restore to some 14,000 other public officers who bore the sacrifice and brought on by a combination of UDP mismanagement and the deleterious effects of COVID-19 to restore their wages fully to over 14,000 public officers. We returned to public officers that which was rightly theirs, but which, Madam President, had to be suspended in the public interest. The restoration of wages to 14,000 public officers is a fact, Madam President, and the facts are stubborn. When the Bessenio administration came to government, we had made a pledge to raise the minimum wage to $5. I recall, some of you senators will recall, Senator Aldo Salazar, when he was here, repeatedly said when he's driving to Belmopan, he sees a sign that says $5. Why not do it? Why not do it? Well, Madam President, unfortunately, he's not here. The Prime Minister of Belize has fulfilled that commitment. We have delivered on our pledge to give hard-working Belizeans a fair wage for an hour's work. But the job not done, Madam President. We must strive for the day when we can guarantee all workers, at minimum, a living wage, decent pay for honest work. That is our objective. But the story isn't finished, Madam President. There is more. This administration, regardless of what they say on the other side, it was this administration, the Bessenio administration, the People's United Party administration, that concluded the Blue Bond, Madam President. And they can say what they want for as long as they want, wherever they want. It is our government who delivered $315 million in debt relief under the Blue Bond. That is a fact. We move from the embarrassment of borrow defaults to an innovative debt instrument that remains the talk in international financial services. But we did more, Madam President. The Prime Minister negotiated with President Nicolas Maduro of Venezuela and was able to secure a historic debt forgiveness of US $163 million in the Petro-Carib debt. That is a fact, Madam President. Those two debt relief measures, close to $500 million US, nearly $1 billion Belize dollars, was achieved by the People's United Party government under the leadership of Prime Minister John Bessenio. We on this side, in the government benches, Madam President, are proud that in 2 years, 2 short years, we have achieved what has been recognized, that which has mystified the International Monetary Fund and other international financial institutions. We have reduced the public debt to GDP, which we inherited from incompetent Barrow, from 133% of debt to GDP to 64.1% today. Cut it by half. Madam President, we take pride and say so without apology that special attention and mention must be made for the achievements in the Ministry of Natural Resources during the financial year under review. Approximately 10,000 lease approvals, purchase approvals, grants, and land certificates were issued. The Deputy Prime Minister and his team conducted 22 land clinics around the country. In fact, there is a special land clinic that is going on that resulted in the completion of 2,500 land certificates and land titles, reducing the backlog by 50%. Madam President, over 14,000 land title certificates, deeds, and transfer certificates of titles were delivered to Belizeans by the People's United Party government during the fiscal year under review. And in this past year, over 1,000 purchase approvals and titles were delivered to teachers, nurses, police officers, public officers, Belize Defense Force soldiers. We are currently surveying, Madam President, over 10,000 lots in order to deliver title to first-time landowners, as well as more public officers, teachers and nurses, members of our police and security forces. Madam President, there has never been and there will never be any UDP Minister of Natural Resources who can deliver the way the Honorable Cordell Hyde and his team delivered in 2022. And in this budget, Madam President, let us take pride in what we're about to do. And I'm assuming, I am hoping, I am begging people on the other side to see the wisdom and rightness, the justice in the restoration, Madam President, of the increments to public officers. Increments suspended by the incompetent Barrow administration. This budget, Madam President, pledges to restore the increments to public officers that has been suspended by the incompetent Barrow administration. It will be delivered by the competent People's United Party government led by the Honorable John Briceño. You see, Madam President, I said the facts are stubborn, and I want to repeat them for the record because we are proud of what we have achieved. 12.4% GDP growth in 2022, that is a fact. 68,000 fewer Belizeans, that is a fact. Fully restore the wages to 14,000 public officers, that is a fact. Raise the minimum wage to $5 per hour, that is a fact. Cut the GDP ratio from 133% to 64.1%, Madam President, that is a fact. Deliver thousands of land titles to deserving Belizeans, that is a fact. And Madam President, we are going to restore, with the help of this Senate, merit-based increments to public officers, teachers, and others in public service. That is a fact, and we are proud of the performance of the government in the last fiscal year, the one that we are now concluding. Madam President, there was a time that, Senator Ben, what was this thing? The best is yet what? The best is yet to come. You mean the best never did come? They used to sing the best is yet to come. Well, it never did come. We did the best and we have come. Some not come, we come. I don't know why Senator Ellington is laughing. Madam President, let us look at the performance of the revenue and expenditure for 2022-2023. Total revenues and grants are projected at $1.356 million. That's $1,356 million. And actual revenue and grants exceeded the original budgeted amount by 6.9% or $93 million. An overperformance attributable to tax revenue, Madam President, of $89 million. That, Madam President, is excellent performance. On the expenditure side, total spending, including the supplementary allocations, the senators will recall we came here, I believe, 4 times with supplementaries. All that expenditure, Madam President, is expected to be $1.436 billion, just 5% above the original estimates. The recurrent expenditure will be $48 million more than the original estimates, while investments in capital projects will exceed the budget by $119 million. And that will require financing of $178 million, Madam President, which will come from IFIs and domestic borrowings. Overall, at the end of the day, Madam President, with respect to the figures that are important to our international partners, we expect a primary surplus of about $31 million and an overall deficit projected of $80.5 million. Senator Koye, the Financial Secretary, who are the experts, will tell you that those are respectable indicators. It falls to me once again, Madam President, to speak and report to this Honorable Senate on the performance of the ministries for which I have been charged with ministerial responsibility: the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration. For fiscal year 2022-23, our ministry, Madam President, maintained its focus on advancing and promoting Belize's interests and priorities in support of government's national development agenda. The ministry worked to ensure that its efforts are solution-driven and responsive to the ongoing and ever-changing development and challenges around the world. Last September, during Diplomatic Week, we had bilateral meetings with over 30 non-resident ambassadors. And in those meetings, our primary focus was to spread the gospel, seeking to convince other countries, other friendly countries, to use the multidimensional vulnerability index, which will allow us to graduate to a new method of calculating the status of a country so that we can access, which will be more fair and which will be more accurate because of the elements that it would include that would allow us to access financing, more efficient financing, affordable financing. Madam President, consistent with our mandate for international cooperation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs continues to oversee the successful implementation of the Women Economic Empowerment Project, which is being done in partnership with the People's Republic, the Republic of China, Taiwan. Madam President, the resolution that we just considered, the senators who spoke to it underlined, first of all, our shared values with Taiwan. And it is important, as said by some of the senators, that we reaffirm our commitment to democracy, our commitment to the respect for international law, for respect for international humanitarian law, for the resolution of disputes and differences on the international stage peacefully and not by the threat or by war. Those are the things: human rights, democracy, territorial integrity, sovereignty, respect for international law, are the things that allow us and Taiwan to make common cause, not only in Belize and Taiwan where we cooperate, but also on the international stage. And as the resolution said, we call for the immediate admission of Taiwan and the recognition of Taiwan as a full member of the world international community. Under the Women Economic Empowerment Project, Madam President, a total of 44 initiatives have been approved totaling $2.6 million. And this project has supported the retooling and retraining of the skills of over 300 Belizean women in areas of sewing, entrepreneurship, food processing, and digital literacy. It has provided business training to over 50 women who own MSMEs, with almost $45,000 in seed funding being dispersed to these women. Madam President, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs supported the Office of the Prime Minister in hosting President Manuel Lopez Obrador in May of last year. We strengthened the bilateral relationship and cooperation program with the introduction of the Sembrando Vida project, which has been a sterling success, Madam President, in providing seeds and implements for small farmers across this country, hundreds of farmers across this country, to improve their own yields and to improve their planting and husbandry. That has been a stunning success, and it's through the cooperation between Mexico and Belize. The Honorable Senate will also recall that on his visit, President Lopez Obrador announced the granting of tariff-free access to Mexico's market for a range of agriculture and agriculture-related products from Belize. We likewise supported, Madam President, the state and official visits by Prime Minister Briceño to Cuba and to the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. We welcome His Excellency Luis Almagro, the Secretary General of the OAS, in August of 2022. And during his visit, we continued to say to him the importance of keeping the adjacencies line and the adjacency zone in place with the OAS office fully funded in order to ensure, as best as we possibly can, a reduction and a stemming of the incursions coming across into Belize. In February of 2023, His Excellency President Miguel Diaz-Canel of Cuba made a historic visit to Belize. That was the first visit by a president of the Republic of Cuba, and during that visit, we entered agreements in health cooperation, education, and migration. Madam President, on the question of trade and economic integration, we welcomed the Secretary General of CIECA, the Central American Economic Integration System, His Excellency Francisco Lima Mena, in August. The purpose of that visit, Madam President, was to explore whether Belize should join not only the integration process, but the economic integration process in Central America to take advantage of trade and investment opportunities in the region. We took the opportunity, Madam President, to have the Secretary General meet with public and private sector stakeholders and to have an extensive discussion on the merits of that possibility. We continue to explore it in consultation with our partners. Belize assumed the presidency pro tempore of SICA in December 2022, Madam President, and we are holding the PPT from now until June. Our approach and focus are on development issues, migration, food security, climate change, and regional integration between between CARICOM and SICA. And in this regard, Madam President, in February, we hosted His Excellency Roberto Alvarez, the Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic, who formally handed over the Council of Ministers chairmanship to me, and I now chair the Council of Foreign Ministers of Central America. During Foreign Minister Alvarez's visit, we had critical discussions and exchange of information on regional issues, specifically including the flow of migrants from Haiti through the Dominican Republic to Belize, a matter of some concern which was considered by the Cabinet yesterday. Madam President, efforts to strengthen the enabling environment for Belizean producers and to find new markets continue to dominate the work of the Ministry of Foreign Trade. The Economic Cooperation Agreement between Belize and Taiwan came into effect in January 2022. And Madam President, already we have seen in excess of $10 million in exports. Lobster, animal feed, pepper sauces, jams, and jellies have been exported, and we have every reason to believe that the exports will continue to grow under this Economic Cooperation Agreement. We are engaged, Madam President, in, to be fair, difficult discussions with Guatemala on expanding the partial scope trade agreement that exists between us. Those negotiations are being conducted by the Ministry of Foreign Trade with the support of the private sector. And Madam President, the current position is that we are at an impasse in terms of what goods we are prepared to give preferential treatment on both sides. And we are hoping to have very soon a meeting at the political level for political direction to be given to the negotiators, hopefully to unblock that impasse. In CARICOM, Madam President, the ministry worked successfully to establish and operationalize the CARICOM monitoring mechanism for sugar. This secures and safeguards Belize's trade interests and its right to sell sugar in the CARICOM market. As a result of this monitoring mechanism, Madam President, the Belize sugar industry has reported to the government of Belize that the entry of sugar, brown sugar in particular, from neighboring republics into the CARICOM market has virtually dried up, and the Belize sugar industry is exporting record amounts of brown sugar to the Caribbean community at very good prices as a result of this monitoring mechanism that is now in place. We maintain a focus on trade facilitation, Madam President. $3 million in grant funding for the project with the support has been secured from the Caribbean Development Bank and the European Union to assist with the implementation of a national trade facilitation plan. We seek to reduce the time and cost for the import and export of goods through systemic reform across all border agencies and to facilitate the ease of doing business. Madam President, as the Honorable Senate can imagine, we are required in June of this year to file our rejoinder in a case brought by Guatemala against Belize. Senator Michael Perafita and myself 2 weeks ago spent time in London with our lawyers going over the final draft of that rejoinder, and they are now dotting the I's and crossing the T's before sending it to the printers to enable us to file our rejoinder on time. Similarly, 10 days ago, Senator Perafita and I were in London again to meet with the legal team that is preparing the case brought by Belize against the Republic of Honduras relating to the Zapodilla Keys. Madam President, we are required by the ICJ to file our memorial in May and Honduras to file their reply in December of this year. The work is well advanced and we will be able to file our memorial on time. Madam President, I would like now to turn very briefly to immigration. I believe that all Belizeans are now well aware that during the current fiscal year, we introduced the e-PICS, e-passport, online appointment services, and updates to the delivery of those services online. The system has been deployed at all our missions abroad and it's now up and running. It has modernized our archaic passport system that was vulnerable and that was corrupted. I repeat, corrupted. We now have enhanced security features that add substantially to the integrity of the passports. Madam President and members of the Senate, again, as I had alerted to inform the Senate before, the number of passport applications continue to far exceed what we had projected and what we previously used to process. We are processing in Belmopan alone approximately 500 passports per week. Madam President, as was forecast when we introduced the system, come the 1st of April, there will be an increase in the cost for passport and passport services. We are advancing the digitization of the asylum seekers system, and we continue to work with the National Intelligence Committee, the Joint Intelligence Operation Committee, the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Committee, and NAMLAC, the Attorney General's Ministry on Matters of Mutual Legal Assistance. The Ministry regularly participates in joint patrols analyzing migration data and trends as we fight to reduce human trafficking and smuggling. Madam President, I take this opportunity to say publicly, the government of Belize is concerned, very concerned, about the amount of human smuggling occurring through Belize. Cabinet was informed yesterday, Madam President, based on data in our possession, of a magnitude of the problem. Cabinet was informed of the countries that are of high interest, and certain measures were taken. First, Cabinet authorized the reimposition of a visa requirement on Haitians coming to Belize. Secondly, a task force was established, authorized to be established, with the Ministry of Immigration, Ministry of National Defense and Border Security, the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, and the Ministry of Tourism to look at the data. Madam President, we are in possession of data that shows the hotels that are regularly used, the vehicles that are regularly used, the telephone numbers of the persons who regularly turn up at the Philip Wilson International Airport to collect persons and carry them to certain hotels and move them through this country. We have the data in our possession, and that task force will be tasked with preparing a plan to stem the use of Belize as a transit point. And thirdly, Madam President, we have noticed a significant increase in the amount of Jamaicans using Belize as a transit point to go north. We have been authorized in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Immigration, to look at measures short of a visa requirement to be put in place to address that issue. I will add this, Madam President. There is an inordinate number of Brazilians purporting to come to Belize for tourist purposes. The numbers do not reflect a match between those who come and those who leave. So where are they? Suffice it to say, Madam President, the Ministry of Immigration is alert to these trends. We are in possession of credible data, and we will be working with the relevant stakeholders to address this problem. In cooperation with our partners, Madam President, such as the IOM and the UNHCR, we have completed the registration phase of Amnesty 2022, which we extended into 2023. Approximately 12,500 persons have applied for amnesty. We now move to the phase of analyzing the applications and to do the security screening and to approve those who qualify, who meet the requirements for the amnesty. Madam President, the position is this. Based on all the data and discussions with our partners, we still believe that there are tens of thousands of migrants in Belize in irregular status. They have not come forward and taken advantage of the amnesty for a number of reasons, including one, fear. They still believe that if they come forward, they will be deported. Two, cost. They have just not been able to, or they do not believe that they're able to meet the cost of the paperwork that is required to support an application. Three, Madam President, I want to put this diplomatically. It is in the interest of some people to discourage workers, migrants, to regularize their status. When you have persons working with you who are in irregular status, all their rights don't have to be accorded to them because they are not on the books. Madam President, it means that in those cases, there was not an encouragement or a facilitation of some of those migrants coming to register. We are currently analyzing and discussing with our partners what we will do with respect to what we believe to be tens of thousands of migrants who are still in irregular status in Belize. Suffice it to say, Madam President, the amnesty will more than likely give regular status to in excess of 10,000 persons, because not everyone who has applied will qualify, but we much prefer to have those persons in our records and also regularized so that they can be accorded all their rights. Madam President, I want to go on record once again to salute the hundreds of public officers in the Ministry, Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Immigration who deliver services and discharge their functions and duties professionally. They work for the Belizean people, Madam President, and they often work in less than ideal working conditions and circumstances, but they turn up every day and deliver quality service of which myself and the government is proud of. For this, we are truly thankful. And I acknowledge the leadership of the CEOs, the heads of departments, professional and technical staff across the ministries, as well as the non-technical employees. To all of them, I offer my sincerest thanks and gratitude. Madam President, the two main sectors of our economy have performed well, agriculture and tourism. Allow me to very briefly touch on the highlights. Insofar as agriculture is concerned, Madam President, there was a significant decline in what I would call the traditional sector, that is citrus and bananas, and to some extent shrimp. Shrimp is different because it is rebounding and the production is up. It's not where we want it to be yet, but the government is continuing to support that industry. There has been significant growth, Madam President, in soybeans, pineapple, soursop, and passion fruit. And there has been a massive increase in production of coconuts, moving from 13.8 million in 2021 to 41.4 million in 2022. We are diversifying and substantial investments are being made in non-traditional crops. It is important to salute and hail, Madam President, the extraordinary improvement in soybeans. In the 1990s, we produced virtually no soybeans. In 2021, we have become self-sufficient. In 2022, we planted 36,000 acres and harvested 55 million pounds, allowing Belize for the first time to be able to export soybean meal to the Caribbean and to Guatemala. A US $12 million soybean plant has been it's been nearing completion in the Cayo district, Madam President, and in July we expect that Belize will start producing its first refined soybean oil for sale in the local market and available for export. Madam Speaker, the rich Belizean soil and the suitable climate, the hard work of our agriculturalists and industrialists, together with investments in new technologies, all suggest that the prospects for Belizean agriculture remains positive and bright. Turning to tourism, we have yet another success story, Madam President. 370,000 overnight tourists visited Belize in 2022. That was a 69% increase on 2021 arrivals and a return to 75% of pre-COVID levels. With respect to cruise tourism, the picture is just as impressive, Madam President. 612,000 cruise tourists came to Belize in 2022, which is an impressive 191% increase over 2021. The Ministry of Tourism conducted and managed a program of a fuel subsidy of 1.5 million for tour operators and tender operators to alleviate the cost of fuel. Additionally, 500 SMEs benefited from the ministry's matching grants program. Madam President, the government is mindful of the effects of the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, slower economic growth, and record inflation in the global north. And we are fully aware that these adverse shocks are having negative effects on the cost of living in Belize. New measures in collaboration with public officers will be introduced to fight price gouging. The last fiscal year, Madam President, the government absorbed $3 million monthly in order to ensure, as far as possible, that the price of fuel would go no further than its already unacceptable high levels. The struggle, Madam President, is to deal with the 3 F's: fuel, food, fertilizer. These 3 necessities, Madam President, food, fuel, and fertilizer, the costs have grown tremendously and are impacting the cost of living in Belize, and Belizeans are suffering. We therefore have to work, Madam President, with the private sector and the public sector to innovate, to ameliorate the negative effects on Belizeans, and some new measures will shortly be announced. Before concluding, Madam President, let me take a look at the 2023-2024 budget. The budget for fiscal year 2023-24 is forecasted with a primary surplus of $24.3 million. GDP is projected at $6.253 billion, and inflation for 2023 is forecasted at 4.1%. The overall fiscal deficit will be 1.4% of GDP, or $88 million, and the budget financing requirements, including amortizations, will total $210 million to be sourced from IFIs, bilateral partners, and domestic financing. Madam President, we have identified in the budget, and I won't at this point go through them. I'm sure that my colleague senators will identify the number of projects that we have identified that are going to redound to the benefit of the Belizean people. I want to end where I began. Those of us on the government side have come here today with pride in the performance of the Belizean economy and the government's management of public finances. We are ever mindful, Madam President, that the work of nation building is the work of us all. So whilst we are proud, we do not claim exclusive credit for Belize's successes last year. No, Madam President, first, to God be the glory. To the thousands of Belizeans of all walks of life who work ceaselessly in the work of creation, we offer thanks, and it is they who must reap the rewards of our collective successes. Madam President, I commend this appropriation bill to the Honorable Senate. It delivers on Plan Belize and enjoys the recommendation of the Cabinet. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I hope that pleasant face I saw this morning when your eyes met mine remains consistent throughout my contribution. You see, Sir President has found an uncanny way of trying to replace himself or find himself a common feature to those whom I see when I go home. Always a smiling, greeting face. For that, Mr. President, I thank you. Mr. President, I rise today to contribute to the budget debate. And you know, I said earlier that this is a one few occasions, perhaps, where the opposition can join with the government on certain things. Now, leader of government business, Honorable Senator Courtney, said, the facts are the facts and the facts don't lie. And I have to agree, you know, because the facts are the facts and the facts don't lie. But you know where I have a divergence? There is a manipulation of the creation of the facts, and there is a distorted reality from appreciating the facts. But let me say this, and I want to get it out of the way. I am hoping that the tenor of these debates remain sober and does not invite any court gesturing any further or any gesticulating any further, because this is serious business, and I will tell you why. When we rely on facts and we change the way how we create facts, and then we distort the way we interpret facts, that is very serious. But then again, Mr. President, I suppose you could chalk it up to politicking, however, whichever version you want to call it for politics. But in this House, what I appreciate is that we don't do that here. We deal with the facts. Now, the budget boasts, and if I may be permitted to rely on my notes, Mr. President, the budget boasts that the economy expanded 12.4%, more than 10 times the average growth. Is that a fact? I can accept that. I have no difficulty with that. The budget also states that 95% of those who seek employment are working. And that those who are working have benefited from the increase in minimum wage. And that is largely attributable to the efforts of the government. Now, the fact is the minimum wage has increased. I recall when I was here that on that issue I said, and it is more poignant now, that even with that $5 increase, how far has it taken or is taking the average Belizean in the grocery store? At that time I said it served no useful purpose. My words were twisted to mean that perhaps the government shouldn't do it. But it is the responsibility of the government when it is implementing measures to ensure that ramifications and tripling effects that would take away from the benefit of its initiatives are met. And on this case, in this instance, where the $5 minimum wage has been accomplished, but did it or is it easing the burden met by the Belizean people when they go to exchange tender for goods and services? The government presents facts that 68,000 Belizeans fewer Belizeans are poor. Remember, Madam President, I said there are facts that are created through some formula and treated as facts and accepted. And there are some facts where, you know, the reality gets distorted. And on this one, the 68,000 fewer poor people is one of those instances where overnight, well, let me not say overnight, because we want to be factually speaking matter-of-factly, but over a period of time, a short one, the number of persons that belong to the poor bracket suddenly no longer were poor. What happened? How did that happen? The government is saying that we attribute that to looking at access to land, looking at access to education, looking at access to housing, and that has contributed to the number. But Leader of Government Business indicated some figures in terms of the issuance of land titles, the issuance of purchase approvals. What he did not say is that it's only 260 houses built for people so far. What he did not say is that in the education scheme, which I will not knock, because there are things that are being done that I can give credit to the Ministry of Education, but at the same time, on the other hand, the plan Belize blueprint that education would be free, that was not delivered. And the very few who have benefited, and allow me to indulge in a term I coined, the few Belizeans who benefited from some of the initiatives from the government, when you take that together, with the number of houses and the number of land titles and purchases issued, it still does not equal the amount, the 68,000, that are suddenly fewer for poor people. And the reality is, which is why we cannot take this fact as gospel, is that those things that you measure poverty by, as opposed to the new formula, they have not gone away. We are still having our Belizeans eat food of the kind and quality that is less than subpar. We still have Belizeans who are experiencing hunger. We still have Belizeans who still do not have access to any of the categories identified as the new measures to eliminate poverty. Now, one of the reasons why I said my contribution has to be measured, Madam President, because the default mode and the default argument has always been, since the inception of this administration in office, oh, you all were in government for 13 years. What did you do? And I recall on one of the occasions I was here, I said, you know, let's not encourage or invite the kind of relativism that takes you off the hook from performing equally better than the previous administration. And what we're seeing here, despite these numbers, however created, is that in the area of poverty, I cannot associate myself that this number is accurate, because the formula that this number came about is faulty. Leader of opposition, a leader of government business, said that he would hope there is no noise from the other side And he was very measured, which I appreciate. He didn't say all the things he had wanted to say in relation to us, our position on the restoration of increments and the 10%. And you know, it would only be a fool who would stand here and not agree that this is a deserving move. But where I differ from the government, and this is where I'm saying there are facts they're relying on, they create a different reality, because restoring the 10% and the increment, they're doing public servants. They're not doing them anything other than granting to them their entitlement. That is their right. That is their right. And so I appreciate from the depths of my soul that the government has decided to do it. However, what I will say is that because of the effect and the benefit the government received from withholding that 10% and that increment freeze, and how that directly contributed to the numbers they rely on as that 12% of the economy, that will be affected in the future. And because of that, when I look at this budget, I ask myself, where was the talent from the government side in this new fiscal year to create a mechanism that will pick up the slack and plug in back those monies that will be lost when the public servants receive back their money? Now, there are two things. The IMF was very clear in what they perceive was the reason for the growth. And if I may be permitted, Madam President, the IMF said, and that is Article 4 from their concluding statement, the IMF did say that the government achieved a large reduction in public debt. That is true, that is correct. Ask why. They went from 133% of old GDP to 101% of new GDP, to 80% of GDP in 2021 to 64.1% in 2022. That is correct, but ask why. The IMF said the rebasing of national accounts, sizable fiscal consolidation. Madam President, I wonder how many of us and the Belizean public knows what fiscal consolidation means and what that looks like. The debt for marine protection swap, and I pause here. You know why I pause? You smile. You have a right to smile. Because, and I take issue with it, I recall that when I was here on that issue debating, leader of government business, and forgive me for painting it and calling it for what it is, in much court gesturing, stood up and made heavy weather about how the initiative was bad, we did it under secret, it should not obtain. And you know, I regret that at that time, and I'm not directly quoting, I'm paraphrasing my impression of your conduct and the things you said that day. I regret that at that time, I did not have all the information to my disposal that I learned thereafter. Madam President, you will recall Senator Salas during that meeting, he was quiet. But thereafter, he made a press release stating the position of the part of civil society he represents. The long and short of it is, this marine protection swap that preceded this government, and since they learn about the benefits and how it contributes to the reduction of debt, all of a sudden now it's being paraded as a PUP initiative. All of a sudden it's being paraded as an achievement by this government. This is what I mean when I say we can appreciate the facts. The fact is there was a debt for conservation swap. The fact is the benefit from that contributed to a reduction of the debt. But man, when we the politic, make we just call a spade a spade. It did not start under this tenancy of this administration. They inherited it. And even the representatives, when they came to Belize and they were, the press releases, and you see what they had to say, the dates predated this administration. So what I am saying, Madam President, when we look at the things that contributed to the growth, they were by no means the result of talent. No, but remember, you don't come. Only you. You know, usual for most men, they always don't call quick. But I digress,
Keep the context of the budget debate.
I digress, Madam President. You see, leader of government business, you don't open certain doors. And let me go back to reading what the IMF said. I didn't conclude, my apologies. So the IMF identified sizable fiscal consolidation, the debt for marine protection swap, strong GDP growth. What is this? Well, we moved away from pandemic constraints and we're now in post-pandemic era. In other words, some say we don't go back to normal. But the numbers again, they don't lie, because if we look to the Ministry of Tourism, we can see that the arrivals into the country, they have not gone back to pre-COVID numbers yet. But because of that, because we're coming out of, we're in recovery, that translates into contributing to the debt. And that is by no measure any talent attributable to the government. That is just by, what word could we attribute to that? The natural process of time. We would go back to normal. And we hope to go back to pre-COVID numbers that were more handsome than post-COVID numbers at this point. The IMF continued to say that the expenditure containment, including a temporary 10% cut to public sector wages and the suspension of wage increments during fiscal year 2021-2023, are contributable now. Leader for government business say, we have to thank the Belizean people for this. And I associate myself with him right up to the point when he said Belizean people, because we have to thank public servants who suffered from this 10% and the increment freeze. And so when we want to congratulate anyone for where we are in terms of the reduction of debt, let us properly identify who those persons or parties should be. First and foremost, our public servants, and to them I say thank you. Madam Senator Elena Smith, I could not have, if I were in your shoe, come here at that time and do anything short of burn the chambers when that was happening. So I thank you for your professionalism. I thank you for representing your organization and debating the way you did at that time. And I want to extend my appreciation through you to your organization and the rest of the organizations representing public servants, my indebtedness to them, and I want the Belizean people to understand the extent of their indebtedness to public servants. It is through their 10% and their increments that contributed to this growth. No talent. But you know what? Let me take that back. Not all of it. Perhaps it is a talent for someone to be square shoulder, broad back, and firm upright to incorporate such Shylokian approach to deny from people their hard working sweat and tears to the salary they deserve after they have worked. Like, it takes really a special person to decide that that is what will be done. And you know what? Let me be realistic in that perhaps, because we don't know where we will find ourselves later on down the road when the tables reverse.
Thank you.
Perhaps there is some coarsening that occurs that hardens you. Some experience, whether in government work, private life, whatever the case may be, but maybe there is something that happens that allows a person to make those kinds of hard decisions. And I hope, I put it on record today, I hope, whether it's in private life, public office, I hope that I am never in that position to come and propose that I will ask people to forego their hard-working money. And then we criticize an administration that said we are going to borrow to meet your wages. I don't understand. I continue. After the IMF said that that 10% cut was contributable, it continued by saying a strong recovery of revenue and a material discount on the debt owed to Venezuela under Petrocaribe loans were the direct, identifiable, tangible reasons why we had that growth. Now, on the negotiation of the reduction of the indebtedness to Venezuela, perhaps I can attribute that to you, leader of opposition business. Perhaps it is through his charm from the ministry. I said perhaps. I said perhaps. But perhaps it can be attributable to him. You see, he has a certain suave that would pull a feather from a hat that is not even before your face. And this is the kind of thing I'm warning against. Don't let, when you hear these numbers, it invites you into think that the tagline and the storyline by the government is also correct and true. Because I say either it is talent to make a hard decision like asking people to forego their hard-earned money, or it is no talent to just decide that we are making the people do the work of bridging the debt gap. And what I have identified in the budget is that there has been no extraordinary mechanism that the government has introduced into the budget to address those issues affecting the regular Belizeans. And you notice I said regular Belizeans, right? Some of us don't think we're so regular. But I digress. And we have to not lose sight of that. Because one of the difficulties that I don't have with the budget is that there are things that are there in plain sight that speaks for itself. And what is not there in plain sight? The fact that it is not there is an indication that they don't want it to be there. It's not meant to be there. Some persons have used the word priority. It's not a priority for the government to do certain things. So yes, Madam President, I can agree that the fact is there has been a growth. But where I diverge is the reason for the growth. Where I diverge is who to take the congratulatory remarks for that growth. Not the government, it is the people, public servants, the debt swap. The IMF was clear in their statement. So what I want, and I hope on this budget especially, because it is one of those budgets where things really are there in plain sight, they're not hiding it. I hope that our tertiary level institutions or secondary level institutions can take it into the classroom and break it down and have people learn and see for themselves. I hope this budget, more than any other, is disseminated and discussed widely so people can see the Jankono dance, what this government do. Because I am really astonished that we are at a place where we can boast recovery and the bridging of the debt gap, but then we turn around and say that it is attributable to everything other than what it really is. That is what I have a difficulty with, Madam President. And before I forget, the leader of government business went into detail about his ministry and his contributions, and I would like to ask, just for my benefit, institutional strengthening in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doubled from $600,000 to $1.5 million. I would be most grateful, Honorable Senator, if you could, and I'm not being facetious at all, most kindly explain to me what institutional strengthening is and how is it moved from 600,000 to 1.5 million. And that is a genuine query, no? And you went on to speak about the immigration side and having received credible material about the movement of persons. We haven't seen it. I'm not questioning it because I share the Honorable Senator's appreciation of the graveness of that kind of movement. But where I diverge is the measures the government wants to take in response to it. I do not agree that in relation to addressing the issue of Haitians using Belize as a transit point, the imposition of visa requirements is a mechanism to stimulate that. There are other ways. And the reason why I say that, or one of the reasons, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, we will indirectly, inadvertently join with the first world and treat our Haitian neighbors in such a way after them having fought first and foremost to be independent and establish themselves in that way. Like, to me, that is counterintuitive to treating our CARICOM brother with the measure of respect we should, with the measure of deference we should. How is it that we are saying we will impose visa requirement for Haiti and not visa requirement for Jamaica? The Honorable Senator said just short of visa requirement for Jamaica. All I am suggesting, Honorable Senator, is that a consideration is made to the measures taken to address it. You have information of who they're in contact with, who picks them up, the hotels they go. That seems to me that you have enough information to arrest and charge these people and lock down that tunnel right away. Proceed with it that way. I recall once I flew into Mexico. Prior to landing, they asked you to fill out some forms that you have to submit to their immigration. Mandatory. Why not incorporate a mechanism like that? Prior to landing, request from these people their information. Receive that information. Do your due diligence here on the ground. And once it checks out, once you are satisfied, you issue a certificate or whatever it is to clear them for landing. But don't impose visa requirements on our neighbors. That is not necessary, considering there are alternatives to explore. Be unmoved, but I've said my piece on it. Madam President, I move further in that the budget exposes that 89%, the total revenues and grants are projected to come in at 1.356 million, of which 89% is tax revenue. Tax revenue. Tax that the Belizean people are bearing. What taxes? Fuel tax, no? Taxes from where the examiners at the Customs Department assessing? Because, again, this is why I say, those numbers, they don't unsettle me. I can accept those numbers. Because that is a fact, it's true and correct. But to take those numbers and attribute it to a measure done by the government, man, and then again, you know what? Let me take that back. The Honorable Tracy Panton was so kind, so I borrow from her information, so kind to go and check the cost of oil per barrel prior to these debates, and she learned. Man, Senator Montejo, rest your neck a bit, man. Let me get it out. She learned that the price per barrel was a bit over $70. And so, which, according to her verifiable source, is lower than pre-Ukraine/Russia war. Whether we accept that figure as true and correct or not, the point remains that a large percentage of the monies that the government was able to use to attach to debt came from taxes. Why are we still paying so much in fuel tax? Anybody who has imported into the country since this new administration would have experienced that. One, a new set of custom officers, examiners are at every port of entry. And Madam President, they know the ramp for charge your duty, you know. Listen, man, I'm a cool cat. But I tell you, I had an experience with one of them who made me really consider whether or not I should put down the coolness and get a little bit warm, because I could not for the life of me understand what calculation that examiner was using to come up with the assessment I was giving. And the thing is, I always remind myself, I am mindful of how I complain because my humility constrains me. I have been fortunate to be able to, even though I gripe, pay the bill. What about those other Belizeans where their families sending home food items in barrels? Where their families sending home things for them? Like, how are people, and I really don't understand. I don't share the kind of deep pockets that pass my thigh here like leader of government business. But I watch my penny regardless when I go to the grocery store. And I am telling you, if I can grumble, and remember, Madam President, when I was here last, I asked, what is the government doing about inflation? What is the government doing about the price gouging? I asked it then. So don't rise and tell me I'm being repetitive. I have to. I've seen something in our paper, should we get to it there, that excites me. However, in the budget, the government has done nothing to stimulate that. Instead, it is using pre-existing system, the infrastructure within the government, to pass on to the Belizean people the burden of having to discharge the responsibilities of the country. And I'm not saying that as Belizeans we should not share, that as Belizeans we should not contribute, but not burdeningly so. We shouldn't be forced, and listen, it's because it ires me that we are extorted at the customs department when we go to clear things. But the revenue collected from there is so sizable. And so what the government has done, use existing infrastructure and target it in such a way to generate the revenue. But what happens? It passes back on to the Belizean people. We are the one doing it. So when they send out, and I'm not saying this is what was done, hypothetically speaking, when they send out a mandate and tell customs, listen, make sure to tax people, make sure to reach a certain amount by the end of the year. Man, that will happen. Matter of factly, they more than meet the target. They almost double it. The amounts of monies earned from taxes for fuel, man, I light up. And I too grumble when I go at the pump. There are some who believe that if you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. If you have a grumble about the price, you can't afford it. Well, by that, Madam President, I can't afford fuel. I can't afford to import nothing. I grumble about the price. I crave your indulgence, Madam President. Now, the budget is segmented in such a way that it identifies its projections. And so, when you look at the section that deals with medium-term fiscal projections, we are looking to what the government's response is in the face of the economy. And without having to read the extensive extract, what the government has said is that, and I quote, it is to enlarge the investment pool that public sector wages and operational related spending must be contained. Tax collections must continue to improve, and new sources of finances, such as Green Climate Fund, must be maximized. This is why I say the budget, I like that the budget put things in black and white in plain sight. I mean, it says it. It's not hiding it. What will be done in order to move forward? In the Prime Minister's budget speech, he said, Belize cannot and should not expect the great leap forward will be funded by handouts or reparations for the climate catastrophe caused by the so-called developed countries. He said, while we pursue novel sources of financing, what remains within our control as to reduce waste to ensure those who should pay for their fair share. The Prime Minister is saying there is nothing that will be done that is comparable to handouts. That is not the way they're going about dealing with the economy. And that is fine. That is their position. They have stated it. Whether it is a satisfactory response to the conditions of the day is another thing. Now, leader of government, business, and in the budget, they went over the amount for Hurricane Lisa, isolating Hurricane Lisa, and the government's response. The government estimated a total of 212.4 million in damages and 172,000 Belizeans affected. What I would like to know, perhaps it can be shared hereafter, how many of that 172,000 Belizeans were actually assisting? When we talk about spending money for whatever initiative, especially when it has to do with Belizeans, in the spirit of the accountability and transparency of the good governance motion, why not make for public consumption that information? Why not tell me how many persons receive, what they receive, whether in cash or whether in kind they send people with materials? Why not show on paper what it really costs to put persons as close to whole after Hurricane Lisa? Those are the things that would, if at the forefront, then when we come here to debate, that's not something you take issue with, unless the numbers, they really are off and you have to ask, where a whole million gone? It disappeared on the paper. But those are things that could have been dispensed with. What actual amount? Now, the government said in relation to that, that fortunately the administration had by then created sufficient fiscal space for supplementary allocations which address the most urgent needs of our people. I don't remember, and forgive me, my memory is imperfect. It was 212.4 million in damages. When we did the fiscal space for supplementary allocations, did we get that total amount? Do we know whether or not the damages were addressed? Do we know whether or not it went back to whole? The new budget puts revenues at 1.408 billion, which comprises of tax revenues, of which that same 1.408 billion, it's 1.372 billion represents tax revenues. You know, you see what I say, Madam President, is taxes. Non-tax revenue is only 112 million, and capital revenues 5.5 million, and grants of 30 million. I won't argue with that fact. I won't argue with those numbers. Now, on the expenditure side, they say a total of 1.49 billion is proposed. And of that sum, 1.112 billion is classified as recurrent spending, spending for wages, pensions, goods and services, subsidies, transfers, and debt service interest costs. When we compare the revenue versus the expenditure, from the beginning we are already in the red, the proverbial red, no?
Senator, you're just about out of time. You need another 10 minutes.
I do, Madam President, and I do appreciate the 10 minutes.
Okay, so if you can wrap up within the 10 minutes, that would be good.
The Prime Minister has said that he took his time to visit communities around this nation, and he spoke and interacted with Belizeans from every walk of life fielding questions. And he is aware that there are still many Belizeans who believe they are working harder and spending more for less. He's aware. Some wanted to invite that maybe he doesn't live in Belize or he doesn't know what is going on, but he has said it in black and white that he's aware. He canvassed. He said we all are spending more for less. He said to alleviate this, we have to spend more of our income on Belizean-made products, invest more in Belizean ingenuity and creativity, and waste less and budget smart. We are supposed to waste less and budget smart when we can barely afford to live. And I don't want it to be taken that I am saying there is nothing good in the budget. There are things good in the budget. The MSMEs, I see some initiative. Mind you, people won't benefit from it until another 5 years. Hopefully they pick somebody else by that time. But let me wrap up. I don't want to forget. And I trust that my colleagues after me will pick up where I was not able to speak on it. You see, this time constraints thing, it take away from the quality of the debate. The judiciary, Madam President, the judiciary. I will start by saying this. The previous administration, they didn't do a handsome job at treating the judiciary with the regard they should. They didn't do it. But I would have expected with this administration, with the Attorney General who I have a lot of respect and admiration for, that at least when I see the budget numbers, it will show to me that we are taking the administration of justice seriously. Now, I am no Chicken Little, I will not say the sky is falling, because that is counterintuitive to having the public know that we can rely on our system. And I say this, we are holding on to 2 buildings that basically falling apart. When will the government decide that it needs to find money to build new state-of-the-art buildings dedicated to the judiciary, create the space and environment needed for our judicial officers and employees to work in? One of the targets from last year into this year was zeroed in and identified to create a space that is conducive to working in the judiciary, but yet we're not building a new building. The hurricane destroyed the courthouse. We have to move in a box down the street for the magistracy, and the Supreme Court judges are online. Learned counsel over there, leader of government business, can tell you when we travel to Trinidad to go to the Caribbean Court of Justice and we enter the precincts of that court, it is nothing short of an environment that makes you say, you know what, I ain't coming here for joke. Man, the place has a robing room. Counsel here don't even know that a robing room should be a room attached to a court. When you walk in the office, you don't have to hopscotch around tiles. When you walk in the office, you don't have to duck and dive from the pails and the buckets used to catch water when it rains. When you go in that building, if I decide that I needed a case that I didn't have before and I go and ask them, they can pull it up right away. Why not we take our judiciary seriously? Why don't we put the money in the judiciary to have a building that is suitable? We have increased salary for our jurists, which is good. I appreciate that. I applaud the government for that because it makes us able to compete for better jurists. And at the same time, I am measured in saying, consider some of our own to hire. Consider some of our suitably qualified to hire. In the judiciary, it cannot be that you will go to court and you don't have a library available to jurists, attorneys at the bar, with books and material for learning, for jurisprudence in this country. Man, how much longer must we permit that a judge must have to lean on leader of government business, library in his office for precedent and material? How much longer must we accept that a judge must lean on the office on the library of Fred Lamore and Company for precedent? Like, give the judiciary the tools it needs to function so that people don't feel like going to court is just a matter of wasting time. And on that, I will say, I hope that this year will be the last year that the government treats the judiciary with the kind of disregard by not giving to it the money it needs to properly function. We have other ministries like infrastructure who has taken the lead, one of the lead in access to the monies in the budget. Judiciary is no way behind. And so I end, Madam President. I don't want it to be misconstrued that what is in the budget should be entirely thrown away. There are good things in there, However, I say with caution, this beating of the chest of the reason why we have grown is not even in the budget. It tells you where it comes from. So when we hear our politicians, I want Belizeans to be suspect. And I end with this, Madam President. One day I pulled up, I had in my AirPods and the case was in my lap, and when I got up, I didn't remember it fell in the water. And somebody alerted me and I called for a fella, come and get it for me, A fella looked at me square in the face and said, Miss, pick somebody else. Get somebody else to do it. And you know what? I don't even know what I was thinking when I asked him, because the device isn't waterproof. It would have been no good. The point I'm making is, pick somebody else for dance on a junk on a frontal. Pick somebody else for trick with wedding number mean. And the Belizean people should get ready for pick somebody else for come and do the job, as opposed to burden them with the responsibility of putting the economy back to where it is. I thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour, though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. I recognize Senator Bevin Carr.
Thank you, Madam President.
It's Bevington, right? Bevington. Okay.
Madam President, I rise to make my contributions to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the fiscal year 2023-2024. Madam President, as I heard the previous presentation of Senator Pitts, I'm here wondering if she supported the budget or not, because at one point she took about 5 minutes thanking and talking about the public officers who we dearly appreciate for the sacrifices that they took. And then she went on again to say that this budget really has a lot, but I'm still here wondering if she supported or not, Madam President, because if, sorry, you don't support? Madam President, if she just said she does not support, is she simply telling our public officers that they do not deserve the restoration of the increment fees? Is she telling our public officers? Is she just slapping them in the face and telling them, I'm just using you for political mileage? Because, Madam President, if she does not support the budget, then it makes me conclude that that is what she meant. Madam President, there's no budget that is perfect, but this one is the closest we can get to perfection. Madam President, for the sake of the Belizean people, I would like to just explain what this budget entails and what every budget actually entails. This budget book explains the projected income and expenses of our nation. And where does these revenues come from? Madam President, Belize, like most countries, our revenues come from the taxes of goods and services, income tax, taxes on international trade and transaction, and property tax, just to name a few. Our expenditures, these include salaries for our public officers, teachers, pensions, fuel, and other goods and services that each ministry needs to run effectively. These items I just listed, converted into dollars, Madam President, would account to almost 60% of this entire budget. Expenditures also include our debts, loan payments, interest payments, just to name a few. And this again is a must pay for the government, which would reflect around 10 to 12% of this budget. So in reality, Madam President, if we put all of these items that I just listed, would account to about 70 to 75% of the entire budget. So in reality, we only have around 25% of this entire budget for us to spend on projects that we need for each constituencies and the national issues that we need to deal with. Fortunately for us, Madam President, we have a government that negotiated our debts, again with the blue bonds, and saving the Belizean people, my child, your grandkids, Madam President, of over $500 million that they would have needed to pay in the future. We also have a hardworking Prime Minister and a cabinet who, with their vision and, of course, the homegrown plan, grew the economy by a record of 15.2% in 2021 and a whooping 12.4% for 2022. Madam President, as Plan Belize, with Plan Belize as the mantra of this government, the Briceño administration is using the Belize medium-term development strategy as a cornerstone to combat 6 priority areas. These include poverty reduction, economic transformation and growth, trade deficit reduction, citizen security, protection of the environment, and stopping corruption. Again, Madam President, like I mentioned before, with the limited resources the government has, this Briceño administration is committed to stretch every single of the tax dollars to every single Belizean by spending this in the key priority areas. Madam President, if we look at page 35 in the budget book, line item 230 rose from 1,431,031 for last year to this new budget to 2,731,377. Let me explain this increase, Madam President, and also incorporate the strategy of what the government is doing to reduce poverty. Madam President, despite the challenges of COVID-19, Hurricane Lisa, and of course, like Senator Pitt said, the fact is the facts and the facts don't lie. Of the 13 years of the destructive UDP government, this Brazilian administration has raised, despite all these challenges, Madam President, has raised the minimum wage to $5, which is way better, 100% better than the $3.38 that we were getting. Again, Madam President, from this raise of the minimum wage, over 42,000 Belizeans benefited, Madam President. This, again, is delivering on Plan Belize. Madam President, like we mentioned earlier, our teachers and public officers, like all Belizeans, because a lot of our Belizeans during COVID-19, especially for us who work in the private sector, we're without a job for at least 8 months. So we fully understand, we appreciate the 10% cut that our public officers and teachers went through, Madam President. And again, with the increment freeze, which again, the facts are the facts, that this was frozen under the last UDP administration. And despite all these challenges, again, Madam President, this Brazilian administration, as of April 1st, 2023, the increments of our teachers and public officers will be resumed. Madam President, this is showing us how responsible this Brazilian administration is. Madam President, again, I'm focusing mostly on poverty, Madam President. With the Honorable Julius Espat heading the Housing Ministry, we have seen almost 300 houses being delivered to single parents and especially single mothers across the country. And in this new budget, we have more houses, and these are concrete houses, Madam President, that are delivered to these families. When I look at the live streams of when they deliver these homes, Madam President, the tears of joy in the families, to these deserving families, Madam President, it's really, really something to be proud of. And I'm sure, I'm hoping that the others on the side are really proud of this achievement as well, Madam President. Again, Madam President, this is how we fight poverty. This is how we deliver on Plan Belize. Madam President, I did a research about land, and I will quote, "Land sustains every aspect of our lives, providing fundamental life support systems and the foundation of our economy and society." Madam President, like the leader of government business mentioned earlier, for this year, over 10,000 approvals was approved in achieving this goal to giving every single Belizean a piece of land. Over 1,000 of these approvals, Madam President, went out to our teachers, nurses, doctors, who we appreciate so dearly because of them, our economy is booming. Madam President, this year another $1 million is allocated to survey and process lots, again for first-time landowners. Madam President, the Brazilian administration, under the Lands Department led by the Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Cordell Hyde, is committed to sharing the wealth of this country to every single Belizean, one family at a time. And this, again, is delivering on Plan Belize, Madam President. In the tourism sector, Madam President, our hardworking minister and his team made sure, again, despite all the challenges, they made sure that tourism is once again booming and bringing jobs to our Belizean people. This year alone, Madam President, over 500 Belizeans had access to the tour guide training program, with the cost being reduced from 1,400 to only 400. There's more Belizeans who can access more training, especially in the tour guide training program, Madam President. 1,553 Belizeans benefit from the Elevate program. These include the PADI Dive Instructor program and the PADI Dive Master program. Madam President, I work in the tourism sector and especially in the diving industry, and these courses can easily cost up to $8,000 to $10,000, Madam President. So giving these young Belizeans this access to such capacity building is really telling something, Madam President. Again, this is how this government, this Brazilian administration is building capacity to our young people and thus reducing poverty, and again, delivering on Plan Belize, Madam President. Staying focused on poverty reduction. Madam President, studies have shown that the education is referred to as a great equalizer. It can open the doors to jobs, resources, and skills that help a person not only to survive but to thrive. This is why access to quality education is globally recognized as the solution to poverty. According to UNESCO, if all students in low-income countries had just basic reading skills, an estimated 171 million people would be out of extreme poverty. And if all students completed secondary education, we could cut the global rate to about 50%. Madam President, when it comes to education in Belize, under the leadership of the best education minister, the Honorable Francis Fonseca, this year, Madam President, the free education has started. 197 schools connected to high-speed internet, 900 students benefiting on the National Healthy Start program. This year's budget, Madam President, again for the first time, and this is history, $1 million was allocated at the start of this administration, and now it will continue, Madam President, the $1 million for Rural Education Grant Fund. This is significant for rural communities. Again, over 600 students are already benefiting, Madam President, and definitely more will benefit from this program. Madam President, this fiscal year, I'm humbled, I am proud, and I'm even emotional, because for a very long time, the southern part of Belize, especially Toledo district, has been abandoned. But today, Madam President, we're seeing the end of that tunnel. And my colleague, Senator Ashton Mackenzie, is also from the north, he's from Punta Gorda, and I'm sure with everything that is happening now in the Toledo district, I can almost guarantee that he's going to support this budget, Madam President. And I'll tell you why. Madam President, the free education is now being rolled out in the Sand Creek and Toledo district. This will start with schools, 2 schools in the Toledo district, Madam President. This is the Toledo Community College, which is the hometown of, again, Senator Mackenzie. He taught at that school. Him and I went to that school, so I can almost guarantee he will not deny this to the people and the students of the Toledo Community College, Madam President. If he does so, the people of Punta Gorda shall attest to that. Again, the Corazon Technical High School is also another school that will be getting the free education, Madam President. This will allow parents, marginalized parents who would have used these hard-earned monies to pay for education, they can now use it in other areas so that they can improve their livelihood, Madam President. Madam President, this is significant for the Toledo district. I'm really proud to be part of a government that is delivering this to our students, Madam President. Again, this is how you reduce poverty. This is how this government is delivering on Plan Belize. Madam President, with all these initiatives, the Brazilian administration will continue to reduce poverty, which was, again, the facts are the facts and the facts don't lie. Poverty was at its all-time high under the UDP. It was estimated based on SIB data to be at around 52%, Madam President. Today it has reduced to around 35%. Madam President, under the priority area of the economic transformation and growth, this Brazilian administration understands totally that proper and sustainable infrastructure development will bring economic development to our country. Again, this is another reason why I'm 100% sure now that as the former mayor of Punta Gorda, Senator Ashton Mackenzie will support this budget, because he knows fully well what Punta Gorda needs, Madam President. This new budget we'll see an additional $3 million for the municipal bodies, which again needs much upgrade for especially the streets. And again, I'll refer to my good friend, Senator Ashton McKenzie. He knows fully well, he drives every day on the streets of Punta Gorda. These streets are really bad, Madam President. Buses, I don't know, horses probably won't even make it to some of this area. And I'm sure, and again, he knows the challenges that our people in Toledo district are going through. And I'm sure he will not deny them of better streets, better drainage, Madam President. So I will be really disappointed, and the people of Punta Gorda are attesting to this. I would be really disappointed if he does not come on the record to say that he supports this budget, Madam President, because we know that over the past 15 years, even when he was mayor, he fought his government to get these resources and never got it, Madam President. So I'm sure, I can guarantee Punta Gorda people that Senator Ashton McKenzie will support this budget. Again, Madam President, in southern Belize, like I said, infrastructure development we have not seen for the last 15 years. But today, I took a tour in a lot of the villages, and the massive transformation when it comes to road works in the Toledo district right now, Madam President, is incredible. My hometown in San Pedro, Colombia, all the streets are now graded and up to standard. San Miguel, I've seen a lot of works there. Silver Creek, all the communities you think of, Madam President, are now getting the infrastructure that they need. And again, these people are happy, like the Prime Minister did. I also went to these villages, like I mentioned, and I spoke to a lot of the people. They're really happy to finally see their tax dollars at work. And again, another reason why my friend Ashton McKenzie should and will support this budget. Madam President, with this improvement of the roads, our people are now reaching the hospital really quicker, especially when it comes to emergency, because before the school buses couldn't make it, not even the horses could barely make it, Madam President. But now our people can make it to the hospitals quicker. Our kids can now have an extra 2 or 3 hours of rest because the bus comes out of these villages a bit later, so they have that rest that is much needed, Madam President. And of course, our farmers are taking out their produce much faster and more efficiently, Madam President. As we continue on the topic of economic transformation and growth, Madam President, today, as promised in Plan Belize, the Big Falls rice is now available countrywide. Again, another reason why my good friend will support this budget, because we're in the Toledo district, we have been abandoned for so long, and now we have seen this massive transformation that is happening. Madam President, again, under the UDP administration, the Big Falls rice mill was closed, and that was a campaign plan that we did for the people in the south that we were going to open it, and I'm really happy that that is a reality now, Madam President. The projection for this year is around 1.6 million pounds of rice paddy. Our farmers will now have more monies in their pocket because under this administration, the price per pound of rice when delivered to the mill was at 29 cents per pound, but now today it's at 40 cents per pound, Madam President. This is again significant for the Toledo district and southern Belize. Madam President, this is what we mean by economic transformation and growth. Again, this is delivering on Plan Belize. Madam President, I'm really excited to hear my good friend from Punta Gorda to again support this budget, and I will refer him to page 228 under the Ministry of Infrastructure Development and Housing. Again, there's a big problem when it comes to the bridge, Senator. When we enter Punta Gorda, there's a one-lane bridge, and I'm happy to see here under, again, page 228 under the key program strategies, activities for the 2023. Again, it says here design and the construction of the Joe Taylor Bridge in Punta Gorda Town. Again, this is significant that there's, this government is thinking about, again, the people of southern Belize, Madam President. This is huge for us. I'm really happy, and I even get so emotional when I see, especially the free education, the infrastructure development in Toledo. There's no way, there's no right-minded thinking Belizean could not support this budget, Madam President. Again, Madam President, there is an issue when it comes to land in the Toledo district, and I want to call on the leaders, the government of Belize, to come together. If we really think about our people, we have different groups in the Toledo district, Madam President. If we really think and care for our people, let's come together on the table. Let's chart our way forward so that our people can benefit. Let's not stop especially our Maya people. We need to thrive as well, Madam President, and we must do it in a really sustainable way as well. So, once again, Madam President, I'm here to fully support this budget because I really see the transformation and the benefit, especially for young people and students, that is much needed. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to preface my budget presentation by first acknowledging my own mother on the occasion. She passed away in 2005, but she was probably the most important and influential person in my life. She had 13 kids. I'm the youngest. What she did with so little resources, Madam President, is just amazing, really amazing. I think, and she did this for a large part on her own, since my dad died when I was only 10, so she pretty much raised me and, ensured, I think, throughout with all of us, all 13 of her kids, that education was a priority for us. And so when I talk to young people and tell them about the importance of education, about that very transformative decision to stay in school and study hard, work hard, it's because I'm a product of that type of background. Madam President, getting now to the budget, I'm hoping that for next budget next year we'll be further along with the audits of the government accounts. We want to, the Joint Public Accounts Committee has been working very hard, meeting regularly, to try to push that process and bring it up to where we need to have it. And so we've had some commitments from the Accountant General that, the accounts will be presented very shortly. And so hopefully we could be close to up to date by this time next year. I'm not sure about the audits part of it, but certainly we've gotten that assurance from her that we'll be close to there with the accounts. We want to make sure that the audits will also, be very close behind. I think the Auditor General has stated that she needs 3 months to complete an audit. So I guess we could just calculate we're about 5-6 years behind. And so it will take some time, but I think we'll be much further along by next year, this time. Madam President, I'd like to just state with respect to the budget. The budget has 3 major areas. There's the recurrent, there's a capital 2, there's a capital 3. Generally, I wouldn't want to comment too much on the recurrent, but I want to make certain points with respect to the recurrent. The recurrent, Madam President, is really maintaining the system. That's basically what it is. Paying salaries, purchasing supplies for the offices, paying rents and all the other things that you would need to keep the government going. But what we really want why the recurrent becomes extremely important is, apart from just keeping the system going, is because when we spend excessively on the recurrent part of it, it leaves less that would go to the Capital 2, and the Capital 2, Madam President, is basically where you really want to push the spending, because that's basically the developmental projects. Those are the improvements we're bringing in to develop the country. And so we want to make sure that the recurrent, we're keeping those at minimum or as tight as possible, so that we have more to spend on the developmental projects. Capital 2. Capital 3 is basically your list that you have that you may implement through debt and raising money from various sources. I'd just like to go over some of the numbers in this presentation, Madam President, and then I want to look at some of the variances that we're seeing in the current budget and the implications of those variances. And then I want to look at Capital 2 in terms of, I want to put it in context of the larger budget. So for recurrent expenditure, Madam President, we have $1.37 billion. That's a 4% increase over the previous, over the revised estimates for the previous year. The recurrent expenditures are $1.112 billion, and that's a 7.7% increase over the revised estimates from previous year. So we have a recurrent surplus of $259 million, and this is basically what is left when you take away the recurrent from the recurrent expenditures from the recurrent revenues. We had a total revenue, Madam President, total revenue I'm talking about, not recurrent, total revenue of $1.408 billion. We had total expenditures, if you add in the capital expenditures, of $1.496 billion. This leaves an overall deficit of $88 million, and if you add back in the interest payments, the $112 million, I believe, in interest payments, then you come back with what our financing requirements will need to be. I think that will be at $212 million. Capital 2 this year, Madam President, is estimated at $218 million. This $218 million is 15.8% of the recurrent revenues. Now, what is $218 million? I remember previously we came to the Senate, Madam President, and there was a bill to do a portion of the Northern Highway, and I think at the time we were looking at numbers of about $3 million per mile. So if we divide this $218 million in Cap 2, we're basically saying, well, our development project is basically the equivalent of about 72 miles of road, of highway. I think I shouldn't say road, because the Northern Highways, has been paved, widened, and done pretty well. But this is, well, they're working on it, and so I think it's a work in progress. But the whole idea was to build it well. Now I say that, Madam President, to make the point that what we have left in Capital 2 is not a whole lot. But again, we're constrained because so much of our revenues is burned or is utilized in the recurrent expenditures. If we look at salaries, and pension, it's $548 million, I believe. If we add the two together, Madam President, $568 million. That's close to 50% of what the recurrent revenues are. Again, I'm not saying that we go the route of retrenching anybody. All I'm saying is that I think these areas have to be controlled and perhaps look at bringing it down through natural attrition over a period of time. We cannot continue to be blowing up the recurrent and expect that we'll have money for developmental projects. Education is key. We need to spend more on education. And not just in terms of teacher salaries, but there are many things I think we could do in education. Now, what are the things that are impacting this budget, Madam President? We look, for 2023, I think there's a projected 6.8% growth in GDP. I think the previous speakers had mentioned that in 2022 there's a 12.4% growth, and 2021 there was a 15.2% growth. Now these are abnormal growth, and I think generally won't see these in normal times, but given that we were coming out of COVID and things had gone the way they were, we would expect with that type of rebound. And I think that the government also has to be given credit, I think, for ensuring that we had the type of growth that we had. I think that the renegotiation of the debt, I think, was a huge one, Madam President. I think they should be given credit for those initiatives. But also, what is impacting our GDP and the growth that we're seeing, Madam President, is basically, and I think the leader of government business mentioned it earlier, we're not doing very well in the primary sector. I think there was a decrease of 1% in that sector. But then the secondary sector, which is the manufacturing, went up by, I believe, 11.9%. And then the tertiary sector, which is the services sector, led by tourism and the BPOs, you saw that sector grew by 13%. No, I think that you know, we should be very happy that we had the type of growth we did, given the issues we had with our traditional products, such as banana and citrus that I had mentioned earlier. I think we've seen decline in those areas, and I mean, in the past, we were a lot more dependent on those traditional products than we are now, and I'm hoping that we can continue to diversify the economy the way we have, simply because it makes a lot of sense. Things change in the global economy, and things will change in Belize as well, and those changes globally will impact us locally. Inflation, I notice we project that to go down to 4% from 6.3%. Again, that should have a pretty big impact, and I'm hoping that we could even be further lower than the 4%. I'm hoping that the price of fuel will continue to go down, and so I think that has been one of the big drivers to the inflation we've seen. And again, this has not been only for Belize, but we've seen it across the board. I think the U.S. was, the numbers I saw in the U.S. were around 6-7% for a while. And so what we're seeing is basically something that the price of fuel affecting most countries. We look at excess liquidity in the system, Madam President, in the banking system. I think that's $702.9 million. I think we should try to do a little better than that. We need to get that money out of the banking system and into the private sector where we can continue to generate jobs and push economic activities. But then we still see the spread in the banking system, Madam President, and that's basically the difference between the deposit rate and the lending rate. Still at 7.2%. I think in the international norms would see that rate around 4 or 5%. So I think we're on the high side at 7.2%, and I'd like to encourage the government to continue to look at that area, to try to bring that spread lower so that the private sector and the economy can benefit from it. Now I want to do a little deeper dive into the numbers, Madam President, and I want to look at some of the variances that that are here. If you just allow me to pull this up. And I'd just like to run over a few of the variances, Madam President. I'm saying that we want to ensure that we're being efficient and effective in the whole budgeting process. If we look at the Ministry of Public Service, Constitutional and Political Reform, they underspent their budget by 28% or $5 million. The Office of the Auditor General, and this was a surprising one here, the Office of the Auditor General underspent its budget by 16% or $364,000. I'll certainly have to look at this, Madam President, but this is something that we've been pushing for a while, that the Auditor General needs more money to carry out its function. So this is certainly an anomaly in my view, and should be looked at. Now, the Office of the Prime Minister overspent its budget by 18%. The Ministry of Agriculture overspent its budget by 19%. The Ministry of Natural Resources by 29%. Ministry of Tourism by 32%. The Ministry of Infrastructure Development, 31%. Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries overspent it by 17%. Ministry of Economic Development overspent by 10%, and Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development and Labor, 36%. Last year, Madam President, we had, I believe, 4 supplementaries. Was it 4 or 3? I think it was 4, yeah. Or $180 million. And when you look at the overspending in some of these ministries, you see why the need for some of that. But then again, there was also underspending in some of the ministries. And so I'm saying that perhaps we didn't have to come to the House and Senate for the entire $180 million if we would have noted that some of these ministries were underspending the way they were, and moving that money from there to other line items. Perhaps it could have limited the amount we needed to pass in the House and Senate. But also from an underspending standpoint, Madam President, is that when those areas, and I don't want to say we over budgeted, but they were I prefer to say they were underspent, because I'm sure when the budgets were presented, there were needs that were identified. But irrespective, those could have been monies that we could have put to the capital too, to increase the spending in those and to push some of the projects that we wanted to do over the year. If you just bear with me 1 second, Madam President, make it my bearing back. Now, Madam President, we looked at the variances and, like I said, the impact that those would have. And they're not only variances, but also I think that it's also incumbent on us to look at why variances exist so that we can make the corrective measures and we could do a better job at the whole budgeting process in subsequent years. There are many things that could have happened why people overspent or underspent, or why departments or ministries overspent or underspent. And I think that those should be looked at. But even more so, I think that there's a need for us to do a value audit of these departments and ministries. I think the unions use the term as discarded. But if we're paying salaries, if we're covering the emoluments, the salaries, we should know that the people are there working and are at their stations and that we're getting value for that. We should know that the materials that we purchased, if it was $100, that it was $100 that were delivered on a government road or project or whatever it was. I think these are additional steps that we can try to implement as we're going along. At one of the previous presentations, Madam President, I remember stating here that perhaps for the public works and project roads or whatever, that we should build into these loan agreements a requirement and also funds for a private audit of those projects. And I'm happy to report, Madam President, that the day after the CEO of Ministry of Works called me and said they're all for it and would like to talk to us about it. And so it's really our fault, perhaps, that we haven't gotten together with him yet, but that was very encouraging, and I think that we have to go further in that. When we're looking at revenues, and most of our revenues, as one of the presenters earlier said, most of that is coming from taxes, and taxes are mandatory. We don't decide to pay or not to pay. But because it's mandatory, I think that it's incumbent on us, we have a duty and obligation to make sure that those monies are spent properly. And so if we're spending taxpayers' money in projects, then let's make sure that we're delivering the type of value and quality that would be required. We don't want to be doing things over and over again if we don't have to. I want to look at some specific areas, Madam President, in the budget book. I know Senator Koi on Friday met with us to go over some of the numbers, and some of the points I'm raising here, because my personal review took place, well, some of it took place after that. I wasn't able to ask those types of questions at that meeting, and so I'll try to raise them now. But if you look at page 46 of the in the book of draft estimates of revenues and expenditures, line 3, I believe, or line 2 under allowances, you'll see that going from $183,000 to $1.1 million. Again, that's a sizable jump. And this is under public services and strategic management and administration. If you look at office space rental on that same page, Madam President, it's at $4.5 million. Now in my private sector mind, Madam President, if we're spending $4.5 million annually for rent, I would be thinking that perhaps I could build a building with that type of money. In 5 years, that would be close to $25 million. And so hopefully we could look at some of these things as we're going along, Madam President, to make sure that we're doing the best for taxpayers possible. On page 96, Madam President, you, under customs and excise revenues, salaries are $5.6 million. But alarmingly, overtime is $2.3 million. It's almost half of salaries. This part of it really doesn't make much sense to me, Madam President, because I'm saying that why would you spend half of total salaries on overtime? It would seem to me that it would be much smarter to hire some more people, if they're not needed, and then stagger the scheduling of those individuals over there. I mean, we do that in the private sector all the time. A shift system. And so I'm saying that, you know, we could do I think we could do a lot better in this regard, Madam President, to ensure that we're giving value for taxpayers' dollars. Now, I'd like to move on, Madam President, if I may, to page 114 of the budget. Under primary care services, medical supplies went from $1.9 million to $3.5 million. And again, that's a sizable jump, perhaps warranted. I'm not saying that something is off with it. I'm just saying that it's a very sizable jump. And then on page 116, under hospital services, allowances went from $1.87 million to $3.299 million. But yet, if you look at on the same page, staffing remains at 1,686 persons. The previous year, as well as the budgeted year. And so my question is, why would allowances go up that much for the same number of persons? And then on our wages, on that same page, Madam President, you'll see that unestablished staff is budgeted at $5.9 million, and this moves from $81.9 million, $81.9 thousand. So we're going from $81,900 to $5.9 million. Who are those persons who will be hired? Those are a lot of people. And again, if you look at the staff, the staffing is not projected to change. It's 1,686 persons for last year and the coming year. And then over time, Madam President, on that same page, overtime is moving from $16,900 last year to $4.245 million. Now the percentage is not as staggering as it should as it was in customs, but it's still a sizable jump. And then we look at Social Security, Madam President, and that same page. Social Security previously was $1.8 million, and now it's projected this year to be $2.6 million. But again, the staff is not changing. The staff numbers have not changed. And I think you would agree, Madam President, that there's a direct correlation between Social Security and staff numbers. And so if staff has not changed, then you'd expect that the Social Security amounts would be pretty consistent with the previous year. And then I know that I've listened to several presentations in terms of justifying other emoluments area or salaries area where those went up, and those were again because of the minimum wage going up and the increments that are being implemented. But in this case here, Madam President, salary is going down. It was $41.6 million, $41.16 million in the previous year, and now it's projected to be at $39.152 million. And so I'm saying I'm having some difficulty in terms of reconciling these numbers because I'm not seeing much consistency with respect to the numbers. But certainly, Madam President, I think that the overtime, the allowances, and the huge jump in terms of the unestablished staff certainly alarms me. And perhaps we should look a little closer into it. The other page I want to look at, Madam President, is on page 288. And this is Ministry of National Defense and Border Security. And I'm not sure if perhaps this is probably one of the reasons why sometimes we have to deal with the supplemental so early. But if you look at this defense, national defense and border security budget, Madam President, personal emoluments for last year was $56.149 million. Oh, sorry, this is page 288. I'm sorry. Yeah, so if you look on page 288, salaries or personal emoluments were $56.149 million previously, Madam President, and this year it's budgeted at $43.936 million, or around $13 million less. No, but let's see, maybe something has changed. But if you look at the staff numbers, they're all last year it was 1,838. This coming year it's also projected, well, it's expected that it will be 1,838. If we look at how much was spent, Madam President, in previous years on the personal emoluments, for year ending 2021, it was $59 million. Year ending 2022, it was $52 million. Last year, it was budgeted at $41 million, and we ended up spending $56 million. And I'm wondering if we're not repeating the same error in terms of budgeting, to budget $43 million when really we're spending in the $50 million range for national defense. And then if you look at it as well at materials and supplies, Madam President, last year we spent $6.4 million on materials and supplies, and this year we're expected to spend $15.2 million. Again, same number of staff. I don't see any significant new activities. And so, and again, you look at us budgeting less for salaries from 56 to 43 million, even though we're spending in the $50 million range. With minimum wage going up, well, have gone up January 1st here that we've seen, and then the increments that are coming back on, you'd expect that you'd see some type of upward movements, but again, this is going in the opposite direction. And so I'm wondering, from a reconciliation standpoint, you know, it's difficult for me to reconcile those scenarios, Madam President. I want to, and those are just a few examples, Madam President, that I chose to highlight today. I think that there are many more. I think basically what I wanted to look at in this budget is the recurrent from the standpoint of, could we be doing better there? And if we could do better in the recurrent, then it gives us a better opportunity to do developmental projects on the Capital 2 portion of the budget. I'm hoping that with the audits that we're pushing from the JPAC, that we would start looking, once we're current, at value audits, so that monies that are spent, Madam President, monies that are spent, that we're getting value for it. I think, and I wanted to, I mentioned that I wanted to point those out, but there are also many good things in the budget, Madam President, and I think that, you know, we have to continue working together to improve the process, and hopefully next year we can be moving this this one step further in that direction. Hopefully every year we bring some improvements on board, and we work together in terms of giving and living up to this sacred duty we have here as senators, as members of the House, as members of the National Assembly, to serve people to the best of our ability. Thank you, Madam President.
No one? I recognize Senator Janelle Chinola.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry. We rise to comment, sorry, not as young as I used to be. As the leader of government business put it, on the quintessential money bill, we know that has implications, so that's why it's a comment. We do echo the comment made earlier that we remain grateful to Minister Koyi, the Financial Secretary Joe Waite, and the Ministry of Finance and the team for their budget briefing on the draft estimates for fiscal year, for expenditure and revenue for fiscal year 2023-2024 last week. For the record and prosperity, we do need to repeat some of our submissions cited during that briefing, and with your permission, I'll refer to some notes I've made. So as has been referenced previously, earlier this year, and as a part of the Joint Public Accounts Committee hearings, parliamentarians and the nation, because it was a public hearing broadcast, heard from key members, key voices of the administration, including the Accountant and Auditor Generals, confirmation that reconciliation of government accounts, approximately 8,000 of them, if memory serves, are not being reconciled as they should, both in terms of frequency and just practice. We call this out because it's not just a part of basic financial protocols, but it's also called for under the law. And perhaps just as significantly, no one is really being held accountable. It's a lot of finger pointing. We are comforted then by the update provided last week at that briefing that there are trainings happening actually right now, perhaps I know it's a lunch hour, so maybe in a few hours, that there are trainings happening this week for finance officers on reconciliations. So that's important to call out, that this is looking to happen or is going to be enforced and enhanced where it has been happening. Because Finance 101, Madam President, it's not just general practice, it's essential for landing at the actuals of the state of the finances. And as we just heard from the business senator, this is where we need to figure out where it is that we actually are, what we actually need to spend, what we actually need to call out. And so whether that's happening daily, weekly, monthly, it's also going to be key in revealing discrepancies, irregularities, where monies are being fleeced, and efficiencies exist. Because, and it took me to something that Senator Kyle mentioned earlier in terms of getting emotional at hearing in those same meetings, 8-9 years on, that there's evidence, clear evidence to show that monies are being outwardly stolen, and nobody, things just went on business per usual, and it's clear that here is the Auditor General, as an example, saying, there's $300,000 missing, or there's X millions of dollars that they don't know what that's going. So I think that's important for us to call out, because, and I know my colleague Senator Montejo will remember saying this, that every time we hear the money is never enough. Everybody the ball, right, Senator? So we do not have the resources to play around with. We certainly don't have the resources to be left open to abuse, and we certainly don't have any justification whatsoever to tell taxpayers that monies are not being monitored or that borrowed funds are not being accounted for. So we call that out because it has been, from all appearances, from what we've been presented with, that there is a vicious cycle. I do hear that there's a spanner in the room. I look forward to seeing the spanner in that works to create a new cycle so that we can move this along. Because I don't want, and I think this is what others have said, that we are rolling over numbers, we're copy and pasting, or we're rewarding inefficiencies, or we're somehow just having to get something through. It's really, as we've said, the budget cycle has to work for what we have, limited resources, and making sure that we stretch with dollars, and that we're not contemplating some, oh, well, we just have to add on and accrue and build. And it is within that context that we raise as the NGO, NPO sector, that there is a key supplemental budget that continues to underscore the national budget. And we present it because it's not captured in dollars and cents here, but it is intimately related. And that is that this sector represents millions of dollars invested into the national economy annually, much of it through foreign exchange dollars. This NGO and MPO sector represents thousands of projects in healthcare, education, advocacy, conservation, human rights. I could use my whole 45 minutes to go down the categories. And the NGO, MPO sector represents hundreds of dignified and stable jobs where people are proud to go and do their work, and they're putting themselves and their families out there, sometimes at great risk. Madam President, we don't have those numbers, but it is not that it does not exist. We have had people who are threatened, who experience violence for doing this type of work. So the contribution from the sector is, to put it mildly, significant. And we've heard much today about the significance of the existential threat that is climate change. So as a microcosm, and to frame this, we need to underscore that when we conserve land, we are not locking up resources. We are actually securing things like oxygen and rain, and making sure that those same crops, those soybean plants, get nourished because there's enough trees around to create this part of that natural cycle that triggers a rain event that gets into the water tables, that sustains the rivers. We are securing biological corridors that, again, make sure that our natural wealth is what it needs to be, because that's part of the tourism package. That's why people are coming here. So that value cannot be dismissed. And when we do things like meaningfully manage marine resources or sustainably develop habitats, we're not just safeguarding the jobs in tourism and fishing, and particularly diving, as Senator Cal has mentioned. We're also protecting one of the last places on the planet that you can actually get wild protein. Leader of Government Business mentioned the 3 F's. Food. That's, if you think about it, that's the last place you can go. No added preservatives, no hormones, nothing has been added to this, but you can go and enjoy seafood with that peace of mind that this is healthy for me. It helps my brain, it helps me think, it makes me better as a human being because of those ions. So we're actually helping to secure food security, and I think we should all shudder at the thought that if we lose our access to food security, what that would mean, and for how many, how quickly, immediately that would impact. So then, further to that, when we look at creating an enabling environment for all of this philanthropy and charity to take place, we're ensuring that Belizeans of all ages and from all walks of life can access through this sector educational services, a solid meal through feeding programs, life-saving medical care, preventative care, acceptance of identity and personality, mental health. Again, I can go on and on. But I don't want it lost that all of this is actually helping to fuel and nourish the productive sector, the workers, because I think everybody concedes no one entity can do it on its own. We all need to pitch in to make sure that this is it. And how can we not see that as an invaluable relationship, a partnership in our development? So that is something we certainly reiterate, that it must be protected, it must be defended, it must be nurtured. And I want to immediately call out that a robust, diverse civil society is a key democratic strength. It sends a message to the world. This is This is a metric. This is how you can gauge where we are in terms of a developed nation. And we've been told this directly from the international financing institutions and other development partners. This is something that they pay attention to. And it is certainly a responsibility that we soberly embrace. And this is where, Madam President, I turn to really calling on and out the public to get involved. I like that, again, Leader of Government Business and others have underscored today the sacredness of our oath as parliamentarians and the patriotic responsibility of the public to be involved in these conversations, because we certainly agree that it is our individual and patriotic duty to participate in the democracy. Public engagement in democracy does not begin and end at the ballot box. The public's engagement is at the heart of the work of Parliament. It is provided for in the machinations. And yet I can tell you from personal experience and with confirmation from the staff here, the public isn't here. And I don't mean in the galleries. They aren't here in the work overall. And I'll give you a quick example. Committee meetings. These bills we hear referred to Committee X or Committee Y. That is one of the most, it is one of the most true means that the public can access the laws that are going to impact all of us. And I will tell you right now in Belize, there's no official survey, but right now in Belize, the average timing length for committee meetings, hazard I guess, 5 minutes or less. 5 minutes or less for a committee meeting, because that is the opportunity where the public is expected to show up and weigh in and either say, this is my expertise, or this is my experience, this is my contribution. And we aren't showing up as the Belizean public. So these sessions are 5 minutes long on average. Doesn't that explain a lot? So I make a public plea, call, I beg, to all Belizeans, please use these access points. Reach out to us to find out how this works. But your participation is not just encouraged, welcomed. It is necessary because it leads all of us to help to ensure that there is informed decision making. And that's what we need with all of this, because that's how we get to the things we like to talk about, the buzzwords, transparency, accountability, good governance. That's our joint role in that. And I hasten to add kudos and appreciation to the leadership of both the House and the Senate and the administration on a whole in making this access more available to the public. The lower house meetings, these meetings are being live streamed. That is, I am old enough to remember a time when you had to come to the house to hear what was happening, or you had to maybe catch it on a radio station. I see that going further, where all committee meetings can be live streamed and virtual participation can be enabled so that the public can't say, I can't get time off work, I can't come from Punta Gorda, I can participate, but X, Y, or Z. Take away the obstacles that have been cited so that the public can be here. And I really must reject, distance myself, disassociate with any position that anybody would take that the public has no right in participating in decision making. We are all, and many of you have said it already for today, we are all ultimate representatives of the people. The laws happen here affect all of us, but this is the people's business. This is all of us working together. And to the public I say, please make it your business, because this is what it will take, all of us working to make government what we need it to be, what we want it to be, what it must be. Thank you.
Senator Bishop Alvin Bengesha.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, as I rise to speak this afternoon on the draft estimate of revenue and expenditure for this fiscal year, 2023-2024, allow me first of all to remind us that we're in the season of Lent, and that next week we begin the Holy Week and the Passion of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And we move into that time when it is Good Friday, and then as a country we celebrate Easter. And like most Belizeans, come Easter Monday, we will have that holiday when no doubt we, as tradition, we go to our different and respective places to relax a little bit. But I think I must also point out, Madam President, that it is important, especially as I will touch on the area of education and comment on that part of the budget, to also remember that I think it was just last week that one of our primary schools, St. Matthew's, was affected by fire. And those children, at least a great majority of them, would have been displaced. And I want to especially urge those who have influence in the Senate and in the government itself to please perhaps treat that matter with a level of priority. It was good to see, however, the Minister of Education being on spot very early, and I'm certain that the government will do their best to address that situation. But it is important to at least be mindful of them at this time. Madam President, I was going to begin in one way, but I thought that having heard the leader of business in the Senate make mention of his area, foreign affairs, and something that I think is very close to me, I think it is important for me to begin there, because he mentioned the issue of the trafficking, human trafficking in and out of Belize. And I treat that with a level of concern and a level of seriousness. It is as important to me, no doubt, as any other Belizean, as no doubt it is important to him who leads that ministry. But for me also, I was a little bit concerned when I heard him make reference to how he will and how the issue of some nationals, CARICOM nationals, will be treated insofar as the situation is concerned, particularly the Haitians who, it is said, are coming into Belize in great numbers. And making reference also to the Jamaican nationals who perhaps are using Belize as a transshipment point. I say this because, as I said, it concerns me. And yet, some of what is being proposed as to the answer to what is now happening is to curtail the issue of passport, if I'm quoting properly, and perhaps maybe to restrict some of these persons coming through. I still think we have to be very careful in the actions we will take. Like us, Belize, our CARICOM brothers and sisters do have what I know is called reciprocatory response, meaning that what we do, they can do also. And one of the things we must note when that happens is how it will affect innocent individuals traveling back and forth from countries. And I say this because I consider myself a regional person, and I have to travel a lot. And I would hope that even as I travel to Jamaica, or I have to travel to Haiti, that because of what the penalties we might be placing on their nationals, they do not reciprocate in the same way, because, as I said, it might just affect innocent travelers such as myself or anybody else who have to travel on a frequent basis. And I mention this because as I hear what might be put in place, I consider the countries such as Trinidad and Tobago and what they currently have in place. It is not easy for CARICOM nationals to be in and out of a country like Trinidad and Tobago. And sometimes the difficulty you have getting in or getting out. And the same applies for a country such as Barbados. It is not easy, and sometimes, sad to say, some of the embarrassing questions you're asked, even as you travel innocently. Some of the embarrassing questions you're asked. And so, simply what I'm saying is that let us be very careful as to the measures we will put in place. I ask, instead of perhaps those measures that are currently being contemplated, perhaps it would be also good to consider what else can perhaps the police department do in that area. Or, no doubt, as perhaps is being done in other countries, CARICOM countries, at least those that I have passed through, you see some people watching you, and you're not sure why they're watching you. They call them plainclothes policemen. But from the time you enter the airport, it seems to be you're targeted. And sometimes you don't look like any criminal, but they're doing their work, they're doing their job, and they target certain individuals. And I'm wondering if perhaps as we contemplate some perhaps additional things that we should do in order to stop human trafficking, can we perhaps, since I heard that there is institutional training taking place, can that be a part of the foreign ministry's budget? And I say this because, as I said, I think I'm very passionate about it, Madam President, but I still think that let us be very cautionary as to the measures we take as a country, and especially so, as I said, that it applies to our CARICOM sisters and brothers. Madam President, in my own presentation, there are two specific areas I want to target. and to say something about the Ministry of Education, Culture, and Technology. And I want to begin by first of all commending the fact that the budget has been increased in this ministry. But I think it is also important for me, as I have done in previous presentations, I want to commend the minister in charge of this ministry, the Honorable Francis Fonseca. And I say that because I have, in a different capacity, I have to interact with him from time to time, and I have to interact with personnel within the Ministry of Education. And to a large extent, they are doing a splendid job. I think I will come back and I will speak about the minister himself a little more. But allow me, Madam President, to point out that one of the things I have noticed in the Ministry of Education budget is the fact that the different areas, as I said, have been increased, and I will not look at the line items because they're there and they speak for themselves. But allow me, Madam President, to say this, that with the increase in the budget for the Ministry of Education, it is also important to note, and I ask the Belizean public to take note of this, that despite the fact that the Ministry of Education budget is millions of dollars and it has been increased, which is good, as I have said, but we must take note that in the country of Belize, working alongside the Ministry of Education and any other ministry are MPOs, and the MPOs who continue to give sacrificially to this country. In fact, I dare say that despite the fact, and I'm perhaps maybe repeating myself in this area, despite the fact that government, as it is a part of its responsibility to be able to produce a budget and to be able to give to ministries, I don't think that we can quantify how much MPOs give to this country, and has been doing so for years. And I want to emphasize, as I said, that aspect, especially in light of the fact of some things to come. And so, Madam President, again, I want to go back and I want to just speak a little more to the Ministry of Education and the minister himself. I want to believe that the minister himself, and especially, as I have mentioned before, in the area of education, the minister has been successful, and his team has been successful in executing his work, because he is one who is prepared to listen. He is one who is prepared to work with people, and he is one who is approachable and easy to speak with him. He might be soft-spoken, but he carries a big punch. And I think that is important, and you might be wondering, well, why am I speaking in this way? He's one who seemed to work by the 3 C's: communication, collaboration, and consultation. And those 3 C's, I think, is important. I think he went to a university in Louisiana, Southwestern, I think, university, and I think he did economics. And in economics, you have to do a little bit of administration. And in administration, you're taught how to be able to deal with people. In the Ministry of Education, and that which is being done, as I said, Madam President, I want to commend the minister and his team. But at the same time, I must also caution and to remind us, and perhaps to remind him and his team, that within the educational sector, and especially in policy making, we must be mindful of not only the government institutions. There is a large part, and we have had that good relation, both church and its institutions, its educational institutions. We have had a good relationship with governments over the years, and it has worked well for us as a country. There are some countries that have tried to abandon that kind of coalition and relationship, and it has not worked. They have had to, in fact, there are some of our Caribbean countries whereby they have had to, they took on the institutions, realizing that they could not operate it. They had to give it back to churches. We in this country, we have had a very good working relationship, government and or state and church. I think we have worked well. It is important to note, however, as I said, in policy making, that we continue to appreciate and understand that as we carry out policies, and especially when it comes to poverty alleviation, when it comes to strategic planning, for example, for schools and where resources and monies will be spent. It is good to hear about what will take place in a certain part of Southside, Belize City. But be mindful that within that same Southside are what I would say denominational schools that can also benefit from some of those resources. And this is what I make reference to when I said, when I speak to collaboration in a working environment, and especially in the Ministry of Education. But I commend both the minister and I commend the government for what they're doing in this area. Another area I want to speak to, Madam President, is the area of sports, youth and sports. And in that area, I must also note that here's another area that certainly we should be mindful of. And again, I want to commend the minister in this area. My old, I think we went to the same school, and we lived in the same neighborhood, Honorable Rodwell Ferguson. And kudos to him in this area as he carries out his ministry. But also to note, Madam President, that in this area also, I must also emphasize that it is a working relationship. It is not only government alone. And in this area again, I must emphasize the value of whether it is the private sector or other sectors. And I mention again the MPOs. And so we must note this important area of working relationships. And again, as I said, I mention this because in time to come, down the road, perhaps in another few weeks or so, this issue will come up again. Madam President, generally speaking, I have no problem with what is being presented today by the government in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. Personally speaking, and speaking on behalf of the churches, I think we're moving in the right direction. I do agree, as I heard as a part of the debate earlier, that there are some areas that the government will have to be mindful of insofar as spending is concerned. I want to close, Madam President, by perhaps again also saying thanks to Senator Koi and the kind of assistance he has given to us as social partner senators, and the fact that he has been kind enough to take time out of his busy schedule to appraise us on what will be presented. In our meeting that we had last week with him, I must say that there is one particular area that I want to touch on insofar as the tax revenue is concerned. I will mention it because I didn't hear it this morning, but in the area of tax collection, and that which is on page 6, and that which was collected overall. And we had discussed then, and I just want to make mention of it now, that if the government can be more aggressive in that area, we should be able to collect a lot more than what is there. I suppose that is another area where perhaps maybe in the different departments, if they can be equipped as such, it is an area that can be utilized, where as the tax coming, it can be dispersed into different areas, such as the area of education and youth, where if more comes in, those areas will better benefit. But I want to take the opportunity, as I said, Madam President, to commend the government on what it is doing and that which is before us. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Urson Elrington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give my contribution to this year's budget. But before I speak specifically to the budget, I want to start off by saying Happy Women's Month to you. One of the first times ever to Laura, right? Happy Women's Month to you, a happy Women's Month to all my honorable colleagues, women in this house. Happy Women's Month to the women across the length and breadth of this country. But I also want to, Madam President, ask that we share, if we can, some of the special women in our lives that contributed to who we are. If I were to go through that list, it would be endless. But I thought that I should at least point out a few of them. All of them I consider my mothers and grandmothers. The first of which is my primary school principal, Miss Gloria Edwards. She is literally an unsung hero in the Belizean society. She literally has an award for it. But she is a woman who, and I was just having a conversation with my best friend, I believe day before yesterday, and saying to her that that Miss Gloria Edwards taught us that it was very good to be a great student, but it was more important to be a great person, and that we should be well-rounded, we should contribute to society, we should be disciplined, we should be people of honor and principle. And she didn't just speak it, she is the highest example of what that speaks to. A second mother of mine was my high school principal, but she was also the mother of my best friend, and that is someone who sat in these very chambers. That is Miss Brenda Armstrong. Now, I said she was my best friend's mother. So, of course, this was before I even got to high school. So, you know, me being quite a, how would you say, a talkative and very mischievous person who never imagined that, right? Never ever imagined such a thing, right? Not me, but yes, in high school, so there was clashing. But all through the years, literally, she fed me, and she fed me not only literal food, but she fed me with knowledge, with principles, with a value for education. I mean, I literally would spend up until 12 o'clock at night at that woman's house, and she always welcomed me, and to this day, I still count her as a mother. Then, I must give special kudos to my two deceased grandmothers, Miss Beryl Holtz and Miss Nora Elrington. I heard my friend and colleague, Mr. Senator Herrera, speak about having 13 children. Well, my grandmother had 16, and like your mother, she emphasized the importance of education. She is the patriarch of the Elrington family, and in fact, she would have celebrated her 100th birthday on the 7th of April. We also have my grandmother Beryl Holtz, who again taught us that humility and hard work. She was a person who, to say she was from very humble beginnings is to really understate how hard she had things. And so for her, I'm able to understand that we must and we should take care of the most vulnerable amongst us. But of all these people, the person that I must say is my personal hero and favorite of them all is my mother. And I must say that I want to use this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday in advance. She celebrates her birthday tomorrow. My good church brother, the bishop, you always find that questionable, but my good church brother, the bishop, is going to help us celebrate her birthday tomorrow. I've been always accused, my good brother, President, of being a mama's boy. You know, but that is a badge that I actually wear proudly. because I owe most of who I am to my mother. She made tremendous sacrifices so that I could live a better life than she had. And while I do appreciate my mother for that, she is not unique in that way. That is the reality of most mothers, of most parents. They're just simply desirous of their children living a better life than they lived. And so too am I. I simply want my children and the future generations to live a better life than we have been able to enjoy. That is why this budget exercise is so important to our democracy. This budget is an opportunity for us to really and truly examine where we have been and where we are going. It is an opportunity for us to truly treat it as a barometer for the nation. You see, it is for us to truly assess the work that is being done and plans for the next fiscal year, for us to truly examine the numbers. As is often said, black lies, white lies, but black and white does not lie. So an examination of the numbers is really and truly important. As the leader of government business said, facts are stubborn things. And he boasted that the government enjoys and Belize enjoys a growth rate of 12.5%. Regrettably, although that is the number, the rest of us Belizeans do not feel that reality. That is not a reality that most of us enjoy. It seems that once again that the government is living a different reality than the rest of us, the ordinary Belizeans. They paint a picture as if life has never been better, that we are at the pearly gates and that we walk on stones of gold, that we live the best life yet. But that is not the reality that the majority of Belizeans are facing. For the majority of Belizeans, it is some of the toughest times that we have ever faced. My learned friend and the honorable leader of government proud said, "We are proud of this budget." And he brags that wages of over 14,000 public officers have been restored. But who removed those wages in the first place? But indeed, like we said, we must be fair. And so I thought I would begin my presentation by saying some of the good things that is in this budget and some of the good things that this government has done. So, first, I must give this administration credit for continuing and completing many of the infrastructure development projects started by the last UDP administration. I mean, they're all across the country. And at every moment, you see a minister or an area representative cutting a ribbon for a road that was started on a project of the UDP. Cutting a bridge for a project that was started for the UDP. I mean, this administration loves cutting ribbons so much that I once saw a minister go and cut a ribbon for giving away 2 fans to the police. That is how much they love cutting ribbons. In fact, the only thing that they probably like more than cutting ribbons is giving away keys to the city. And we know how that ended up. So, but I want to especially say, I'm happy to see that they continued the coastal road, which of course I hold near and dear to my heart because that is a project which was the brainchild of my father some 20-something years ago. In fact, decades ago, sorry, when he formulated it, they said that he was, what they said, crazy glue, you know, a mad scientist, whatever it is. But now, our past UDP administration, this PUP administration, and the entire international community, the IDB, who funded this project has said that it will be a transformational project for the entire country, but especially from the south. And as you know, and as some may know, he is, and his family spent a large part of their childhood in the south, and that is why that place was a near and dear place for him. In the same light, I want to give this government kudos for completing many of the infrastructure projects for the completion of schools. I heard my church brother sing the praises of the Minister of Education, and I actually, I normally agree most of what he says, but if I'm to be honest, I kind of cringe, because that is not the reality that the rest of us have seen. But it was under the UDP administration and the Ministry of Education and the leadership of the former Minister of Education, the Honorable Patrick Farber, that there was a comprehensive move to ensure access to education for children across this country. And so after social research was done, they were able to determine where exactly schools were most needed and where they could partner with those from the church communities across this country to ensure that as many children as possible had access to education, not where it was politically convenient and expedient, but where the schools were absolutely necessary. So again, I am happy to see that the Minister of Education and area representatives once again traversing across the country, cutting ribbons for schools for which the UDP started and got the funding. Last but not least, I must give the government credit for following through on the Debt for Nature swap with the Nature Conservancy. I heard the leader of government business, and this is a man who is absolutely surgical with his words. But I'll tell him one time I was accused by a female friend of saying, you know what? You are very dangerous. It's not the things that you say that bother me, it's the things that you don't say that bother me. And so my friend was absolutely right. He said it proudly, he said it strongly, that it is the PUP government that concluded the negotiations. Absolutely and conveniently forgetting that the negotiations that took years was started and for the most part done by the UDP administration. But it does not matter, because if it is good for the people of Belize, I will sing the praises of it. He loved it so, the government loved it so much that they transformed it and they coined it into the blue bond. Not the blue pills, but the blue bond. But, last week, when I was signaled by the leader of the opposition that he would want me to sit in this honorable house, for which I'm always happy. I feel a level of gratitude to represent the Belizean people and to sit amongst my great colleagues here. I immediately said I wanted to do something. I wanted to know what is the cost of a basket of goods for an ordinary Belizean family. If you're talking about a family of 5. And so, I did that. And I have my basket here. I have my basket here. This is what, I'm no cook, no chef, but I had to consult with my, it's not a basket. This is a market bag. It's a basket of good goods. It's an environmentally friendly one. I think that my senator, all of us would appreciate, but especially you would appreciate. It's environmentally friendly, but what is in it is most important. It's for a family of 5. No, I used to teach, I was telling my colleague, the Honorable Senator who represents the unions and is the president of the Teachers Union, that if I could still be a part of the Teachers Union, because, you know, I did teach after all. And so I'll do an exercise like I used to do with my class, and if you get it right, yes, I might have to be the person that has to pay for dinner if we go beyond 6 today, because there is a standing order unwritten that everybody might not know, that the leader of government business, if we go beyond 6 p.m., is responsible for dinner and drinks for everybody. All right? And he's already agreed. But this basket of goods, the bare necessities, again, these are the bare necessities: rice, beans, and baking powder, right? See, I'm getting assistance. You know, just a few things. These are the basic things. Anybody want to guess what it would be? This basic set of goods, just that in this bag, is, well, I did not bring the chicken because I figured it would. Yes, the chicken is in there. Came up to a grand total of $190. $190. And if you don't believe me, not with the chicken, because the chicken is included. I went to buy everything. And if you don't believe me, like when Kota say, I got a receipt for prove it. $190 for a basic basket of goods. No, this is the reality that every Belizean is facing. This is the reality that we need to speak to. You have now how it is that the family who is on minimum wage is able to satisfy all of their needs and still be able to provide for their family is a literal miracle for me. And that is why, again, we have to respect the mothers, because most times in the household, the rest of us don't know how it happens. Fathers don't, it's like magic, it's a magic trick, and we just know that bills are paid, food is done, and are able to provide for the entire family. I mean, I started this task last week, and in between that time, the prices has risen. Because as you know, the Poultry Association announced that there would be a increase in the price of chicken. Now, the national dish of Belize is what? Rice and beans, chicken and salad. But the way things are going, the national dish for the Belizean people is going to soon be rice and beans. That's it. Simple rice and beans. I looked at the statistics from the statistical unit for this year. I have it right here. No, we have to leave our bag right there. Statistical unit, because I call this the rice and beans presentation. It must come right after the rice and beans hour, so it's apt. And it lists what are some of the basic basket of goods that the statistical unit uses to be able to determine the level of inflation. And I won't go down the entire list, but I will highlight some of the most basic goods which are listed here. And it reports, for example, sweet pepper has gone up in the last year alone by 48.9%. Coconut milk, another essential ingredient for a good rice and beans, has gone up 42.2%. Tomatoes have risen 69.8%, and cabbage a whopping 70%. But it's not only the basket of goods itself. And what is in this basket? Also included on this basket of goods is things, because these baskets of goods represent what is the near and bare essential for a family. So it also includes things like butane. When the PUP government took power in 2020, a tank of butane was $95.52. Now it's $124.31. That represents a 30% increase in this most important commodity. The truth is that the cost of living continues to cripple the Belizean people. The government brags about the minimum wage, talks about the fact that it has gone up to $5. No, like I said, if you calculate that, $5 times 40 is $200. This basket of goods is $190. That leaves $10 without any other item. Most certainly nothing, no luxury. It doesn't talk about if you have a newborn either. It doesn't have Pampers. It doesn't have any type of feed. And again, I think most of us have seen the picture in the last few weeks where Infamil, a can of Infamil is $60 alone. This is the reality facing the Belizean people. The reality facing the Belizean people is that inflation is at a record high. Making ends meet for the average family is harder now than ever. In the last year alone, inflation has almost doubled, going from 3.24% to 6.6%. When the PUP took power in 2020, the inflation rate was 0.12%. Now they might say that is an anomaly, but over the 20 years before that, it was averaging about 1%. That means, but since the PUP took power to now, the last was 6.6%. That means inflation was 55 times more now than it was when the PUP took power. These are the black and white figures, the indisputable facts. But as a public servant said to me last night when I posted the chart is right there. Check it. Check it, IDB, IMF. It shows the chart. 2020 to now, it goes like this, and then the chart goes skyrocket. Skyrocket. He said, but you didn't need to show us that chart. He says, the rest of the Belizean people are feeling it. We are feeling the reality of these skyrocketing costs. The reality is that Belizean people are feeling this, and it is seemingly only the government ministers and the cronies and those who want to kiss up act as though it is not a reality. The cost of fuel. When I heard the leader of government business say that he was going to talk about the 3 F's important to the PUP government, I almost thought he was going to go another direction, because we think of another F when it is we think about what is going on right now. And another 3 F's that we would want to see. The price of fuel. When the now Prime Minister was leader of the opposition, I remember him saying quite passionately and with such a vigor that it is criminal to ever have the price of fuel being more than $7. The government needs to make sure the price of fuel is under $7. Now, the price of fuel as of yesterday was over $14. So, this government again brags about the fact that they have opened new markets, but these new markets benefit for just a few millionaire farmers, and so it's just adding millions to them. The rapid rise in the cost of living and basic food while the rapid rise in cost of living and basic food commodities has gone unabated. The government has talked about the fact that they celebrate that there are so many more cattle are going over to the Mexican border, but yet the cost of beef is higher than ever in Belize. So, what the ordinary Belizean would want to see is that efforts are put into mechanisms to ensure that the ordinary man and woman, that farmers are given the opportunity to be able to provide these basic goods so that the Belizean people can enjoy the lowest price possible in these basic commodities. But if the price of these goods were not enough, you would think that there would be an increased emphasis on ensuring that social safety nets and food assistance is made a high priority for the most vulnerable amongst us. The revised budget from last year claims that $4,683,844 was spent on food assistance. But the reality is that nobody, no ordinary person has said that they are receiving these things. They are over and over, including the ordinary PUP, have said that they are not receiving these food baskets. What we have seen, however, is that area representatives and ministers use it as a political tool to give away out of their constituencies. Say what you want to say about the Right Honorable Dean Barrow, but when he was dealing with the food pantry program, he made it absolutely clear, to the chagrin and to the anger of some, that it would not and cannot be used as a political football, that it must go to the poorest of the poor and without consideration for political affiliation. That is a fact. But after ensuring that food is on the table, the next most important thing for... Sorry? Yeah. The next, I know the reality. Like you said, a fact is a fact. But after food, the next most important thing for a family is normally education. The vision as stated in the budget for the Ministry of Education declared that, and I quote, "The Belize education system will be inclusive of high quality and accessible and equitable, technologically driven, and capable of fostering good, productive citizens. The system will be accountable and effective in providing support necessary to allow students, regardless of their individual or family characteristics, to achieve their full personal and academic potential and to contribute positively to national development." In the strategic priorities, number 5, it says, it will make use of science and technology to transform teaching, learning, and the decision-making process. Yet, with all of that said, this administration scrapped the 1 laptop per child program, a program which would have achieved exactly that. The tablet program was intended to digitize learning, and it would achieve the mission goals of being inclusive. It balances it out, providing high quality, accessible, and equitable, technologically driven education. So, this is proven to have worked worldwide, the application of this. But this government, again, under the Plan Belize manifesto, promised free education. Yet, their hallmark and they grandstand with the fact that supposedly that free education has been applied to the South Side, which in itself is not even accurate. As even the good Reverend made very clear. This is like if you promise to take someone on a date to Midtown and somehow you end up at Lychee. It is not the same. It is simply not the same. Couldn't, you don't know what a Lychee is? Some of us can't even appreciate Lychee. Correct? It's not the reality. But similarly, while this gimmick of free education it does not meaningfully create the type of access to education. Because one, you know, the government acts like there is some silo over the South Side and that only the government schools children attend, and that somehow all of the children on the South Side only attend school on the South Side when the majority of high schools in the city, is on the North Side. So by calculation, it would tell you the majority of the children on the South Side go to schools on the North Side. It does not even address the issue of poverty, of trying to ensure that they have access to education. if it is that we really and truly want to ensure that there is equity, that there is equal opportunity, that children can have the highest possible education, then it should be across the board. The government subsidy, $300 subsidy, did much, much more to achieve equitable access to education than this farce of saying free education for the South Side. Similarly, again, I spoke of Miss Edwards early on, and it is only as I grew older I started to appreciate some of the genius that she was. Back in the day when we were in primary school, at Grace Primary, the best primary school there is in all this country. I know my friend from Wesley will disagree with me, but at that time, a few years ago, because you know, it was just a few years ago I was in primary school, she had a feeding program where all of the children of the school, and it was really and truly equitable. It was only afterwards we realized what was happening. Those children who could afford it would have been able to pay $1 for a plate of food, and those who could not afford it, quietly, she ensured that was supplemented and that those children got a meal. Why? And now we realize it. Access to food, you can't learn if it is that you're not able, if you're on an empty stomach. But what has this administration done? Where there are food programs across the country, they have removed it. Why? Because persons might not be of the proper political affiliation. It doesn't matter. If it's a basic necessity which is absolutely necessary to proper learning, to proper education, you can't learn per hungry belly. It's a simple, indisputable fact. Now, one of the most dangerous things, and I think that I have not heard it myself, is, but it has been attributed to my friend, the Honorable Kowe, Senator Kowe, where they said that there is a significant number of children who after COVID simply did not return to school. Simply did not return to school. That is a serious problem that needs to be addressed for a multitude of reasons. Not the smallest amongst them being that it can create a serious issue and add to the scourge of crime and violence which this country faces right now. On the issue of crime and violence and justice, I have long held, continue to hold, that crime and violence should be one of those few sacred things that should not become a part of the political football. Like, probably you have crime and violence and should not probably include religion. These things should not be a part of the political football. Maybe all other things are fair game. Or, as my good friend the commissioner always says, crime is all of our problem. It is for this reason that I find it absolutely disturbing that although this administration has preached that it is trying to do an all-inclusive, a multi-sectorial approach, that they continue to insist that they will exclude the opposition from trying to contribute to being a part of the solution. Instead, they boast, and I've heard the minister, and I saw a Facebook picture with these quotes that they've been circulating, and the biggest one for the Ministry of Police and Home Affairs is that they're going to have so many more police on the ground, more boots on the ground. The biggest achievement and the biggest thing in this new fiscal year is that they're going to have new boots on the ground. But I want to use this opportunity with your permission, Madam President, to read a quote. Again, we'll play a game and say, who said this quote? This quote says, and I quote, "If you listen to the Minister of National Security on Monday, it's the same old solutions to a very serious problem. We're talking about hundreds of lives that have been lost on the South Side, and their solutions is more boots on the ground. They boast and they added 850 additional police officers, half of those being deployed to Belize City. All the equipment in the world they boast of in terms of for the police. So the police are better equipped. But yet, and still, this problem persists. The problem is not a political one. Crime and violence is not a political problem. It's a national problem. It goes beyond red and blue. We as a people have to get serious about that, but we have to hold the government accountable. The government is responsible for apportioning the budget of this country. No, quiz time. Who said that? Anybody guess? Anybody want to guess? Well, the none other than our current Deputy Prime Minister, the Honorable Curdell Hyde. Of course, this was said when he was in opposition, but it is more up today than ever. More up in Belize's history today than ever. What we need is not more boots on the ground. This has never, I agree, that has never been the solution to fighting crime and violence. There is nothing in this budget to strengthen the investigative skills. When we look at the allocation for training in the ministry, it is absolutely paltry. There is nothing in this budget to ensure and implement continuous education and training of the police officers. It seems as though, regrettably, more so than ever in my lifetime, we find that police officers innocent persons are being killed at the hands of police officers. This is a direct correlation for lack of training. Last but not least, is that this budget does not, as my sister colleague on this side indicated, does not address one of the most important issues, one of the most important things that need to be done if it is you're going to address crime and violence. You need to ensure that you have a strong, functioning judiciary. So what is needed is to ensure that the judiciary is properly resourced with the proper staff, proper facilities and equipment, so that we can ensure, like we have been doing at the Supreme Court now, that all across, that at the magistrate court level, at every level, that we move with a level of efficiency. And while indeed we applaud that the judges in the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal have received an increase in salary, man, let's increase the salary as well for the magistrates. We will find when you look at the caseload for the magistrates, it's absolutely impossible. We need to improve on the number of magistrates and ensure that the facilities in which they work are conducive to the proper administration of justice. Last but not least, I want to talk about the healthcare system in Belize. The shambles, you want to give me 2 minutes? Last but not least, we talk about the healthcare system. Earlier this month, there was a Facebook post by Glenn Tillett, a PUP stalwart, a delegate for the PUP, and a man who has dedicated most of his life to the People's United Party. He described the current crisis in the healthcare system. Now, Glenn is a man where we have had a lot of verbal back and forths, a lot of disagreements, but I have long respected Glenn for his great writing skills. And so I would be remiss, and it would be an absolute disaster on my part to try to paraphrase what he said. So with your permission, Madam President, I will read the post, Facebook. You know about that? You don't leave Facebook or what? No, why don't my Facebook friend, Honorable Courtney? We should be friends, man. Be Facebook friends. We can share pictures and, you know. All right, good. He says, and I quote, "I have a good friend and some acquaintances who criticize me for complaining publicly about my struggles with my chronic illness. They'd prefer that I was much more stoic in the face of calamity of these adversities that have befallen me over the past several years. I am very grateful that I am still alive today due to the compassion of the generosity of relatives, friends, and acquaintances, some of whom were virtually strangers until they reached out. I can never thank them enough. This week, I was finally able to purchase 6 medications from which I paid $250 with, which I can continue treating the symptoms of heart disease. Last week, I also bought $95 worth of medications, knowing full well that 3 of them are only 2 to 3 weeks supply. These medications I must take daily, some twice daily, and some thrice daily. I am also receiving a supplement intravenously that costs $200 per vial, and of which I am to get 5 at a cost of $1,000. I also must pay $200 weekly for dialysis. My monthly healthcare bill is near $1,500, and this is without supplements or tests, examinations, consultations, and the like. Ours is truly a system where the rich will live and the poor will die prematurely because the standard of health care needed is unaffordable. Increasingly, I get angry as I see the gaps in the system where we can do better, much better. I do not want to lash out at anyone or anything, but I am frustrated and near irate at the slow pace of that change for the better. End of quote. Now, anybody that knows Glenn Tillett knows he, as I said to begin with, is no UDP sympathizer. He is a PUP, an ordinary PUP, who is facing the realities that we're living. He, like most Belizeans, are not living in this alternative reality that the PUP cabinet and members apparently are living in. But the reality is, he is not alone. Hundreds and thousands, if not thousands, of other Belizeans are facing this dire reality. For example, Jomo Avila. This is a man who last year suffered a heart attack, and since then it has been a downhill spiral in terms of his health. He tried to reach out to the Social Security to activate his benefits under the Social Security Act, which is supposed to act as a safety net of sorts. But it was not until he went to the public and to the media that those in positions of authority had to take shamefaced and actually ensure that the man received the benefits to which he was entitled. Again, he is not alone, however. Last week, I believe, I saw my friend Shane Williams make a post. He was giving away a fire stick, and the winner was a young man by the name of Samuel Joshua Bailey. And Samuel gracefully accepted the prize, but immediately informed Shane that, listen to me, I'm not going to keep this prize. I have to sell it so that I am able to pay for surgery, which he so desperately needed. Again, he is not alone. Then there is Audrey Perez, a single mother who cares for a family of about 10, who was a school warden and fired by this administration because she had the audacity to be a UDP. Audrey was recently diagnosed with an enlarged heart. So she's no longer able to be a housekeeper, which she was doing to be able to make ends meet. But like many other Belizeans, she has been forced to be able to do food sales, to be able to let ends meet, and to be able to meet her medical needs. In fact, she's having one this Friday, and so if anybody wants to call her, I know that my friends on that side will ensure that they support the cause. I will give them a personal call. They can call her at 637-3460. But again, she is not alone.
Senator, just reminding you that you have about 3 more minutes to go. I can add about 3 or 4 minutes more and ask you to wrap up.
Guided, Madam President. Last week, you might know this man, the UDP standard bearer for Cayo Central, Mark O'Brien, and his committee had a 5-a-side football tournament scheduled to be able to provide some funds for a person who is sick with cancer. Regrettably, the Cayo Central PUP committee decided that that was not a good enough cause and tried to prevent them from having the five-a-side tournament. It was only through the pressure of the residents that they were able to successfully have the event to be able to provide some funds for the person who was in absolute need of the funds. Again, a shameless act by the members of the PUP Central, but again, I bring it up to highlight the reality that so many people across this country is facing. The reality is that there is not a day that I personally go by where there is not a person who I see posting on Facebook or visiting my office requesting assistance for social assistance, for medical purposes. Now, I see my friend there pointing to the budget, but nothing in that budget. I want you to point me to the item in that budget, nothing to address the real issues facing the healthcare system. There's nothing to address the shortage of staff. There's nothing to address the shortage of medication and supplies. In fact, the budget for materials and supplies went from 29 million, some 29 million to 17 million. There is nothing to address the lack of adequate diagnostic tools such as CT and MRI. You know, I was going through the budget for health and I noticed something. The Inspiration Center, all Belizeans know about this center. I think a few days ago it celebrated well, I'm going there. It's because, you see, it celebrated its 8th anniversary. The Inspiration Center provides for those with special needs. Special needs, they don't ask you if you're a PUP, UDP, NAP, whatsoever. It has done yeoman's work. It is the only institution of its sort in the country that provides rehabilitation for those with special needs. But the budget allocation went from $350,000 to $0 from the grants from the Ministry of Health on that. Now, last but not least, this PUP administration and my friend pointing to the book wants us to believe that all is well in healthcare in Belize. All is well in Belize, but all of us know someone who has had to travel all the way to Merida, Guatemala, or America to get medical treatment for cancer. My mother took that journey. I have one of my best friends in all this world, a young man taking that journey right now, all because we don't have the necessary expertise nor equipment to deal with this disease ravaging our society. I must use this opportunity, Madam President, to praise the Cancer Society and the Dangriga Cancer Clinic because they are truly heroes in our society. I want to especially point out a woman who has sat in that very bench you sit in, Madam President, a woman that I consider a true Belizean hero, Miss Laura Longsworth, and all those who have dedicated their lives to fighting this disease. But this should not be a battle that these persons are taking on their own, or these organizations. The government must do its part. The government continues to fall woefully short of assisting those in most need of health care, especially under circumstances where we brag that this is the biggest budget ever. So, Madam President, for all these reasons, I cannot support this budget. Surprised, right?
Yes, very. Very.
I recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd like to share the sentiments of Senator Elrington so far as the list of women that I have to express my appreciation for and that I honor, and to go through all, we would be here all day. So I will leave it at that. Madam President, I rise in support of the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 bill. With your permission, I would like to use or reference my notes. First of all, I would like to thank the Honorable Senator Herrera for his comments and his contributions specific to the budget, specific to issues that I think are certainly worth addressing. There are variations that are significant in some areas, and I think in those cases, probably not for all, but in some of those cases, there are classifications, or changes in classifications. I could reference the example of the hospital services, the Ministry of Health, and the 2023-24 salaries figure includes overtime and social security in one line, while the 2022-2023 PE line was disaggregated. So that is what explains some of those discrepancies, but I do note the reference in terms of the Ministry of Defense. And as far as what you can take a look at there is the variation in the personal emoluments line item, and at the same time the reverse variation in the goods and services or materials and supplies line item. And it may be something unfortunate that that line item as far as materials and supplies should have been placed or adjusted more appropriately in the personal emoluments line. So that is something that will need to be looked at, and further to that, going through a process of whether we call it desk audit, value audit, or even just an internal review. I think it will be very useful to make sure that we are properly accounting for what use of these scarce resources are being made. Every year we have these budget debates in the National Assembly in which we discuss and debate the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. I'm not sure how many people read the budget beyond that or fully understand what it is all about. Bearing that in mind, I would like to take a few minutes to explain what a budget book is all about. When you open up one of these books, you'll quickly realize that it is a book of numbers, a lot of numbers. But truly, it is far more than just about numbers. Through these numbers, this book is about the past, the present, and the future of our government. This budget book is particularly telling because it begins with the government's performance under the last year of the UDP administration, continues with the fiscal performance of the first 2 years of this Briceño administration, and ultimately particularizes the future plans of this PUP administration for the upcoming fiscal year 2023-2024. What then does this budget tell us? Let's start with the past. Plain and simple, what this budget book explains about the past under the former UDP administration is that the UDP government was in complete crisis mode, on a direct path to debt default, leading the country down the road to fiscal insolvency and heightened risk of devaluation. With severe revenue shortfalls and excessive expenditures, it had a financing gap of almost $500 million and a primary deficit of more than 10% of GDP, as the budget book reflects. It was scrambling to borrow money, equivalent to half of its total revenues, on reckless terms to cover its expenses. We all recall when it was borrowing $1 million a day to cover expenses. But what else were the UDP financial geniuses doing to cover expenses? Remember the US $30 million Treasury note? Because of lack of confidence in the then government, they were only able to raise 21 million, even though they were paying 6.5% interest per annum. At the same time, they were maxing out government's overdraft facility with the central bank at nearly $100 million at 7% interest rate per annum. They were also issuing 140 million in floating rate treasury notes in the final years, boasting that they were oversubscribed. These now turn out to be by far the most expensive debt that this government currently holds. With the interest rate on these notes not fixed but floating, according to the rate of inflation, some of these floating rate notes have interest rates in excess of an astonishing 11% per annum. Let us not forget in the broader context that the economy was reeling, contracting over 13%, while more than 60,000 people were unemployed. It is this legacy that was inherited and in the context of which tough decisions had to be made by the Bersenio administration over the past couple of years. Turning to the present, as the budget book demonstrates, these decisions by this administration led to an immediate turnaround of public finances, with revenues increasing by over 180 million and expenditures decreasing by over 170 million, bringing the primary deficit from almost 11% under the UDP to 0% in one single year, while at the same time reducing our external debt by roughly $500 million through the blue bond transaction. We've heard a lot about the blue bond transaction today. So speaking of that, it is unfortunate that the UDP continually seeks to rewrite history in this regard when the facts are clear. The Nature Conservancy made clear to me that they did approach the UDP administration twice to arrange a debt for nature type transaction. The first was as far back as 2010 for a $90 million plus transaction. Those discussions lasted 4 years until the TNC discontinued those discussions when it realized it was getting nowhere. In June 2020, this TNC sought once again to re-engage. It took 5 months to get to discussion of a non-disclosure agreement, the virtual start, as you would know, of a commercial negotiation, when it was once again discontinued. In other words, they took another 5 months to get nowhere. We took a little over 10 months to negotiate the entire blue bond transaction. Not the $90 million, but 4 times that amount at $360 million, and simultaneously negotiate the cancellation of the $557 million US super bond debt. Frankly, I'm a bit embarrassed for the UDP that they would try and take credit for something that they were evidently impotent and incompetent to progress or conclude. A comment that can easily be echoed for many infrastructure projects they seek to take credit for. Blue bond matters aside, getting back to the present. In this current fiscal year, with revenues having increased by a further 220 million, we have been able to accommodate a significant increase in public expenditures of over 190 million, including the early restoration of public officers' wages, as well as covering the additional cumulative cost of the increase in minimum wage to $5 per hour of government workers who earn a minimum hourly wage. Other expenditure enhancements were directed towards numerous initiatives, including rolling out free education in the south side of Belize City, establishing a rural education grant fund, enhancing support for healthcare by increasing budgetary allocations for NHI primary care and increasing the subvention to KHMH, building over 200 homes for those most in need, improving our road infrastructure throughout the country, progressing ease of doing business e-governance initiatives, including completion and launch of the international award-winning online business registry system, while encouraging both foreign and domestic investment, especially small business, with the MSME Roadshow and the enactment of the new Fiscal Incentives Act. I am particularly proud of this latter effort through the Ministry of Investment to encourage entrepreneurship, encourage economic independence instead of economic dependence, especially amongst women. Not many things are more rewarding than being your own boss, being creative, being productive, creating value by what you produce that others demand, and generating your own income. With better fiscal management, our government was also able to absorb roughly $35 million in excise duty losses in its fuel pump price stabilization program, provide complete waiver of excise duties for cane farmers and banana growers on fuel, and provide bread and transport subsidies to the tune of several $million. These actions help to significantly mitigate the highly inflationary effect of the war in Ukraine and other factors. Comparatively speaking, within Central America, Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica all had higher inflation rates than Belize. Within the Caribbean, of the reporting countries, Jamaica, Barbados, and Guyana, all had higher inflation rates than Belize. Belize's inflation rate was lower than its major trading partners, including the US, the UK, EU, and Mexico. In fact, Belize's rate of inflation was 32% lower than the average inflation rate for the entire Latin America and the Caribbean, and 28% lower than the average global inflation rate for 2022. That said, that accomplishment is still not enough, and that is what the leader of government business has spoken to, that we continue to make efforts to address that issue. Our government was able to quickly and effectively respond to the damages caused by Hurricane Lisa, expending near $30 million with virtually no external support and no external borrowing. Further major successes were achieved by the debt management team, including a 60% or $320+ million reduction in the Venezuela Petrocaribe external debt, the overall effect of which was to reduce Belize's debt to GDP ratio from an unsustainable 133% when the UDP left office to an IMF-acknowledged sustainable 64%, an unrivaled 69% reduction in just 2 years of this Briceño administration. On the domestic front, this administration has been successful in completely paying off its overdraft facility with the central bank, thereby incurring no overdraft interest expense. Through active yield curve management, it has also been able to reduce the running interest costs of the $245 million Treasury bill debt incurred under the UDP by over 45%, from 1.27% to 0.69% per annum. In the broader economy, the economy has expanded dramatically by over 28% in the past 2 years. Foreign exchange reserves held at the central bank are nearing $1 billion, while the domestic banks hold foreign assets of roughly $700 million, the highest in Belize's history. In other words, our currency peg is secure. Net foreign direct investment has progressively increased from a low of 152.4 million in 2020, the last year of the UDP administration, to over 267 million by end of 2022, an increase of 75% and more than 42% higher than what it was in 2019. Concurrently, the unemployment rate has been reduced to 5%, with under 10,000 persons unemployed as of October 2022, once again the lowest in the history of Belize. This dramatic reduction in the unemployment rate reflects not only the rebounding of the tourism sector, which has been pointed out has not reached 100% yet, but more so in the rapid expansion of the BPO sector, lending to the transformation into a far more diversified and resilient economy, no longer as dependent on tourism as before. From only 1,500 employees in the BPO sector in 2019, there were 8,000 employees in this sector by the end of 2022, with the expectation of a further 4,000 persons to be hired in this current year. You may have noticed that Radical Center BPO has just set up a new center in Dangriga with a view to hire 500 employees. From the October 2022 labor force survey, while unemployment nationally was at an all-time low, Stand Creek District had the highest unemployment rate at 7.8%, with 1,549 persons unemployed. So the employment of 500 persons by RCC BPO in Dangriga will significantly reduce this number. With all these achievements, our government and our country's profile have been elevated internationally. Whereas in 2020, Belize was referred to as a serial defaulter with abysmal credit ratings and shunned by international financial institutions. Today, having forged a new reputation for Belize as a diligent steward of the public finances, resolutely focused on building a transformative, resilient, green economy, Belize is worthy of engagement at the highest levels of global sovereign finance. The blue bond is but one example of little Belize leading the world. The World Bank, IDB, CDB, CABE, the OPEC Fund, the Kuwaiti Fund, and now the Saudi Fund for Development are all eager to disburse and expand Belize's borrowing envelope, mostly on highly concessionary terms. The Climate Finance Unit, established at the Ministry of Economic Development under this administration, has been active in raising millions of grant and concessionary climate finance through the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, the Adaptation Fund, and other climate finance windows that we have nurtured. Turning to the future, the priorities for the future as contemplated by this administration and as reflected in this budget book builds on the major strides made in the past couple of years. The allocation of government's scarce financial resources is government's investment in this future, and the distribution of the monies indicates this administration's determination of the perceived highest returns to the use of taxpayers' monies. As we have been able to restore public finances through prudent fiscal management and disciplined stewardship of the economy, we are now in a position where even with conservative projections on revenue collections in the upcoming fiscal year, almost every single ministry will be getting more funding than the prior year ending. And notwithstanding such across-the-board improvement, we look forward to a primary surplus for this upcoming fiscal year, as we project to have achieved in the current fiscal year. What that means is more for education. The Ministry of Education's recurrent budget will increase by 12.5%. This will enable the ministry to expand its free education program from Southside Belize City to include several schools in the Toledo district. It provides funding for the National Healthy Start feeding program, as well as the Student Welfare Unit, among others. And it provides funding in the effort to close the skills gap through curriculum reform and STEAM education to allow more Belizeans to participate in the fourth industrial revolution and Belize's economic transformation. It means more for healthcare, 7 million more for the expanded rollout of NHI in the Orange Walk district to serve up to 40,000 persons, while the KHMH grant subvention has been increased by 4 million to 33 million for this year. It means substantially more for good governance, as the recurrent budgets for the judiciary is increased by 34%. For the Office of the Auditor General, it is increased by 26%. For the Attorney General's Ministry, it is increased by 41%. And for the FIU, it is increased by 21%. You mentioned about a new home for the judiciary and also looking at the rent for the rent costs. We are looking at an approach, a PPP approach, to address that issue for a judicial complex in Belize City next to the finance building, and a second building to consolidate government ministries. This is forthcoming in the very near future. We don't put it in the budget because we now raise the debt of the budget and we use private people's money to finance the project. It also means for social protection and poverty reduction, as the Ministry of Human Development's recurrent budget has been increased by 21%. It means a lot more for the landless, as the recurrent budget for the Ministry of Natural Resources is increased by 35% to support the survey and distribution of 11,000 lots to the land poor. Citizen security is further prioritized as the Ministry of Home Affairs multi-sectoral crime prevention strategy budget is increased by almost 50%, from $2.7 million to $4 million, while $5 million more is allocated to recruit additional police cadets, BDF soldiers, and Coast Guard officers. And the road infrastructure network is not forgotten, with an increase in the Ministry of Infrastructure Development's Capital 2 domestically financed budget to $90 million, while investment in housing continues. It also, of course, means more for public officers, as increments for public officers and teachers are unfrozen as of April 1st of this year. These areas of heightened expenditure and investment represent some of the key priorities for this administration in facilitating long-term sustainable development of our country and our citizenry. With these efforts, together with our active policies to improve the ease of doing business, improve access to affordable finance, encourage entrepreneurship and private sector investment, large and small, we look forward to the continued development of our economy in spite of the minefield of economic headwinds we face, whether it be persistent inflation imported from abroad, the high external interest rate environment, the slowing global economy, the tremors caused by the recent banking collapses in the US and Europe, or even the AML peer review challenges we grapple with at home. Much has been accomplished, but much more is yet to be and planned to be done to achieve economic transformation to true economic independence and resiliency. This budget takes us further along that path, not recklessly, but with continued discipline and diligence. As we continue along that path, I wish to recognize the team effort, that of my colleagues in Cabinet, of the team members comprising the public service, but especially those that I have worked with at the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, including the Belize Tax Services Department, the Customs Department, as well as the Central Bank of Belize, the Financial Services Commission, the Companies Registry, the FIU, and the Statistical Institute of Belize. Thank you for your continuing unwavering support.
Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make my contributions this afternoon. And I want to first start out by also acknowledging the briefing that was given to the senators. But in doing so, I must remind that there have always been consultations on the budget prior to those things being done. And several times we come here as trade union, as union representatives, saying the same thing, and it falls on deaf ears. These consultations prior to us being here are very important, because it not only allows us to give our input, but it also allows the government to be able to provide explanations, right? The briefing does it as well, and so sometimes we come here with less questions and better informed positions. And so I would like for us to go back to the days when we were having consultations with the various stakeholders on the budget. Now, there are a few general matters that I want to touch on, and I will not be going into all of the details that some of my colleagues have done, because I don't think that we need to repeat some of these so many times. But I want to first start off with the matter of the sacrifice that public officers and teachers made, and the recognition being given to us that due to our sacrifice, the government was able to achieve some of its goals. And hence the reason we are here today, and we are able to hear from the government side how well they have done, or how well the economy has done, because of the sacrifice that we have given. And yes, we have been given our 10%, which, as was said previously, was rightfully ours. We've worked for it. It's not that we were given that. And we've also been told that increments would be unfrozen beginning April 1st. Again, for the most part, we have worked for that. And I say for the most part because people will say, oh, but it's not automatic. And while we know that it's not automatic that everybody would get an increment, the freeze was automatic. And we must never forget that. But noting, Madam President, the tremendous contributions that we would have made in allowing our country to do better, to be where it is today, I find that the least that could have been done was to offer a thank you for our sacrifice. And we have requested for that thank you to be given in the form of putting us on the proper point on the scale. So you've done all of these good things because of our sacrifice. And we will continue to be suffering because of the loss of increment for the remainder of our career. So unfreezing does not correct that. And telling me that you're going to be giving it back to me at the time of retirement does not correct the fact that I would be losing for the rest of my career. And so putting us 2 points on the scale is nothing compared to the sacrifice, to the loss that we would have seen over our career. And so I trust that as we move along, that is going to be something that we are going to be looking into very seriously if it is that we truly are appreciative of the sacrifice that was made. We've heard, Madam President, about revenue and where we are in terms of revenue. But there's one thing that we've not heard anybody share, and that is what is out there to be collected. Or what's the amount of monies that are out there that we've not collected on over the past year. We pay attention to the work that public officers do. And they have gotten to the point where they have given their support to the government to say that they are willing to do the work to ensure that the government collects more or as much as is possible within the year, because they are aware of the areas that would have the ability to collect more. And so they have offered themselves, and they are going to be doing that. And we must commend them for offering to do that, because at the end of the day, when we collect more as a government, we are able to provide more for our people. And I believe that that is what we all want. We want to be able to provide more for our citizens, especially those that look at assisting persons who are in poverty, these social programs. As well, Madam President, when we pay attention to the staffing that is included here, I've seen where in the past there was the list of officers per cost center. I think somebody raised that point earlier, so that you would be seeing how many, what would be CEOs, FOs, the entire listing would be there, so that you would have a good indication of who are these persons within these ministries. Now we are just seeing these general numbers, and it doesn't give you that full picture of who are the persons within the various ministries. And we also note as well the open vote workers that we may see included there. And we realize, we recognize that it is easier to terminate an open vote worker than a PE. And for that reason, we have to raise the point that Convention 158 is very critical. And it is one that as trade unions we have constantly raised. It's a convention that we signed on to, but yet we are not properly implementing or fully implementing. And so that is something that would come under the Ministry of Labor. And we are hoping that we can take some time to look at those legislations that would have impact on labor, that would make dealing with labor better, fairer. Because when I can just terminate you for no reason at all, then that is unfair to the employee. And so 158 is very important for us. And so we have to start to look at reducing, minimizing the number of open vote workers and making those persons permanent staff. We have persons who have been in the system for years as open vote workers. They need to become established. It's important for our members, for our workers, that things of this nature be addressed. The matter of the rental cost is one that is of concern to us as well. And I heard Senator Courtney speaking about what it is that they intend to do in the future. And that is commendable, because it is something that we have constantly been saying, why not have our own buildings as opposed to having to pay rent for these offices? So I must commend that initiative that will be taking place, I suppose, in the next year or so. I'm hoping. Another area, Madam President, that we looked at was a matter of computer hardware and software. every year we look at the budget, we see some of these recurring things, and we know that some of them will have to be coming back every year. But when we look at the amount, some of them are over 200,000 for computer hardware and software. Yes, we know that these things are expensive, but I'm not sure if on a yearly basis, the amount of money that we spend on this area for the various ministries is necessary. The amount I'm talking about, the amount. I'm not saying that the line item isn't necessary. I'm talking about the amount. So there may be ministries that, of course, you would see that they are working on making some changes. You know, we want to be doing things better, and so we may need these things. But there are some where you see some increase, but they are not so drastic. And so when you see these drastic increases, it calls our attention to things of that sort. The Ministry of the Public Service, I want to look at a few things under the Ministry of the Public Service. And one of the things that we keep paying attention to is the matter of good governance. Is a matter of good governance. And so when I look at on page 48 and I look at the area that speaks to under good governance unit, and I notice that we are focused right now on the People's Constitution Commission, and I see some notes there as it relates to UNCAC and those sorts of things. I believe that this is a very important area, especially since in these same chambers we passed the good governance motion, correct? And we spoke in terms of the discussion of the importance of these things and the importance of looking at legislation that would ensure that these matters, that this is realized. And so I believe we need to put a little bit more effort in dealing with matters of good governance legislation, UNCAC, those sorts of things. While we have seen draft legislations presented, we have to ensure that we try to move the process as quickly as possible, because these again are important if we want to achieve and we want to continue to look at accountability and transparency. I know for one that the union and the chamber had submitted in December draft documents relating to campaign financing, and to date there has been no response to that. January, February, March, we are 3 months later and not a response has been given to that submission. And so it is important that when we submit things, that we at least get a response to what we've submitted. And I know somebody might say, well, you know what, as unions you all don't respond on time either in terms of legislation. And that may be so at times. But it doesn't mean that because I am late in responding once that you will return the favor. Because you are the person in leadership and you must do better. So that is important for us. Again, under public service, we also want to look at things like when persons go in and submit their retirement documents, the length of time it takes for those to be processed. Our teachers and public officers would normally have to submit a year before retirement. All of these documents, it goes through the commission and all of these different stages. But for some reason, you serve 35 years and you have to wait a year or more after retirement to be able to collect your monies. This is something that we have to work on. We must do better, because our people would have already given service. At the end of your teaching or your public officer career, you expect that you will be getting what is rightfully yours. You've already worked for that. So that process is taking too long, and we want to urge the government to put in place whatever it is that is needed to ensure that this process goes faster for our people. And so that would come under public service. And I noticed that the Public Service Commission, there was some delegation of responsibilities, duties given to CEO, if I am right, and you can correct me, Senator. So if it is that the Commission has been doing some of this work and we are taking so long to accomplish it, then what will happen with this new change? So So it is of concern to us, it is of serious concern to us, and we want to ensure that this matter is addressed. So if there is need for persons to be put in that area to be able to work on these things, then it has to be done. Because it's not easy having to wait 9 months, 10 months, a year before you can collect your little gratuity, and you have to be spending out in your little savings that you may have been able to save during your career. In addition to that, Madam President, I also want to look at the Education, Ministry of Education. We see Minister Koyi spoke about the 12.5% increase that they have received. And there are several things under education, and that is on page 131. It starts there if anybody wants to follow, but I'll just be giving just general comments overall. And so if we look at some of the areas in education, for example, there's a matter of the Teacher Learning Institute that was implemented by the ministry, and that is where our teachers sign on and they are able to do some trainings virtually. And then you get your hours for that. It's important that our teachers are not only able to log on and be able to take part in training, but it's important that after they have finished their training that they are given their hours, because hours are important for your renewal of your license. And we have an issue there because that process, the TLI is not working the way it should have been working. So there has to be some work done there to ensure that our teachers are able to get responses in a timely manner, but also to get their hours in a timely manner as well. We have to also look at the TVET teachers or instructors. These persons have contracts. They are not like regular teachers where you have your license for your 5-year and you have tenure. And so at the end of my 1-year contract, I don't know what could happen to me in the next year. Now, if it is that as a government we are pushing vocational and technical education and training, then we must ensure that those persons who are providing these trainings are secure in their job. And to do that, then we would have to move away from the matter of yearly contracts. And those yearly contracts have additional impact on our teachers, because when you are doing a yearly contract, despite the fact that they have to submit their contracts 3 months ahead of time, we find that 3 months into the school year and these teachers, these instructors can't get their salary. So they are working 3 months without a salary. It's unfair to these instructors, and I think we have to pay attention to how we treat this group of employees. We look at the access to high-speed internet and appropriate digital device for our schools. Now, this is very critical for our teachers and our students. But we have to also pay attention to, especially, and my colleague spoke about the Toledo district and, improvement to that area. But when we look at the rural areas, many of our rural areas don't have access to even electricity. So if you don't have access to that, then you won't have access to these internet services and these other things. So even if you were to be given a device by some donor agency, how will you use it? Because you don't have access. So while that is one aspect that we want to work on and support for us to work on, there has to also be the connection with the other ministry to ensure that the utilities area or whoever's in charge of rural transformation, those ministries have to be also working in tandem so that we can look at the electricity and all of those things, that those students and teachers can have true access to internet and digital devices. Also of importance under the Ministry of Education is the matter of the enrollment rate. When we look at the percentage of tertiary it's at 25%. And preschool is at 40%. For primary, I believe it's at 90%. It should go up another 5% from 85 to 90. And then for secondary, it's 55 to 60. And for tertiary, it would be remaining at 25%. I think that's a very low number. And if it is that we are looking at having persons who are able to compete within the CARICOM region, being able to move throughout CARICOM, skilled workers, then this number is very low. And we would be at a disadvantage in terms of being able to move and fit in as compared to those who may have higher percentage of persons who go through or who have a tertiary education or degree. So again, it's another area for us to pay attention to, and I'm sure that the ministry is going to be looking at that, but we have to understand and pay attention to what the numbers are saying and the impact of that on our society and the manner in which our people are able to look at something like a budget and comprehend what is there and understand the impact of what we discuss here on their livelihood as citizens of this country. Feeding program, we note that, yes, there's mention of the feeding program that would be given, and my colleague gave his demonstration as a teacher. You use your realia to show, what it looks like and what it costs, and we know that the cost of living has skyrocketed. The kind of baking powder that he showed, his receipt might show him $6.75 or $7 for that kind of baking powder. I mean, a lot of people try to make ends meet by, instead of buying a pack bread, making some tortillas that you could get more out of a little pound or two of flour. And if you have to be purchasing a kind of baking powder for $7, again, depending on where you are in the country, then my goodness, so really and truly, we have seen where it has become more difficult for people to be able to just get the ordinary items to survive on. And imagine those of us, as was said, those of us who have a salary to get every month and a decent salary, and we are struggling. Just imagine those persons who are getting minimum wage and have all of these children to take care of. We also want to look at areas such as the Auditor General. We've constantly, heard complaints about the Auditor General's office, department, where they are not producing timely reports. But we note that that department constantly says that their work depends on the Accountant General's submissions. And so then we are unable to get these reports because one doesn't do something and it impacts the other one. But I hope, Madam President, we are paying attention to holding persons accountable for doing these things. So if the AG is not submitting her report so that the Auditor General can do her report, then who holds that person accountable? And if the FinSec is not doing what he should be doing, then who holds him accountable? Because we have where the lower level workers are held accountable for everything, yet those above, we don't see evidence of them being held accountable for these things. And these reports are very critical. If we are going to be looking at a department 5 years, 7 years down the road to see that they would have mishandled, misspent, misused funds, then how can we fix that 5, 7 years down the road? So if the Auditor General is in need of staff to be able to complete the work that unit should complete, then it's something that we must pay attention to. We have to also pay attention to the number of departments that are being audited and how it is that these departments work with the Auditor General, her team, the auditors who go out, the refusal to share information. All of these things are critical to providing a report. And so we want to ensure that we pay attention to that. The Integrity Commission, when we look at the submission rate, here, Madam President, number of declarations, request forms sent out, 405 in 2022. Those received, 145. And we are expecting in 23-24 to send out 408, 3 more than what we sent out last year. But we are expecting to get 136 only, less than what we would have received in 2022-23. Again, we know that these submissions are important, yet how do we hold or who hold these persons accountable for not submitting? I know as a senator, we are held accountable for our submissions, and if you are late, you are charged. Even if it's not your fault, you are charged. So it's important that we pay attention to these kinds of things. I also, Madam President, want to quickly look at training. And we know that training is key, it's very important, and especially when we have new persons coming into the system, there ought to be training for these persons. And we believe that it is important that training be offered to our CEOs, our HODs, directors, and finance officers. Because we want to ensure that they know their role and that they can carry out their roles well. And as I said earlier, since power has been yielded from the Commission to the CEO, then we have to ensure that that person knows and is able to carry out those responsibilities and do them so in a timely manner. But we put people there and we expect that because we know them well or they have been good supporters and we put them there that they can function and they will function properly. And at the end of the day, it is the persons who are at the end of the line who are the ones who suffer. So training is very critical for our people, and yes, training costs. But if we do not provide training and our people are not able to properly do their jobs, then it's going to cost us more when we are taken to court for certain things. So I think we have to pay keen attention to that as well. The matter of OSH is a critical one for us as trade unions. I think I misspoke earlier because I spoke about the campaign financing. It was the OSH that was submitted in December with no response given. But this is something that we have been pushing for quite a while. The OSH is important because we need to keep our workers safe, and we need to hold persons accountable to keep our workers safe. But we have to also keep our workers accountable for using safety gears while on the job. And so the only way that we can ensure that these things are being done is if we look at the OSH and we fast track the OSH. So since we have had agreement for the most part between the business and the unions, then I would expect that when we look at it as government, that we would be able to, as I said, fast track this bill and bring this before us, because this is quite important for all of us. And those, Madam President, would be my general comments at this time on the budget, and I trust that as I said, as we've shared our concerns, as we've shared our suggestions, that those be taken seriously and that we do our very best to ensure that we implement what needs to be implemented and that we take those into consideration. And hopefully, when we come next year, we would be able to see some changes based on the suggestions and recommendations that would have been made by the senators here today. I thank you.
I recognize Senator Erica Jang.
Thank you very much, Madam President. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone in this honorable house. Madam President, I rise to give my full support for the draft estimate of revenues and expenditure for fiscal year 2023-2024. Madam President, this budget sets out to take us towards a growing path and will enable us to achieve our national goals. It envisions a steady developed country where our people live in a cohesive society and where their dreams are made possible and where they can make meaningful contributions to our country. Belize continues to glisten as a light of hope and as a centerpiece of change. And I believe that is signaling a bright trajectory. Madam President, we are glistening indeed. And the glistening that I'm speaking of is embedded right in this budget that was delivered by our Honorable Prime Minister, and I believe was also condensed by our leader of government business. The reason I support this budget is because as an educator, I admire and appreciate the stride yielded in undertaking the many encounters faced by our teachers, our students, and our various partners in education. This budget reflects a clear indication that there are only better things for Belize and Belizeans beyond the horizon. As I perused through the submission for the Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology, I was ecstatic by the vision explained, and I quote, Ministry of Education, Culture, Science and Technology has been steadily moving towards reforming and transforming the system of education to ensure that it is inclusive of high quality, accessible and equitable, technologically driven, and capable of fostering the development of good and productive citizens. I believe this adds to the country's high student population, especially secondary school, which amounts to 20,000. And I believe that the budget that is reflected in this ministry reflects commitment and priority on behalf of the government. As outlined by the Prime Minister, $4 million will enable free education programs covering tuition, 1 meal per day, feeding programs, uniform, books and shoes to school students from the south side of Belize City and Toledo and the Stan Creek districts. I heard earlier when Senator Erson Elrington mentioned that the free education perhaps is not enough, or we should just extend it to everyone. I want to state, that I believe Rome was not built in one day. It was built brick by brick. And I believe that if the government start with stride, Creole say, one okra, fill the basket, and we will get there soon. A total of 2,600 students will be benefiting from this. Madam President, this clearly explains why I must say yes to this budget. Students receiving $200 subsidies, a total of 11,820 of them. Why should I say no? Of course I will say yes to this budget. This tells us, Madam President, that 2/3 of our high school population will automatically be receiving some kind of financial assistance. And of course, I also want to recognize that rural students will also be getting that assistance as well through the Rural Student Fund Program. For this reason, I must support this budget. I can only imagine the gratifying feeling of parents and some of our Belizean population who year after year, term after term, and semester after semester are filled with anxiety, wondering where that money will come from. But today I want to assure you, I want to assure the Belizean population that Plan Belize is here and the government will deliver. For this reason, Madam President, I must support this budget. There are several other initiatives that have been taken on by the Ministry of Education and this government. And I'm sure that we have all heard about it and we have read about it. And there is no reason why I should continue mentioning them, because it is stated in the book, and of course, like what has been used this morning, what has been said, the facts are there and facts are facts. Moving on to the accomplishment of our government and why we should support this budget. In the sports front, the budget continues to shape wholesome education experiences by training teachers. It also works on improving the lives of students through sports. And as the government commits for youth and sporting programs, Madam President, there's a lot that's going to be done with the use of this budget. This is indeed definitely something to be proud of. And I want to stop and applaud the Minister of Education, the Minister of Sports, and also our Prime Minister. I want to thank them for their careful stewardship. This government has shown serious ideas that they are about to make reality for students in sports. The distribution of equipment, the maintenance of the facilities, the ensuring that associations and federations are registered, the establishment of new sports field, first of its kind, introduction of the National Sports Symposium. It was the first time, Madam President, and the youth, the students who attended, they enjoyed it very well. Most of the time when students play sport or young people play sport, they just believe if it's a football, you just pick up the football and you kick it. If it's a basketball, you bounce it and then you put it in the hoop. If it's a volleyball, you pound it and then just send it over the net. However, they got to understand that getting involved in sports makes you a well-rounded individual. It allows you to value hard work. It allows you to value loss. Not every time when you're playing a sport, you're going to win. They came to the realization of that. It allows them to make sacrifices. If you want to become the best, practice, practice, practice. Madam President, accepting this budget shows how we in this honorable house supports our young people and citizens of Belize. It shows us how we support those who had problems finding work and are seeking opportunities to open up. And we want to say again, thanks to the government as they invest in programs to ensure access to education and intervention program and addressing employment and lack of opportunities. The time has come for Belizeans to feel elevated and inspired. Without overemphasizing it, Belizeans needed to feel the love from their government, a sense of compassion, a sense of caring that was missing for such a long time. This budget by the Honorable Prime Minister is about the people and it is for the people. It is for the people of Belize. It is impactful and it is also uplifting. It uplifts public policy that establishes chances for every single Belizean. Madam President, with overwhelming support, I support this budget.
I recognize Senator Isabel Bennett.
Madam President, good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's an honor, as always, and a privilege to be able to be here in the House and be able to share in the robust debates that happen. Today in particular, we're looking at the budget for the fiscal year 2024, and I stand in full support of the budget. I will say I rise with enthusiasm. I rise with pride to be able to support this budget. With your permission, Madam President, I would like to be able to refer to my notes. And I would also like to say Happy Women's Month to all our colleagues who are here in this chamber. I appreciate too wholeheartedly the opportunity to be able to name a few women who have impacted my life. But I will also say that even in this moment, as I prepare to present my contributions to the budget, I hope I don't go over my 45 minutes. So bear with me. I would like first to acknowledge some great nurse leaders. I stand on the shoulders of very powerful nurse leaders. To name a few, Dr. Stringer Marshall Barnett of Jamaica. She is the former President of the Senate. Her time with me whilst I was in Jamaica was very, very pivotal in terms of where I am today. I couldn't see it then, but her mentorship has very well guided me to this point in my life. So she has since died, but her contribution to Jamaica and to the Caribbean continues to be resounding. I hope that I can somehow at some point be able to fill her shoe as well. Closer to home, I hear Senator Bengusha saying amen, because of course strong women women leaders in politics are from Jamaica, but we also have powerhouses here in Belize, no? I also need to salute Mrs. Valerie Jenkins and Mrs. Alice Lewis, as they are actually the pillars that I stood on, as well as I rose through the ranks in the Nurses Association of Belize. Very, very naive about certain things in politics, very emotional and passionate, but they taught me to be able to balance passion with focus. And, you know, so that was an interesting time in my life. They guided me. And having gotten the opportunity through them, because of their mentorship, I was able to go to Jamaica and return. I had no idea, and I will always say, I had no idea what an associate was. I had no idea what it was to be able to understand what was a bachelor's degree, simply because of my upbringing. My grandmother only had a standard 6 education level, and because mommy was sick, I wasn't exposed to that. But when I started to interact with them, I remember saying to myself, I don't know what a bachelor's degree, but I want one of that. And did I not only achieve a bachelor's degree within that specific period of study leave, but with their support, I was able to go on to attain my master's degree in nursing education at the University of the West Indies Mona campus. So for those two women, I salute them, I thank them. I owe my stalwart leadership to their mentorship now. But when I returned from Jamaica, there was this other phenomenal woman, leader of government business. I share those sentiments that he spoke of earlier, because in the latter years of her life, she also became my mentor while I landed back home, navigating through the Nurses Association, trying to find myself somewhat in politics. She was there to guide me through, and so she gave me a task, which is still a work in progress, to actually start to commence the history of nursing in Belize. So I need to be able to do that very, very soon, not on retirement, but very, very soon. I'd also like to support or salute my mom. I would say my mom in the neighborhood, because she took my hand and she led me through the formative years of primary school. And at standard 6, after going through Sister Jacela's rough regime, my mom, Miss Mona Vernon, helped me to write my valedictorian speech. And I proudly stand here to say that her guidance and her prayers continue to keep me. But my biological mom, Servila Bennett, even in her state of schizophrenic breakdown, family, service to others, and music were her legacy that she left and she blessed me with, along with my 2 brothers. So Bernardo Bennett is known, I mean, being in politics for him is nothing new. Mommy had always taught us to serve others, serve others. But she, in turn, stood on the shoulders of mi abuela, Clotilda Bennett, who is right now 100 years old and 9 months, still going strong. We always say her mouth stronger than her foot, because she's still pushing the integrity into us to walk the right path as we serve. Again, she only has a standard 6 education, but she was able to lay the foundation that we need to be able to lead, to be able to serve, and to serve with integrity. But as I grew up into a young adult, there are many times I got lost with a lot of life issues. And God was good, as always, as He has been very merciful. He sent along some very powerful, lifelong friends, males and females. So Senator Elena, even though we will not publicly acknowledge them now in this House, I hope that we get the same opportunity, Madam President, in November, to acknowledge the males that give us the balance that we have as strong women, because 19th of November is International Men's Day. And I will always want to celebrate the men in my life because they gave me the balance as well. I look to my left, I look to my right, I look across the table And I can see that. No, but let me get back to the strong women that God has provided me with, that has helped me to keep the straight and narrow, that is ready to hold my hand and wipe my tears and all of that when I'm in distress. Mrs. Desireen Usher Queelan, Miss Cynthia Garbutt, Mrs. Sheena Stewart Young, Mrs. Shannon Gillett Solis, Mrs. Janine Adderley Castillo, Miss Elisa Brown of Jamaica, and Miss Sarah Harris of Barbados. But I must also say, and I must admit that mentorship doesn't only come from older women to younger women. When I think of mentorship and I think of fabulous women, I also think of my own daughter. She's just 24, but at times I'm floored at her mindset in terms of addressing issues from a legal and from a financial perspective. And so I salute her too, knowing that at some point in her life, she may be able to walk the shoe, or a bigger shoe than I am walking now. So I am grateful. I'm very grateful for the great special relationship that I have here in the Senate, in Parliament overall, for women, strong women who continue to mentor each other. I just pray that I'll be able to carry on that same mentorship at the level that I have gotten. So, Madam President, I thank you. I thank you for obliging me this opportunity to do an introduction of gratitude. And of course, moving forward as I go into my full support of the 2023-2024 financial fiscal year budget, I am grateful. I stand grateful. As an optimist by nature, I would like to, and I try to live my life with an abundant mindset. I always look at the budget over the past year with that mindset. Simply because there is more than enough evidence that Belize's success over the past 2 years under Prime Minister John Briceño, Honorable John Briceño administration, the People's United Party, we can see where there is growth, and not just us making a list of accomplishment, but the fact is that you have regional and international organizations beaming through at the successes that we have had. So even though at times I would say in the cabinet and to my colleagues that, you know what, we don't blow our horn enough. We simply don't, and I don't know why we don't do it enough, but we have accomplished over the past 2 years, and we will have to say it because the change theories speak to it, more than what has been accomplished in 13 years. As a people as well, and the thing is, the leader of government business presented us with a list of facts, and he did that very, very exceptionally well. I will not go over some of those. I don't even have some of those in my debate, really. But I'm happy that he was able to share that with the wider people, the population. As a people, we have been experiencing the implementation of the most robust development plan that this country has seen in decades, and that's hands down. There's no question about, nobody can question the successes of Plan Belize. The evidence are there. And I always say, you know what is true? You may not like me because I'm a PUP, but you have to be able to appreciate the facts of which this government has produced over the past 2 years. And so when I looked at and I review what I've presented and what is before us right now, I am grateful to God. I am grateful to God for the persons in Parliament that push and pull with the dedication to see a better Belize, not just for today, but for the future. Minister Koyi and Minister Jang spoke to those things of the future. And persons with abundant mindset sees what the possibilities are, and you go after them. This is what that budget is able to afford us as a nation. I'm also grateful to the proud people of this nation for choosing a government that is laser focused on doing right by and for the people of Belize. But Madam President, I would also like to indulge your permission for this humble chamber, if I could, to give a resounding, and this is just a bit of shift right now, to give a resounding applause for all our Belizean athletes, both home and abroad, for their stalwart performance in their respective sporting discipline. Can I get that round of applause for our athletes, please? Well, the budget gone up for that particular ministry, but we'll get to that later now. Thank you. I'm sure those of them that are listening will be able to say, you know what, the Senate recognized our contribution to the development of our country. They are truly our honorable sports ambassador who carry our flags with pride and dignity as they do what they love best in the many sporting disciplines that Belize and the world have come to enjoy. But we must also celebrate the families of our athletes who contribute to their development and support of our athletic population. This can never, never, ever go unnoticed. The members of the sports team, such as our coaches, our ethics representative, the medics, the announcers, even the media, and all other sports personnel that helps to shape and train our athletes and support our sporting industry directly or indirectly, must also be commended for their unwavering dedication and contribution in producing world-class athletes or world-class experiences in and outside of Belize. The members of these supportive team will always tell you, well, you know, well, we're there for the athlete and we're there for the sports because we love the sports. And they go on and they contribute. But wait a minute there too. We have acknowledged the athletes, we have acknowledged their support team, but you can't forget the fans, right, Senator Collett? You can't forget the fans. Who else plays sports in here? You do, Senator Bengusha, all right. So you will ride with me right now because I had the opportunity to be at Rogers Stadium in Belize City on Friday last. Senator Kal and Senator Zhang were there with me for the opening briefly, and then we came to the National Assembly to hear the closing of the 3-day budget debate, no? But you can see and you can feel and you can taste the energies that was coming from the fans. And the student population, the way they were guided and the way they were playing, it's unforgettable. And so I am happy that this responsible government has seen beneficial to increase the budget for sports, youth sports, and transport. But just to go further, because I need to pull some leg a little here, permit me, Madam President, the level of execution on that day in the softball game, it was actually in a national high school softball competition. And the level of sportsmanship and the way the players they were playing, I was in awe. I've never seen that type of, but then again, my eyes on train, right? So I don't know, I see people throwing ball and they're batting ball and I am there making big noise because I'm really the best cheerleader. But never play sports in my life, but I will cheer you on. And if you're to lose, your team to lose, I will cheer you louder, right? So, but anyways, it was very invigorating, and again, I can't overemphasize the focus that has been placed on sports in our country. And so I appreciate the leadership from Minister Ferguson and his team in getting sports really, really going. But Madam President, I will tease the VP right now because he was living vicariously through some of those players. He boasted that he played in the national. I never got to play in the nationals, but that's all right. So yeah, we had fun on Saturday. And, you know, just reflecting on the level of, again, sportsmanship and fanfare, it was quite deafening, but at the same time, invigorating to see where we're heading in sports. And that just because I got on a 2 game. Imagine if I go on a football game when Guatemala and Belize me play. Wow. So, Madam President, even as I reflect on those few moments, I remember a speech that I read from the great late Fidel Castro when he was emphasizing that sports as a core pillar bring nations together. It's actually not just one nation or one people can bring the world together. Whilst politics, even social class and educational level may divide a population at times, or most times for some matter, sports does something to the soul that nothing else can. But then the music fanatic will say music does the same thing. I see Mr. Webster shaking his head. So we argue sports or music, or sports and music, no? So, Madam President, with your permission, I thank you for being able to start my presentation with an introduction of gratitude. And I basically walk straight into the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transport. I hope nobody know to monitor my time. Because, you know, with all that high chair and everything, and as being a self-acclaimed cheerleader, if I could say that myself, I need to really and truly salute again Minister Rodwell Ferguson and his ministry on the stalwart effort that they continue to make regarding sports, youths, and transportation. There is an increase. His particular ministry has seen an increase in this budget for 2023-2024. And I will just zip a little to focus on transportation. Being a survivor of a road crash, I can most passionately appreciate the push to improve, not to improve, the drastic transformation in the transportation industry that is about to happen in Belize. We push and pull, depending on the association, not to be able to allow for the implementation of the transformation to happen. And yes, because maybe you have a bit of scarce fare, maybe you don't really understand exactly what might be what the country may be embarking on, but the reality is, if we have a transformation in the transportation industry, we will see safer or less road crashes. There's a correlationship with that when you have improved an improved public transportation system, no? So I always say to bus drivers as well as to conductors, please let's be mindful that passengers are not cargo. We're not cattle, we're not boxes. We're human beings who are paying a service to be transported from point A to point B. And so, given the fact that we have a mandate to be able to improve the transportation industry, Belizean can expect a safer travel period as you traverse the country. Yeah, and on that note, I will also mention too that whilst I was in Jamaica in 2003, that's like 20 years ago really, my son Marcus, at the age of 10, for the first semester, in order for him to settle into the country, he had a chauffeur to take him from where we live to Kingsway High School. But moving into second semester now, you know, monies get tight, so you had to be able to navigate. He had to be able to navigate the public transportation. And even at the age 10, 20 years ago, he had a similar card to a bank card that he would have go to top up when it was depleted in order for him to get on the bus 20 years ago. So I am already seeing where Minister Ferguson is moving as it relates to transformation of the bus industry, of the transportation industry. So I completely applaud and support the fact that his ministry has gotten an increase. I will say, Minister Koi, yeah, need more money, but I guess in time he'll come, no? The sporting scholarship coming out of this ministry is phenomenal. I can see an increase in those, simply again because we have a lot of athletes who may not be financially stable to be able to move on to sixth form, but they have talent, they have great sports leadership, and that in itself should be awarded. I will close this part of my focus on the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Transformation on a knowledge nugget to say that, you know what, at times we may say or we may use the word accident quite loosely, when in fact it actually implies that there is, when we use the word accident, it actually indicating that there is nobody at fault and that nobody, including the driver, bears responsibility for the outcome. But that terminology has been removed from the literature, and it's actually, we are actually supposed to be referring to certain incidences on the highways as road crashes or road collisions, because this particular terminology is speaking specifically to actions outcome without the preventable implication, which simply means, for example, if I am driving my car and I know that it doesn't have the lights are not working well, and I ended up causing harm to somebody else, it's simply because that would definitely be identified as a road crash, but it was totally unavoidable. So there's a difference in terms of the language that we use, no? But as we move on, let me not get lost here. I numbered my pages quite well. Again, I salute the Minister of Youth and Sports for the stalwart work that they are doing. Continuing on my gratitude platform, I'd also like to indicate that in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and you know I'll always repeat it for every opportunity I get for the records, that Belize boasts now Health and Wellness Ministry. Something that could have been done long time ago, but however, it's this government that has the vision, and so we have a Health and Wellness Ministry. And of course, it is a ministry that continues to modernize and continues to increase access to better health services for the people. Major progress continue under Plan Belize, which collectively safeguard the health and wellness of our Belizean people, simply because we have a minister who is very laser focused. You can't tell him too hard or too soft about anything concerning the ministry, because he's ready to give you facts. And that's what I appreciate about Minister Bernard, no? But before I point out his strengths, or the strengths of the budget for this ministry, as a health practitioner, I would be the first to critique. I would like to see as a government that we establish a robust health research institute within the ministry. Simply because that will afford us the scientific data that we need to address health and wellness in a more scientific and a more efficient way. In addition, I would also like to say that we can start exploring the possibility of having a health consumers protection act in order to stabilize prices in the healthcare industry. And so I know that because of the person that he is and the team that he's working with, I'm sure Belize can look forward to two of these recommendations, no? What this budget for the Ministry of Health has done is obviously focusing on training. What was last year roughly $974,000 is now $1.7 million in training. And so I applaud the leadership there, because I can see where our health personnel will be able to be abreast with best practices as it relates to health in the different facets of the ministry. Minister Julius Espat had always flagged one of our major weaknesses in government, and that is that we don't do a very good job in maintaining our buildings. And so if you look at the Ministry of Health and Wellness budget for 2023-2024, you can see a whopping increase of $4.9 million just focusing on maintenance costs. I cannot go through all of the things because I'm leader of government business. I think we are need for the 3 days too, because 45 minutes not enough. You could see how everybody just, you know, want to expound. The wellness parks continue to be one of the main focus here in the ministry. And again, I applaud that because it is indicating to me that for the person that has disability, whether you're walking with a crutch or using a wheelchair, you can access these wellness parks to be able to enhance your lifestyle, to put exercise as part of your normal regime. No? Again, focus area for this particular ministry, medicine and technology, is now at $95,000 compared to last year and the years before. It's nothing close to it. Primary health care, and I'm thinking primary health care, and I'm thinking Cuba because of the robust approach that they take with primary health care and community-based services. We are boasting $1.1 million to primary health care. Hospital services has increased drastically, actually 100%, from $1.1 million to $2.5 million. Again, only a responsible government would do such an increase, no? And this is because we have 18 ministries. I can only touch a few given the limit of 45 minutes where I have to speak. Madam President, I would like to shift our focus a bit on the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management under the leadership of Minister Orlando Habet and his team. Belize celebrates, and I applaud them that we were able to assume the pro tem presidency of the Central America Commission of Environment and Development, and of course that puts us in a very, very good position. No? With this position, Belize is even more poised within Central America, and it has a space, we have established a space, even more so now, to ensure that our priorities are recognized and reflected in the regional environmental and cooperation plans that will contribute to the improvement of the quality of lives of the member states, not just Belize, the member states, which also focuses on valuing and protecting the natural environment. So for those of us who are environmental enthusiasts, we're going out and plant one tree for your birthday, or we encourage others not to put litter everywhere and all over the place. We have a focus here, and I appreciate that leadership coming from that ministry. Well, of course, we can't overemphasize COP27 in Egypt. That has afforded us the highlights. And it didn't just happen in Egypt, it continues to happen. Because Belize has now become a resource country for other countries to be able to want to implement the blue bond that we have, and to be able to put in mechanisms to stabilize the climate. Even when I think about this particular ministry, I'm hearing the buzzwords, and I'm there reading about climate resilient housing, climate resilient agriculture, climate resilient cities, climate resilience development, climate resilience architecture, and I'm saying, wow, this ministry have a lot to do. So I'm glad that they got an increase. And I will say to Prime Minister Brisena, we need more here. But of course, there has to be a balance, no? In all the 18 ministries. So even as we look at the contributions and what is going to be supported in this particular fiscal financial year, this world that we live in, or this planet that we have, is the only place that we are afforded to live right now. So we have to do our endeavor best from a legislative perspective, from a judiciary perspective, and of course from the executive perspective to be able to safeguard our environment. The time not done yet, right? Now a bit of focus on Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing under Honorable Julius Espat and his team. This ministry too has seen an increase in the budget. Of course, having spoken about the Ministry of Sustainable Development, we know for sure that the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing is focusing on climate resilient housing projects. And so when I had the opportunity to visit the Black Ridge Estate and I'm hearing these buzzwords about climate resilient housing, I'm like, wow, this is exciting. Of course, because I'm coming from a health background, right? So everything that is new, that is knowledge, is pulls like magnet. And I want to be able to be educated so that I can educate others and have them appreciate the need to have a climate change mindset. This ministry continues to blow out, continues to highlight. And they have a very robust Facebook page. And I like that they keep putting out their accomplishment, but they have a major challenge. They have a challenge of garbage disposal everywhere and anywhere that has become somewhat of a plague in their ministry. But even with that, they have not stopped to critique. They continue to beg the population in the respective areas to be able to segregate their garbage and place it where it ought to be placed, no? But I commend them on having to clean up these huge garbage dumps from time to time. And so even as I think about, yes, not just the garbage, but the fact that what we are seeing now in terms of low-income housing projects, this could have been done years ago. Whether you want to agree with me or not, there was money there. So obviously, whoever was the leader at the time over the past 13 years would have needed to have the same passion, the same drive, the same vision, like Julius Espat and his team. As a country, we are seeing a striking balance between urban and rural development. And based on research, public policy research, it indicates clearly that when there is development in the rural area, there's a direct impact on GDP. And not just GDP as we think about it in terms of money, but GDP as it relates to mental health. GDP as it relates to socialization, GDP as it relates to education. Now, as a country, we are not yet there to define GDP in those terminologies, not just yet. Other first world countries have reached there, like Holland. But we know for sure that we have a ministry, and we have a minister, and we have a team that is striking that balance, because we can see significant development in the rural areas, the roads. And I'll say at some point I used to think, wow, UDP, the build highways, so when PUP get in, we don't have to worry about the highways. Well, little did I know. Then the highways, that I don't know how long they last, they twist up, they bend up, they're curvy. And so this responsible government now has to take that initiative to rebuild. And and to give the Belizean people what they actually deserve. As a nation, we can now enjoy the coastal highway. 10 bridges were rebuilt. And I would also like to say that I had the opportunity of recent to be on the Caracal Road upgrade. If any of you haven't gone there, you should try it. And I went there on a motorbike, $30 fuel. I was able to reach Santa Elena as well on my backpack, my monthly backpack rides and hike with my husband, no? But from Pinal to Caracal archaeological site, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing had saved $28 million. And you know what? Part of that money was shifted to Pibil Party. Wait, no, not Pibil Party. $18.5 million were actually redirected to the upgrade of the George Price Highway from San Ignacio to Benque. Which government would have done that? It should have been done earlier, but of course it takes PUP to bring us here. Madam President, it seems that I have one call to the financial institutions of this country, that they work closer in collaboration with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Housing so that we can see climate resilient housing projects similar to Black Ridge, the Blackberry Ridge Estate project that has happened in Borough. We have a leader on the ground who's passionate, and for sure Belizeans can benefit from such initiatives. I would like to see in every constituency across this country. As this budget is presented to us today, and I will not be able to list all that this particular budget supports, but it definitely supports the commencement of the upgrading of the George Price Highway project from Belize City to Belmopan. I hope Belizeans know that this budget, 2023, commenced the replacement of the Belcan and Belize City swing bridges. So make sure you all go out there and take your historic pictures, because it's going to come down. Minister Julius and his team will make sure that we have safer bridges. This budget, 2023, commenced the rehabilitation of Philip Golson Highway from mile 8 to mile 24.5. This budget completes the upgrading of the San Esteban Road from Banquista to San Esteban Village. And this budget also supports the complete rehabilitation of the Crooked Tree Road and seeks funding to design it. Madam President, I take pride. I can say with all my heart that I am thankful to God for the opportunity to be able to serve in this capacity and to be able to work with a team that has the Belizean people as focus. In closing of the 18 ministry, this responsible government has increased the budget of 16 ministries. Only 2 never get an increase. If the people of Belize are truly to critique this budget fairly and not what has been presented from across the aisle, they will honestly and cheerfully, just like I have done today, admit that their decision was right. Wait, not just right, but they made a perfect decision to vote for the People's United Party. As we continue, because if we had continued under a red regime of poverty and lack of leadership, which still continue now, our people, our Belizean people, would have been in dire strait. We would have been in slums. We would have been neglected education-wise. With basically starvation, we may have got through. So I thank them. I thank them wholeheartedly. And not just the people, but I thank the leaders for having to see how beneficial it is to be able to strengthen the different arms of government. Not just the judiciary, but for this time, for the first time in many years, the legislative arm have been strengthened. And of course, this only speaks to a government that is focused on strengthening democracy in our country. With these words, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to lend my support to this budget. Thank you.
I try my best to be fair. In the Senate.
A most warm and pleasant good afternoon, Madam President, esteemed social partner senators, government senators, my colleague opposition senators, those in tune via the live stream across the length and breadth of this country and around the world. Madam President, it is indeed an honor and a distinct privilege to be a part of this year's budget debate. I take this opportunity to thank the good Lord for allowing my party leader and leader of the opposition, the Honorable Shine Barrow, in his wisdom, to have extended this opportunity to me to make my contribution in this year's national budget debate. I would also like to take this opportunity to say a special good evening to all the good people of Toledo in tune to this budget debate as well. And of course, no doubt, before I begin this presentation, I would like to extend best wishes to all the women present here today in this chamber, Madam President, including yourself, as we celebrate Women's Month. Women are indeed the backbone of our homes, our businesses, communities, as well as government. I want to, of course, take this opportunity to give recognition to my beloved grandmother, Mrs. Lucy Martinez. I had the privilege of growing up in an extended family setting where I was raised by my grandmother, and of course, growing up in that extended family setting under her leadership really contributed significantly to my molding and my upbringing as an individual and as the productive citizen that I am today. So with that being said, I want to, of course, extend my finest greetings and a happy Women's Month to all women across the length and breadth of this country. My co-workers there at Big Falls RC in the Toledo district, all the women. No doubt it's always a pleasure and a privilege working with you all. Madam President, like many Belizeans, I can recall in the past how I used to always find myself amazed by how reasonable the quality of life, cost of living, and the standard of living was in Belize. But after the 2020 general elections, that reality has changed, drastically changed. Belize is a beautiful country, no doubt, a cultural melting pot, a gem when it comes to resources, both natural and human. But under this administration, the dreams of brighter days continue to fade daily. As it is right now, if you ask citizens across this country how they are doing, they will tell you off the bat, bad, really bad. The raging cost of living, a broken healthcare system in which the doctors and nurses have to make the most out of the least, a police department and a military that is underfunded and overworked, an NGO community that is being strangled by gillnet legislation by the government, when in fact the government should be working in tandem with the NGO community. We hear earlier about the blue bonds and how it has contributed significantly to turning this economy around. And then you have legislation that is looking to be passed that will of course hinder the work of the NGO community in this country, who work arduously to not only attract financing, but to secure livelihoods and of course keep our ecosystems intact. This 2023-2024 budget, Madam President, is completely out of touch with the crisis this country is facing at the moment. It shows clearly the lack of creativity and talent by this administration. It does not cater to the needs of those that are living on the margins. You have people who are gainfully employed, living paycheck to paycheck, not even paycheck to paycheck. I have listened during the course of today's budget to my colleagues on the other side as they grandstand and boast about GDP and economic growth, but the reality on the ground speaks differently. The effects of that they speak of is yet to be seen. Life in this country is rough. Belizeans will tell you that this is the roughest it has ever been. And at the pace we are going, we can only expect things to get worse. As I visited the IMF page, perusing the country report about the IMF's last work visit to Belize, I was alarmed at the fact that many of the formulas used to calculate poverty, unemployment, has been rebased. It is pretty obvious that the government is attempting to cook the books. IMF findings reveal that inflation increased from 3% in 2021 to 6.3% in 2022, which is basically double. We hear this big discussion about GDP rebounding by 15.2% in 2021 after contracting or shrinking by 13.4%. Now, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to know if you decrease by 13.4 and then you come up back by 15.2, really and truly, you're only looking at overall growth at 2%. So when I hear this 15.2% business, it really has me laughing. You know, the UDP, prior to COVID-19 exacerbating poor economic conditions, recorded an average GDP growth of 4.5%. I listened to the leader for government business boast this morning how 68,000 people miraculously elevated out of poverty. How? Madam President, a budget is a reflection of a government's priorities. Looking at the figures for this year's budget, clearly the people of this country are not priority. I say this because as I peruse this year's Revenue and Expenditure Appropriation Bill, I was blown away that how the government, in fact, spends more money on overseas representation than it does on our youth, women, and elderly combined. Earlier I heard, let me just get the note because I made sure I took a note of it. We hear about the youth and sports ministry budget being increased. The minister, in fact, promised that we're going to see a budget for sports. And even in Plan Belize, they promised a budget for sports of $10 million. If you look at it, youth, sports, and transport, out of the monies that have been allocated, youth services is $4 million, while sports is $3 million. Imagine. And then we speak about the youth being the future and priority and all different sorts of things. Madam President, the health crisis in our country is a serious one. The health budget, if you look at it, in a time when inflation has heightened, people can barely put food on the table. Now they must cope with an additional stress or responsibility of finding money to buy medicine, at the drugstore. In many instances, our doctors and nurses, they can only diagnose. The treatment aspect of it seems to be somewhat difficult because across this country, there are hospitals that lack a wide variety of medication needed to treat patients. When asked about it on the media, those in position are quick to say that that is not the case, but the reality on the ground speaks volumes. I witnessed something firsthand. I have a 3-year-old son by the name of Ian Mackenzie. And some weeks ago, he got ill. And so his mother called and she told me, Ashton, Ian is sick. And I inquired, you know, what happened to him? She said, well, the doctors and nurses pretty much, they have it figured out. But when it comes to treatment, there are several of the medications that are lacking, so you need to go to the drugstore to purchase those medications. So I went down to the pharmacy and I purchased the other medicines that were prescribed by the doctor that were not available at the pharmacy at the hospital. I come from a family of diabetic as well as hypertensive patients. My grandmother and my grandfather both have hypertension. My grandfather, he's a diabetic patient as well. Now these people, they have absolutely no pension. So for us as a family, it's about ensuring that we do our best to ensure that they are at their optimum health and making sure we pitch in to ensure their welfare and their well-being. But what about those parents and grandparents that are not fortunate enough to have a good support network? Those who are without income and without pension. I constantly hear the government talk about expansion. Expansion, 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 when they are failing miserably at providing the basic resources necessary for our professionals to provide the services that they need to our people who are desperately in need of it. We see ministers touring various government ministries and facilities all the time, but where in this budget does it reflect the follow-up necessary to invest and put those resources so that better services can be provided to our citizens. You know, I was looking through Plan Belize, and as I looked through Plan Belize under healthcare, new hospitals were promised to PG, Belmopan, San Pedro. To my understanding, I believe commencement for the construction of a hospital will start for San Pedro. But what about Toledo District, Brother Bevington? Daily, you see the ambulance have to traverse the highway with pregnant mothers. That is a very risky thing to do. And for a hospital that basically has to service the entire district, San Pedro, it's a different situation. But when you look at the Punta Gorda Hospital, all of those villages, they rely on accessing proper services from the Punta Gorda Hospital. Under Plan Belize, it was promised by the PUP that they would improve care for persons with chronic illnesses such as diabetes, hypertension, heart disease, HIV, cancer, etc. Now, looking at the way how the health system currently is, we don't see the type of budgetary support necessary to provide care to these people. Good quality care, access to the medication that they need. We don't see that. Citizen security. I note that there is a scheduled intake for some 250 additional police officers. And it begs the question, is that our national crime fighting strategy? Is it the age-old approach of adding more boots on the ground? I have family members, I have friends that are members of the Belize Police Department, and if you ask them, they will all tell you that the resources are lacking. How much is the government investing on training for those that are currently members of the Belize Police Department? How much is the government investing in improving the infrastructure at our various police formations, precincts, and substations? Crime continues to rear its ugly head in every corner of this country. It is therefore necessary for the government to create opportunities and avenues for the members of our police department to excel. It's not about just putting more boots on the ground. We need to invest more in the department so that our officers can be better trained, so that they can develop the skills to compile the necessary case files. Because the work of the police, their investigations, their ability to connect evidence is very important. If they don't have the tools that enable them to do their job, then how is it that as a people, as a country, we can expect to see a change when it comes to successful convictions of those that are creating havoc in this country? Education. Madam President, esteemed colleagues, there is nothing new in this budget to support education. As an educator, I can recall clearly under the UDP when every single child that graduated from primary school were automatically the beneficiaries of a $300 subsidy, which was from first farm to third farm. So why now should we be excited about a $200 subsidy when in fact they were getting 3? And I can tell you, in the South, that was already existed. If you were going to TCC, Holiancho, Corazon, you were getting that type of assistance. You were getting a subsidy. Is $200 free education? And as far as I'm concerned, we're talking numbers, sir. $300 outweighs $200. So I don't find that to be exciting any at all. That subsidy that started under the UDP pretty much covered the entire tuition and fees that is charged by most high schools. Parents only needed to look after books and uniforms. This PUP administration and the Plan Belize is now beating their chest over a decision to give a $200 subsidy and call it free education. For us in the South, like I said, that is less than what we were benefiting from under the UDP. Under Plan Belize, the PUP promised an increase of 20% salary to that of our teachers. We are approaching 3 years. November here will mark 3 years since this administration took office, and instead of getting a 20% increase in our salaries, we were cut by 10% on our increments. My colleague, the Honorable Senator Elena Smith, President of the BNTU, had to fight tooth and nail with the negotiating team to have our increments restored. This is not something that we should have been begging for, because teaching is a very noble profession. It's a very arduous task. You have the Ministry of Education, who day after day continue to request and demand more of teachers. Teacher training. How much is being spent on teacher training? As it is right now, teachers have to be digging into their pockets from an already meager income to pay for CPDs in order to get the credit hours necessary to maintain their licenses. I registered for about 3 different CPDs, must say about a week back. I had to come up with that money out of my pay. It would have been such a lovely thing, Madam President, if this government, through its budget, would have been able to supply teachers with an annual teaching grant through its budget. Yearly, teachers have to dig into their pockets to decorate classrooms, purchase materials and supplies for lessons, and even feed students. Where is the love? Where is Plan Belize? Several instances today, we have heard about climate resiliency. Let us not focus solely on roads. Let us focus on public buildings as well, classrooms. Yesterday, I teach at Big Falls RC School. Yesterday, while teaching out at Big Falls, the rain caused me to have to suspend my lesson. The classroom has no ceiling. When it rains, you literally hear you feel like the rain will burst through the roof. After that, when the sun comes out, it's like you are in a hot box. It was absolutely unbearable. No fan. The windows are rotting. Where in this budget do we see investment for the constructions of classrooms that are climate resilient? Not new ones, but existing ones. And I speak not only on behalf of Big Falls RC School, but on behalf of many of the schools that are deteriorating under this PUP administration. What message are we sending to our children when we have them sitting and learning in buildings that should have long been condemned and demolished? As a former vice chair for a secondary school. I know that annually the government appropriates funds to support high schools in terms of paying salaries and even in terms of infrastructure. However, our national budget needs to reflect more support for our pre-primary and primary schools, because that is where the foundation is laid. Today we are debating $1 billion budget with nothing new or exciting for the citizens of this country. This government seems to be in recess, as there is nothing being done to alleviate poverty or reduce unemployment or the cruel cost of living. If you travel across the length and breadth of this country, most of the projects being completed or executed stems from the previous administration. Halover Bridge, Coastal Road, Caracal Road, Sarteneja Road. So really, what does this budget offer to the Belizean populace? Prior to this new administration taking office, there was a great deal of foundation set in place by the UDP for many things. But I want to take some time to look at the revenue aspect of things. Madam President, for this 2023-2024 fiscal year, under revenue, the government is looking to collect some $125,742,354 from income tax under the pay-as-you-earn system. Business tax, they are looking to collect $213,469,762. Land tax, a mere $6,759,057. GST, $757,710. That's a seismic amount of money. Now, when you look at the recurrent revenue, we see zero creativity on the part of the government. For example, look at land tax. Daily I watch these real estate companies selling properties at hefty price tags. Is that the best we can do for land tax? $6 million? Now, I'm not talking about the land tax for increasing the land tax for our Belizeans who own just Wali house lot or something like that, then it's okay. But for those who own land in the thousands of acres sitting idly while the average Belizeans are struggling to get a house lot, the current Minister of Natural Resources promised to have a firm stance towards these big landowners. I can recall last year when the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister made mention that when it comes to these large landowners that he would be getting after them when it comes to tax. And yet we see for land tax, all we see is $6 million. You go on the internet right now, you see sometimes one parcel, they sell for $5–6 million. So is $6 million the best we can do when it comes to recovering revenue for land tax? That's a shame. Where is the creativity? You know, GST. This year, the government projections for GST stands, as I mentioned, $412,757,710. Now, things like these make me really question whether the government is serious about putting an end to price gouging. Because in my reflection, I realize every time the cost of an item that carries GST increases, so does the government's stake. If something costs $10, GST at 12.5%, So government, they get $1.25 in that instance. Now I can show you countless items when you visit the stores that have doubled in price, where means government stake in terms of GST has also doubled where that is concerned. Fuel prices, for example, continue to remain sky high despite a downfall in prices globally. Here in Belize, fuel prices are ridiculously high. The Prime Minister used to openly state that fuel should be less than $10 per gallon. But currently, regular gasoline in my neck of the woods, I just can't buy gas last night, $12.88 at the pump. Time and time again, we have heard this administration talk about set up committees to investigate factors contributing to the high cost of living, and nothing comes out of it. Now I understand that the government does not control the world, but they control what happens in our country. The government has the authority to regulate the taxes that we are paying. Now, I want to give credit where credit is due. The other day, in the House of Representatives, you had a bill that was passed to remove the GST and environmental tax, etc., from feminine products. I think it was the Don't Tax My Femininity campaign, which is good. Kudos to them, because that is essential. But, Madam President, excuse me, just as how they could have removed environmental tax and GST from female menstrual products, as that is a necessity, that, in my humble testament, is the fact that the government can, if so desire, remove taxes being charged on essential goods and services. Daily, we hear citizens cry about the cruel cost of living. Why hasn't the government increased or expanded the list of zero-rated items so that the basic food basket can become more affordable for our citizenry? Despite what my colleagues on the other side wish to say, poverty has not decreased. I would like to invite the members of this Honorable Senate to visit any of the corner stores or supermarkets across this country between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. daily, tea time, and see how many men, women, and children are being stripped of their dignity. They have to be returning items to shelves and into fridges because of the raging cost of living. Every time you visit, there is an increase in prices for products that are absolutely necessary. Why must our people have to be living like this? Social safety nets, where are they? Poverty is rampant in this country, Madam President. The indicators are not by any country report, but by the obvious reality. The streets don't lie. The Belizean people continue to bear tremendous suffering under this heartless PUP government. And this is not a fairy tale that I am inventing in my head. We hear about land distribution, Madam President, and land distribution help take people out of poverty. Madam President, I was in the final stages of acquiring a piece of farmland, as every Belizean would want. After spending thousands of dollars in survey costs and many trips to Belmopan, my account has been locked for the past 2 years by the Ministry of Natural Resources. Madam President, I am an educator, I am a philanthropist, I am past councillor, deputy mayor, and I know they ask for nothing much. I want the basic privileges and rights that should be afforded to every Belizean in this country. My colleague, who is a senator here today and also an attorney at law, can tell you that many people that are believed to be UDP have been victimized where land is concerned. And that shouldn't be the case. Your ability to acquire a piece of land in this jewel should not be politicized. You follow due process, you pay the prescribed fees, you should be able to acquire your parcel of land. Now there are some other things I wish to deliberate on this afternoon in reference to what has been shared here today. We heard about housing under this budget, and I heard my good friend, the Minister of State, the Honorable Senator Chris Coy, spoke in detail about the 256 houses that have been built under Plan Belize. The UDP under Right Honorable Dean Oliver Barrow wrote off housing loans to the tune of millions for thousands of Belizeans by way of a Venezuela grant. Housing in this country needs to be comprehensive and less politicized. Jamaica, they have a national housing fund that you are able to pay into. And based on your level of paying into the fund and what they monitor, that determines whether you qualify or not. Not politics, as has been the plan and the work of this administration. Playing politics with what should be a right for most Belizeans. Madam President, I heard, again, my good colleague, the Honorable Senator Koi, mention that we are far away from devaluation. But I don't know what else to, or how else to describe what we are currently experiencing under the PUP. Money doesn't spend like it used to. I literally feel as though I am spending pesos and quetzales because the money seems to have no value. You go to the store, your $100, they spend like $20. Some other areas of concern. I looked earlier when I was perusing through this year's budget. We talk about increased budget for youth and sports. Right now on overseas representation, we are spending $6,077,536. That is the recurrent expenditure for overseas representation, while we are only spending $3 million on, I believe, sports. Allowances outweigh the salaries for those that are engaged in overseas representation. Allowances stand at $2,577,235, while salaries stand at $1.1 million. How can we continue to do things like this? Where is the priority? Are we spending this type of money on our vulnerable populations? What is being spent on women, youth, elderly? Why have we failed to prioritize the importance of these groups? Now, I move on. Earlier, my colleague was speaking on education. Plan Belize promises free education. They promise from Standard 4 to Fort Farm, digital devices and e-book program. Where in the budget do we allocate for that? Under the UDP, digital devices such as tablets were already being distributed. What happened to that? Why are we not continuing with that push towards that digital era and embracing the use of technology in our classrooms and in our homes? Transportation. Now I will make it and I will be clear. I support improving transportation and the transportation industry in this country. However, the government should not only demand, but they should also seek to facilitate and create an enabling environment for our bus owners so that they are able to upgrade their fleets. Where in this budget does the ministry allocate subsidies and grants to operators so that they can accomplish this quote-unquote vision of the minister. We hear about duty and tax exemption for newcomer bus companies, while our local bus company, Brother Carl, Riches bus line, kicked out of the business. You are from the south. Things like this should not occur. Now, Madam President, before I close my presentation for this afternoon, I wish to register my absolute disappointment, discontent, and overall depression about this budget. Yes, they can remember. Certainly. The streets, Senator, in PG, right now we have 2 ministers that hail from the south. Getting it done, that is their responsibility. They signed up for the job.
I kindly remind you
yes,
of Standing Order 40 for us to allow the senator to speak.
Thank you, Madam President.
Remind you that you are almost out of time.
Yes, ma'am.
You have about 5 more minutes.
So as I was saying earlier, it shouldn't be the job of central government to be the ones that spoon feed anybody that has to be in charge of municipal government. You ask for the job, you should be able to get it done. And the current PG Town Council, if I may add, they have been an abject failure. Abject failure. We can't go there. I have no difficulty with that. So, Madam President, I close by saying that I cannot support this failed budget. This budget fails our people, our country, and our future. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Colette Montejo.
Thank you, Madam President. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues. Madam President, I want to take a challenge very quickly, highlighting 2 women who are most impactful in my life as far as I'm concerned. My mom, Ann Montejo, who I love dearly and who is basically my world. She would sacrifice every ounce of what she has to make sure that I had, and I will always appreciate that. I also have to appreciate the discipline she gave me, because she wasn't one of those mothers that spare the rod and spoil the child. So I'm grateful, eternally grateful. I also want to thank my Infant 1 teacher, Miss Louise Lewis. The first teacher who beat me too. So Miss Louise is now resting in the grave, bless her soul, but she was instrumental in farming, and I'm really grateful for both my mom and Miss Lewis. Madam Speaker and President, last year in our budget debate, I challenged the media houses to again begin their focus on sports. And it would be remiss of me not to commend Channel 5 for starting again with Sports Monday. And I listened to Brother Rene and Troy the other morning spoke about the effort that they will put in the very near future to get Love FM back with their sporting shows, remembering the good old days of Ruben Morales Iglesias, right? And it's important because so many of our young people are putting all the efforts out, and it's nice when they are given the accolades that they so rightly deserve. So I want to express that. Madam President, with your permission, I'm going to refer to my prepared notes. I want to begin by highlighting what I can only term the height of hypocrisy, if I use the right word, right? I'm being modest. Or maybe it's total amnesia. One of the two. Either hypocritical or just complete amnesia. Or possibly both. I'm going to take you guys back very quickly because I listened to Senator Ellington said, we got to know where we've been and where we're going. Right? Direct quote. And I'm going to go back to the final UDP budget, pre-pandemic. Keep in mind, the final budget presented to this nation by the United Democratic Party under the leadership of then Prime Minister Dean Oliver Barrow. I'm going to touch 5 key economic indicators. And I'm going to counter that with the budget presented by our current Prime Minister, the Honorable John Briceño, in this Honorable House just a couple weeks. I'm just, quick. Understand, and I'm going to show you guys, because all 3 of you are saying over there, we cannot support this budget. But, you would dare, or you would never have said to Dean Oliver Barrow, we will not support that budget. Look at it carefully. I'm going to start because Dean Oliver Barrow on Thursday, March 5th, 2020, in this House, presented the budget entitled Making Every Dollar Count. Remember that? Or amnesia, the kicking. All right? Don't worry, Senator Mackenzie, I'm going to get to you as it relates to the PG Town Council. Yes, man, I tell her no go there. Yeah, I tell her no go there. All right? And I'm going to also demonstrate our current Prime Minister's presentation on March 10, 2023, entitled Delivering on Plan Belize. Now let me start by first quoting former Prime Minister Dean Oliver Barrow. At the close, and I'm direct quoting, Madam President, at the close of the fiscal year 2019-2020 budget cycle, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs estimated the central government's external public debt at 62.2% of GDP, approximately US 1.21 billion with a B. Yeah. Along with domestic debt of 1.16 billion with a B, or 28.7% of GDP. The total central government debt, both external and domestic, stood at 90.9% of current GDP, or 3.536 billion with a B. Now, Madam President, keep in mind, this was presented in March of 2020. 3.536 billion was our total national debt, representing 90.9% of GDP. Now, let's go to Prime Minister's Bicentennial budget presentation. As at December 2022, the total public debt stood at 4.031 billion, or 4.31 billion with a B, or equivalent to 64.1% of GDP. I continue the quotation. Each year, back 20 years, the IMF, based on what is called a debt sustainability analysis, has appraised Belize's public debt as unsustainable. Not the PUP government, not saying that, it's the international IMF especially, International Monetary Fund. Unsustainable, and they went on to say which is double speak for credit distress, not depression, credit distress and potential default. That being the case, there is a special sense of achievement to quote from this year's IMF. Allow me to quote from it. I'll just quote quickly what our Prime Minister quoted. The government has achieved a large reduction in the public debt. Large. From 133% of all GDP to 101% of new GDP to 80% of GDP in 2021 to 64.1% in 2022. And the statement provides the specific measures. I don't have to go through all that. You read part of that, Senator Sheena. Ms. Pitts. Either one works. But I want to invite you guys to consider this fact. All right? Because our Prime Minister closed by saying this. I invite those on the other side of the House to consider this fact. The public debt surged by 2 billion with a B between 2009 and 2020. All right? Those were all UDP years. $2 billion. From 2.2 billion to 4.2 billion. No, wait, I'll finish the maths. I'll finish the class for you. Madam President, between March of 2020 and the time the UDP left office, they increased the national debt by over $600 million. Making every dollar count. Since taking office, in just 2 years, this John Bicentennial-led PUP government, after having invested vigorously in infrastructure and services, our debt, madam, at the end of 2022 had fallen to 4.03 from 4.2. Over $197 million has been paid towards the debt. And you cannot support this budget? Instead of the debt going up, when you guys left office, it has gone down, and you have a problem with it. That's the first indicator. Let me hit another indicator as it relates to economic activity. Madam President, and I'll quote from the Honorable Dean Barrow again. See, it's important to quote what the man said because he was the savior for the UDP. The SIB reported that Belize's real GDP expanded by 0.3% in 2019, below both the 2.8 projected and the 2.1 of 2018. He goes on to say, the deceleration of economic activity in Belize during the last 3 quarters of 2019 reflects the I have to check my dictionary for some of their words, you know. The unpropitious regional and global trend. Before external conditions shifted, we had grown by almost 6% in the first quarter. So, your Prime Minister said in his budget presentation that Belize was not just going through a recession, Belize was going through a depression. There's the word, Senator Mackenzie, depression. That was the budget that you guys applauded and hailed. Now listen to Prime Minister John Briceño in his delivery. In Belize, annual economic growth, according to the latest SIB, reached 12.4% in 2022, an impressive jump and double what the IMF had predicted in last year's Article 4 report. This 12.4% rate of growth is even more momentous that it comes on the heels of 15.2% in 2021. But you still can't support a budget with vibrant economic growth. You have a problem with it. But you had no problem at that time supporting a budget that was in depression. That's hypocritical, my brother. Now, another key indicator, Madam President. In 2008, I'm going to set the backdrop quick. In 2008, when the PUP left office, our exports totaled $960 million. By the time the UDP left office in 2020, it had plummeted to $577 million. A drop of $383 million or 40%. Talk about hard time. That means $383 million that used to circulate in this economy was no longer available. Now, in just under 2 years in government, led by a serious drive in our culture and agro-processing, our exports have climbed to $844 million in 2021, and our Prime Minister highlighted the marked increase in 2022, and I quote his words, notably, domestic export rose by 46 million, foreign direct investment by 15.7 million for the first 9 months of the year, and remittances by 14 million. Now, I'm going to give you real numbers, Madam President. Our exports are now almost $900 million, just a wink below where we left it back in 2008. I don't have a problem with this. This economy is performing. And I'm not finished it. Relax. Madam President, I'm going to adjust just 2 more key indicators. I kind of like talk. All right? First, the quote from former Prime Minister. Gross official international reserves stood at 555.8 million by the end of 2019. This was equivalent to 3.2 months of merchandise imports and thus above the recommended 3.0 month threshold. Interesting, Madam President, by the time the Imbara and the UDP were booted out of office, quite ceremoniously, our foreign reserves are depleted to dangerous levels of 348.9 million. Now, Madam President, let me compare the report by Prime Minister John Briceño. Central Bank gross official reserves stood tall at 960 million at the close of 2022. The IMF projects this level to be maintained for the entirety of their most recent forecast period, which extends to 2028. Brethren, that's impressive. Anybody that's real and that's true to themselves and not play political bias and nonsense will admit that these are serious senior numbers. Now, Madam President, again, in under 2 years of the PUP-led government, our foreign reserves have grown by 611.4 million, or almost 200%. These are the facts. And these are not numbers that we are making up. These are numbers that the IFIs are indicating and the central bank has indicated. Now I'll address the final key indicator. Final one I wish to highlight. First, former Prime Minister, UDP leader. Our budget proposals target a neutral primary balance of negative 0.3% of GDP and an overall deficit of 3.32% of GDP. Total expenditure, all them big words, big numbers I'm going to use. Same thing, no? Total expenditure is budgeted at 1.362 billion, while total revenue and grants are estimated at 1.239 billion. In other words, we spend more than we bring in. But we don't support the budget. We don't support it. We don't hypocritical. When taken together, these result in an overall deficit of 122.7 million, which is equivalent to 3.32% of GDP. To this figure, we must apply 109.4 million of loan amortization requirements, bringing the total financing requirement for the fiscal year to 232.1 million, or just short of 6% of GDP. Now let me quote Prime Minister Briceño. The overall deficit, which includes interest costs, is projected to be 1.38% of GDP, or 80.5 million, a level that is affordable. The 2021 budget presented by Dean Oliver Barrow, in all key indicators, fell short of the 2023-2024 budget presented by Prime Minister Jan Briceño. And you will have the audacity to tell me you would have gladly supported that because our UDP Prime Minister, but you reject this because our PUP Prime Minister. People could sit through, no, brother. All right? Now, Madam President, I will just quickly touch on one thing in the Ministry of Infrastructure. Senator Isabel did a solid job going through quite a bit of what I had stored here, but I have to highlight two things in particular that's in my mind. That stretch of road between San Ignacio and Benquevejo will see some serious upgrade in this budget, and I really want to thank the Honorable Julius and CEO Victor for that. Very important. I know they've been trying to maintain it, patch it up the best they can, but it has seen its better days. All right, and I appreciate that. I can go through project after project, but no sense going through all that because it's all there. But I have to highlight two other things that's in the budget. Madam President, on page 225, just in case on the check thing, right? Under the UDP administration, brethren, brothers, disappointed, man. Seriously, Mr. Mayor, disappointed. Because once upon a time, long ago, Toledo district had 2 road units. You remember that? and the roads were more adequately maintained, and then all of a sudden they had none. You go to the Ministry of Works in Toledo, and you're lucky if you see a grader way functional. Right or wrong? Am I right or wrong? Well, you're lucky. They listen under Boots Martinez as the Minister of Works. They pulled all the road unit out of Toledo district. All right. Now, thank God for this budget. Thank God for this budget. Money is allocated to replace those road units, my brother. And you say you can't support it? Now, I am grateful for the work that the Honorable Julius and the Honorable and CEO Victor has been doing in housing, madam. And I'm going to pull up some of those numbers. Let me pull up the numbers, Madam President, because I don't want to misspeak when it comes to this crucial aspect of things. I have too much notes, you know. I should, Honorable, I should. All right, quickly. No, I have a table. All right, I have a table. In Corozal district, 14 houses have been constructed, you know. 14. Wait. In 13 years. Built by PUP. You wrote off thousands built by the People's United Party government. No. 5 are under construction. So Corozal district will have 19 by the end of this budget cycle. Orange Walk, 30. Belize district, 213. Kaya district, 74. Stankic district, 15. And Toledo district, because of the land situation, 5. No, not forgotten. Not forgotten. Anytime we get the land situation down there fixed up, people could have land ownership. All right? Now, 359 houses already constructed. And I hear the cry, oh, 10,000. I don't know if I understand maths carefully, but you have to build 359 before you build 10,000, right? Am I right? You have to pass through Infant 1 before you get to Standard 6. So the goal is there, and Plan Belize has set an aggressive goal. Now, Madam President, the ministry has indicated that for the budget year 2023-2024, there is $15 million allocated towards low-income housing program, and they anticipate that this will allow for the construction of 250 to 300 additional homes. Now, if you have never been to one of these settings, Madam President, I've had the privilege of attending a few of these ribbon cutting. And yes, we like cut ribbon. Boy, every time we cut our ribbon for one of their house, you should see the tears in the eyes of these people. You should see the joy, the pride that goes with that, knowing that they have something tangible they can call their own. This budget supports that. So let me close, yes, because I ain't gonna take no 45. I'll quote from the Mandala newspaper. I like to do that because I somehow I have a joy for Evanex and how he writes, just like the brother have a joy for Glenn Tillett, right? March 18, 2023 editorial entitled, "Not as Poor as We Thought, Economy Looking Good." Yes. Wait. Listen to it. Is our government the hardest working one we've ever had? The answer to that is it just might be. Has the economy improved tremendously since the present government took office in November 2020? The answer to that is a definite yes. Is this the least corrupt government we've had since independence? Without oversight bodies fully functioning, all we have to do to go on our appearances, and based on that, it could very well be so. No, I'm not done yet. Wait. You better take up the fight with Evanex. The brave new government is tackling unpopular tasks. Among other things, the government is working on difficult pension reform, the urgent improvement of the transportation system. The new government is expanding NHI, increasing the number of people who will have subsidized access to health care. There is hope in the multi-pronged approach to crime, and there are cheers for more subsidies to students who come from not so well-off families, investments that move us closer to the promise of free education. Now, last quote. The GOB moved boldly in the past year, delivering on a long overdue minimum wage, restoring the salaries of its employees to what they were in 2020, and beginning April 1st on freezing increments that have been frozen since when was increment frozen? PUP or UDP? Since 2020. All right? And that budget, you supported that budget that froze the increment for public officers, you supported. But you are not going to support a budget that unfreezes the increment for public officers. Come on. No. I'm not done yet. These moves have and will put more money in the pockets of Belizeans, money that will boost the economy, especially if it is spent on purchasing goods at home and on businesses in Belize. Last quote from Brother Evanex. This government is working hard. Yes. Maybe harder than any other government has before. Yes. This is a busy government. Yes. And we should be grateful for that. Now, listen to this part. We need to be busy too. Listen to this part, Madam Sheena. Listen to this part. Senator Pitts. We need to be busy too. Busy watching to make sure that they are about our business, not their own. So as many governments have been before. Relative to our reality, we pay our leaders well and we exalt them with the title honorable. May they keep our economy growing, and by the way, it's nice to know we are not as poor as we thought we were. Direct quote. Madam President,
let the senator speak.
This is not no fly-by-night budget. All right? And if I have to take you back to Budget 101, recurrent, I like what Senator Herrera said. We got to focus on cutting down on that. All right? Because as former mayor of Punta Gorda Town Council, you will understand fully that your recurrent expenditures, when they are very high, there's not much you can do in relation to development. You can't mess with streets, you can't mess with drains, you struggle to pick up the garbage, you're not paying income tax, you're not paying social security, you're not paying your own councillors. Right? We understand that. We know that. We experienced that firsthand. So, we have to cut down on recurring as a government. We have no alternative. We want to continue to grow the economy. We want to continue to grow this country. And it's all our business. So for once, there has to be a time when we put politics aside, look at the real numbers, appreciate the fact that what is taking place is to be commended. This government is doing a darn good job. And I fully, wholeheartedly support this budget. And again, I use Evan X word, enough said. I rest my case.
Madam President, we started the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation Bill just about 10 o'clock. So it's over 7 hours. I will need the help of the good Reverend, and I will need the help of Senator Bennett. They lived in Jamaica. As I listened to the senators opposite, Madam President, you used to live there, but you were too far back. I remember...
Leader of government business.
A man
Leader
called...
of government business. Don't refer to your presiding officer's tenure.
Withdrawn with apology. I remember a man named Lovinder. You know that name? He had a son named One Day Christian. They were One Day Christian. When I listen to the senators opposite, I hear One Day Senators. Madam President, honorable senators, I will offer forgiveness and ask the Reverend to pray for them. I am saying this again. I can only assume because they are one-day senators. When people come in here and accuse government of cooking the books, they must remember that it is public officers who prepare these books. Senator Mackenzie, you accuse the government, I quote you, government attempting to cook the books. You are in effect accusing public officers. It is wrong, it is unfair to do so. None of us in here, no minister, prepare the books of the government. Senator Pitts this morning, very early in her presentation, said that the formula for calculating poverty is faulty. Who designed that formula? Public officers. When you come in here and speak the cloak of privilege and protection of the Senate, and you make accusations that formulas are faulty for calculating poverty, you are impugning the integrity and good name of Belizean public officers. It is wrong and it is unfair. None of us in here designed that formula. None of us applied that formula. None of us calculated the poverty rate. It is public officers. It is wrong, Madam President, to blame, criticize, and impugn the integrity of public officers without evidence and when they can't defend themselves. Senator Mackenzie, the man suffering from depression, man suffering from depression, shouting at the top of his voice, poverty is not decreasing. The 68,000 that fewer Belizeans in poverty is not true. Who calculated that? No, we. Public officers, approved by the IMF, but not good enough for you. We witness a miracle here. The good bishop will have to help us. I don't know if you notice it. there was a miracle. I never see anybody who born after November 2020 look like that. You said amnesia. You imagine the audacity, the temerity. And I wanted to go further, but Madam President will stop me for unparliamentary language. Come here with the face of brass, the face of brass, and talk about roof the school, the leak, after you squander $400 million in Petro-Carib money, $600 million in oil revenue, and Konya and tell we, but you can't get drugs for your son? Please, Madam President, when you come here and beg absolution, forgiveness, and you beg pardon for the criminality and the corruption of the Barrow administration, then we will believe for a second that there is some sincerity in your complaints. Where were you when the bill may serve? Huh? Where were you when the barbecue may serve? Panares, drunk on the people's money, and then come here and tell us that you're depressed. That's not the way this thing works, Madam President. $2 billion to $4 billion in debt, spending $1 million a day to pay public officers and pay our bills, and come here and look at what the government has done in 2 years and disregard it, deny it, and believe that it did not happen. No, Madam President, that is not going to stand. The stain, the ignominy, the corruption of the United Democratic Party government will live with you until you go to your grave. Don't come here and pretend that the world started in 2020. Talk about house. Millions of dollars were approved by the National Assembly for the Ministry of Housing. Millions. Name one house name bill. Identify one. Come here. You know, there is something mentally, spiritually, and emotionally wrong for someone who pretends to be honorable to deprecate good Belizeans who are getting well-built homes. I don't care what the number is, Madam President. We are proud of every single house built by the People's United Party government given to Belizeans. When you don't build none, you can't complain about the amount where we build. Keep your mouth shut when you don't do it. You know, I listened to the one-day senators. Very few of them touched the budget. It was like they're up on UDP rostrum, just the rant and rave. Negativity, the sky is falling. Oh my God, I can't do this. For example, somebody come with a bag and call it a basket. Seeking to make a point and failing. Bring one bag with foreign peanuts butter, not Belize peanuts butter. Bring a bag with tin of vegetables, not fresh Belizean vegetables. Say buy chicken, but you don't bring it. Madam President, I would suggest to the Honorable Senator, get your change from the person where you may send a shop. You are attempting, Honorable Senator, to make a point about inflation and the cost of living in this country. I'll tell you, get your change from where you're sending a shop. You must send, and let me not talk about which shop they're sending. The cost of living is a serious issue and should not be trivialized. should not be trivialized. We have to start, Madam President, by acknowledging that the cost of living, food, fertilizer, fuel, the 3 F's, are all imported into this country. The inflation in this country, acknowledged world over, was triggered principally by the interruption in the supply chains as a result of COVID-19 and the war, Russia-Ukraine. So don't pretend for a second that it is the government that has caused the inflation. Don't come in here with imported goods and suggest that it is our fault. Madam President, I told the Senate this morning the millions of dollars, $3 million a month that is being absorbed by the government in trying to keep fuel prices down. We are right now exploring an option which I can't disclose, trying to get less expensive fertilizer. The Ministry of Food, of Agriculture, Food Security, is right now meeting with their technicians. We were discussing it with Senator Smith this morning about how we can move to implement it has to be properly designed, planned to deal with the price gouging. We'll come to it in a little while. We are attempting to take steps to deal with something that is being inflicted on us and not self-inflicted. And all I will say to the honorable senators on the other side, that your concern for the price of living, cost of living, is the same as it is for every single senator on this side, including the social partners. And this Senate will get an opportunity to discuss the measures that we are hoping to put in place to address that very serious situation. Madam President, I want to respond to a few things that were said. Senator Pitts raised the question of the institutional strengthening under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was budgeted at $3.5 million last year, and the revised budget is $600,000. First of all, that is money provided by international partners. To be specific, the Republic of China, Taiwan. And what was budgeted at $3.5 million was going to be the opening of 2 additional embassies, which were not done. And so the figure was revised down for $600,000, which was spent on other things in the ministry for institutional strengthening. You will see that for the next fiscal year, 2023-24, it is budgeted to be $1.5 million. If you look at the notes, you will see that we are hoping to open an embassy in Europe. That is still under review. So that is the answer and explanation for your question. Now, Madam President, my 2 learned friends on the other side raised their concern about the judiciary's budget. And as usual, they didn't refer to the figures. And the figures are on page 26 of the draft estimates, and they are very clear. You can take a look at 2022-23. The revised estimate, $8,456,025. What is forecast for the upcoming fiscal year? $13,022,182, an increase of just about $5 million. And the breakdown is there. Recurrent expenditure went from $8 million to just about $11 million. Cap 2 from $400,000 to $2.3 million. And so there is very clear, significant increase in the budget for the judiciary. Senator Colley gave the explanation that we are well advanced in trying to design an affordable judicial complex in the public-private partnership, because we all understand that the current facilities are unacceptable. There's going to be no debate about that for the magistracy, Court of Appeal, and the High Court. So that we are hoping to address very shortly. Madam President, I also want to address the question of a regrettable statement, I believe. Senator Errington complained, criticized us for seeking to expand markets for the exports, saying a few millionaire farmers will benefit. A few millionaire farmers will benefit from the new markets. Your words. Madam President.
Kindly be reminded of Standing Order 40. Let the leader government business.
Madam President, we have the Senator for the business community here, who had work experience as the main man. I used to deal with him back in the day, the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And he will understand, even if those who are dressed in ties do not, the importance of expanding markets for small farmers across this country. Look in the budget book. Look at the report from the Ministry of Agriculture. Look at the increase in output of non-traditional products that are grown primarily by small farmers. The work we are doing for finding new markets, it is to allow them, as well as the big farmers, to export more out of Belize, to create jobs and to earn foreign exchange. So we make no apologies, Senator Errington, none at all, for finding new markets for the small farmers of this country. Madam President, there is one other issue I want to address, because I don't know whether it is that I was misunderstood, but it evoked some reaction from Senator Pitts and a prolonged exegesis from Senator Bengoshe. This is the question of the smuggling, not trafficking, smuggling of humans through Belize, and specifically the question of Haitians and Jamaicans. I shared with Senator Bengoshe during the debate the statistics on Haitians coming through the Philip Golson International Airport, the period under review, January 2022 to March 2023. 2,095 Haitians came in those 15 months, not even completed 14 plus months. 2,095 claiming to come to Belize with return tickets, claiming to be genuine tourists, claiming to have hotel reservations. Of that 2,095, 121 have left through the PGIA. They have not left through the northern border exit point. They have not left through the western border exit point. Where are they, Madam President? That is 1,974 Haitians. We believe, based on intelligence, that they have left Belize through what we refer to as green borders, not through official points of exit. Those persons, Madam President, members of the Senate, did not come to Belize with any intention of remaining in Belize. So when we say we are going to reimpose visa restriction, it is against that factual background and others that the policy decision was taken. And I want to tell the Senate, Guyana has reimposed a visa restriction on Haitians for the same reason. Their numbers are far bigger. Dominica and Barbados have restrictions on Haitians entering their country. A couple months ago, 15 Haitians arrived in Grenada from Trinidad and Tobago. The government of Grenada refused them leave to land and returned them to Trinidad and Tobago. I want to be clear. Any Haitian who has a legitimate interest in coming to Belize for work or pleasure will be granted a visa to come to Belize. We are not, Senator Bengoshe, attempting to restrict the entry of Haitians who want to come to Belize for legitimate reasons. You know that I have worked with you in that regard. We are talking about persons who have been subject to human smuggling. The same period under review, January 2022 to March 2023, 1,673 Jamaicans entered through the PGIA. Of that amount, 778 departed, leaving 895 Jamaicans who have not exited through the northern border, point of exit, or the western border, point of exit. Based on intelligence, based on reports from friendly countries, we have very good reason to believe that these persons have moved outside of Belize through illegal, unofficial points of entry. Why the difference in the policy between the Haitians and the Jamaicans? First of all, the numbers are significantly different. We monitor on a daily basis, and I can tell you there are 2 flights, one from Panama, Copa, one from El Salvador, Tropic. As there is the certainty of night following day. Every Friday, at least 50% of the passengers on Copa are Haitians. On the Tropic flight, it ranges from 50 to 60%, 4-5 times a week. We are going to work with the airlines to attempt to manage this. We do not believe that the routes should be reduced. We want to cooperate and work with them to ensure that genuine tourists come to Belize. In addition, there are many Jamaicans living in Belize. And so there are many people who come here to visit family and to visit friends. And so we have to ensure that they continue to do so. Senator Bengoshe made a solid point. The ability of countries to reciprocate. It is extremely unlikely, having regard to the state of the lack of governance in Haiti, that they will respond. Jamaica is different. And we have engaged the Foreign Ministry of Jamaica in discussions on these matters. So I want to be very clear. We are not attempting to restrict any Jamaican or any Haitian who intends to come to Belize legitimately. They have rights under the Treaty of Chaguaramas, which will be respected and which from an immigration point of view, we will facilitate. What we are concerned about is the criminality and corruption involved in human smuggling, and that we will be attempting to address. Let me wind up, Madam President. 6 o'clock. Let me wind up, Madam President, on saying why we are proud to support this budget. Madam President, there was criticism of the Ministry of Education. I don't know why I never listened to the bishop. The bishop told her the best minister is the Minister of Education. He told her in very clear terms that the best ministry is the Ministry of Education, and still then criticize the ministry. Hi, Senator Mackenzie. Hi, man, you're a teacher. Huh? If you had read the budget speech, you would know. And I quote with your permission, Madam President, from page 26. Education, we all know, is a critical antidote to poverty. That's why the free secondary school education program is being funded to the tune of $6.4 million, providing support for 2,600 students who would otherwise not be in the classroom. The novel STEAM program, set to launch in the new school year with an inaugural class of 75 students, add one more option for acquiring professional skills. There is an additional $4 million for free education for Southside and the Toledo district. The Honorable Senator Mackenzie criticized the lack of access to the internet on page 48 if he had read the budget. Quote again under the Connect Ed. As of the beginning of March 2023, 128 of the target schools have been successfully connected. More schools are connected every day. By the end of April 2023, the target goal will be reached with more than 66,000 of our 105 students across the country will be able to access 500 Mbps of internet installed across their campus as a Wi-Fi managed solution with 24/7 monitoring, support, and maintenance. Madam President, things they happen. This government, Madam President, is very clear in what we are attempting to do. We are investing in people. We are creating an enabling environment that will allow the Belizean people to unleash their creative and entrepreneurial skills, vision, and ambition. Because we will be introducing, Madam President, the expanded program for MSCs. As the budget says, on page 21, we are going to build upon what was started by government, a fiscal incentive bill that provides incentives across the spectrum of MSMEs and, very importantly, reduces the time to approval for both foreign and local investments. In addition to that, Madam President, all MSMEs under the fiscal incentive program will be allowed to register for GST to qualify them to obtain the GST refund under an amnesty. We go further. The fiscal incentive program is earmarking 20% of all government procurement tenders to MSMEs. That is 20% of the government's forecasted budget for 2024-2025, equaling approximately $45 million. That, Senator Mackenzie, is how you remove people from the poverty line. The other incentive tool is a one-off incentive which will allow the importation of goods for capital investments, and this will expire after 12 months and will not exceed $1 million of imported goods. The intention of this investment tool is for businesses that wish to quickly import machinery equipment to increase production or to expand in a short time due to the demand in the market. The one-off will allow them to import within a short period of time with a very streamlined application process, but with certain restrictions. Madam President, we are proud to empower Belizean men and women, particularly women and first-time business owners through the MSME programs. We prefer empowerment to handouts. You extol the virtues of Mr. Barrow's handouts. We want to get people off handouts and to get hand up. This new budget, Madam President, I'll tell you why we are proud, will provide an additional $4.0 million to expand the free education program, an additional $1 million to survey lots for first-time and low-income homeowners, $7 million for the expansion of NHI in Orange Walk, $3 million for municipal streets and drains, $5 million to meet the recruitment of an additional 225 police cadets, 110 BDF recruits, and 60 Coast Guard recruits, and an additional $1 million to support the Financial Intelligence Unit. We are proud of this budget, Madam President. We are empowering Belizeans, we are developing the economy, and we are moving forward. No one, not them, no one, the Senator, is going to stop us. We say, adelante! Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulations Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for the forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize Senator Janelle Chinona.
Good afternoon or good evening. We would only stress here, Madam President, that as part of this mutual evaluation process, there is a lot coming down the pipe, so to speak, and we would certainly encourage everyone to take an active interest in finding out everything that's going on, because I will only continue to stress that being a money laundering compliance officer myself, the penalties are real, the personal liabilities are real in terms of violations under this act, and ignorance is not bliss. The compliance, the enforcement, we have been hearing, we are told again, the enforcement will happen. So we join in all the calls to take, for everyone who is impacted by this, and in some way, shape, or form, everyone is impacted by these types of regulations, to find out what is happening and to make sure you are duly informed, you have done your due diligence, you have sought legal guidance, because we don't want any inadvertent casualties in this process. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Carl, I will be mindful that you have no lingering doubt as to what my position is on a bill hereafter. This bill, and I preface my contribution by stating, I have background in this area. I practice in this area for some time. Not very long, about 2 years. My learning curve was steep, but very quick. And the purpose behind this bill, I agree with, I understand. And so, Senator Carl, I want you to understand clearly that fundamentally, I have no issue with needing a bill like this one for the desired purpose, considering we are facing evaluation shortly. And I would like to invite leader of government business to consider my contributions, and hopefully that informs the government to perhaps make few amendments. And the reason why I say that is because there are, Senator Shanona referenced the penalties, which are very real, and we have to ask ourselves whether or not we are going too far, whether or not we are imposing on the jurisdiction of bodies that can handle certain matters, and whether or not we are not double accounting by bills for one issue that can be addressed in another area. The reason why I say that, I will expound on shortly. The amendment to the Principal Act in 6A in this bill provides that every officer shall cause to be kept at such places as the Comptroller may direct books, documents, records, any other information he receives in the execution of his duty for a period not less than 6 years from the date he receives the books, document, records, or information. Nothing is wrong with that. That is good. We have to, I didn't think we would have to legislate that records are kept, but we're doing it. At 6A2, they define that for the purpose of the section, books, documents, records, and other information includes bill of entry. It gives a long list, right? Or any book, document, record, or information relating to the importation or exportation of goods. I like that that last portion there sits there because it operates to keep wide the list of the kind of documents and records are to be kept. I ask whether it is enough and whether it is in true response to where we are 2023. And the reason why I say that is because we've had an experience, and we've had experiences where acts of God, flooding, hurricane, come and destroy records. We don't have them anymore. So the reason why I ask, is that enough? Considering we're legislating that records are kept, why don't we go further to say that those records must be reduced to electronic copies, electronic data? Not just keep the papers. Pretty much we'll run out of space. Why don't we go further? And perhaps it is already within the remit of the Comptroller to determine how he wants to consolidate the information from these documents. But we can legislate that reports are prepared from these documents contemporaneously. And the reason why I say that is because it is always good to have every step of the way a record and or corresponding record and or document that informs you what the situation was as it obtained at that time. So even if we don't have the physical documents and records, we might be able to rely on a report that speaks to it, that itemizes it. So let's go further. Let's be complete. Why not in keeping an electronic database go further to say that that database has to be preserved in such a way that it can become publicly accessible or public knowledge. This matter includes dealing in an area where persons might not be declaring large sums of money and they get caught. It might be dealing with, and it's one and the same thing, persons who are just trying to sneak, whether it is money or implements of terrorism or furthering the proliferation, financing in terrorism. And we should be able to be in a position to say we're housing record, the records are digital, and the public are able to see that this is the reality as a result of this area. So it is open for the consideration of the government if they want to go further that way and seal the door of making a provision like this and preserving the benefit of making a provision like this. So let's not only legislate that documents and records be kept, but let's legislate in a way that we appreciate our modern realities. Reduce them to digital copies. Prepare reports. Make them publicly accessible. Publish it so that we see there is a correlation between the policy behind this legislation and this is the result of it. And no one could stand and say, that is not a good initiative. No, I will say that I am sensitive to the fact that in some areas, especially when it becomes sub judice, you might want to be able to say, I have to withhold certain information. But I say, Madam President, that if it is, we store in such a way, we prepare reports in such a way, and contemporaneous, the precursor is that we do it in a timely manner, that prosecuting offenses don't end up being embarrassing. I remember I was at the FIU and there was a matter, it's not sub judice. There was a matter where, you know, some persons were charged. We're saying that they have this money and we're prosecuting the offense. And in any matter of evidence, they have to have chain of custody, you have to properly identify and that sort of thing. And you know what embarrassed the FIU at that time? The fact that when they call with the evidence, open the evidence, it never correct. And when I say it wasn't correct, I mean, when we, in following chain of custody, when we identify and label things, what we say is in there has to be in there. And when in court we open it and we see, that's not what is in there, you essentially, effectively, just throw your case. And people who are really, for all intents and purposes, guilty of the offense, they have to go home. They have to walk, and then what happened to that money? They get it back. And now they're focusing on ways to deal with that. But at this juncture, what I'm saying is, if we treat those documents and records in such a way, from now, it becomes sanguine. And should any matter goes before the court, the last thing that should be embarrassing should be the production of documents. Nothing can go missing, nothing can wet up, no rat can eat, none of that thing. So that is my contribution in relation to that provision, and I invite you to consider whether or not we want to make little tweaks to make provisions that reflect our current realities. I move further, Madam President, to the amendment of section 16 sub 6 that deals with inserting immediately after the words, whichever is the greater, the words, and the currency not declared and reported shall be forfeited. Crave your indulgence, Madam President. In the Principal Act, if I may be permitted to refer, and I have to refer to the 16.1 and 16.3 before we go to the suggested amendment. 16.1 reads, subject to the provisions of this section, every person entering any goods inwards, whether for payment of duty upon the first perfect entry or for payment of duty upon the taking out of the warehouse, or whether such goods are for commercial, personal, or any other use, shall declare such goods and deliver to the controller a bill in duplicate of the entry of such goods, according to one of the forms in Schedule 2, or such other form as the controller may prescribe from time to time, containing the several particulars indicated or required thereby, and shall pay any duty which may be payable upon the goods mentioned in such entry. At 16 sub 3, it provides that where goods being entered inwards include currency of $20,000 or more, or the equivalent in the currency of any other jurisdiction, the person entering the goods shall, A, declare and make a report of same in such form and manner and containing such particulars as the controller may prescribe, and B, answer such questions as the proper officer may put to him with respect to the goods, and shall, if required by the proper officer, produce those goods for examination at such place as the controller may direct. So the legislation is providing for a certain situation where you have a requirement to do something. At 3, it goes further to say, if in addition to those goods you have monies in excess of $20,000, you are subject to certain things. Now, the amendment at 16.6. 16.6 says, any person failing to declare and make a report as required under subsection 3 that I read previously, or who, in purported compliance with subsection 3, knowingly or recklessly provides information that is false or misleading in material particular, commits an offense and is liable to a fine of $65,000 or 3 times the value of the currency not declared or reported. With the new amendment, the end of that provision would read, liable to a fine of $65,000 or 3 times the value of the currency not declared or reported, and the currency not declared and reported shall be forfeited. I don't want to trivialize how I see what that amendment is doing, but we're using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It is sufficient that the fine is $65,000. There is also the opportunity for the fine to be 3 times the value of the currency not declared or reported. And I say that as it stands is sufficient. To go further, to say that the currency not declared and reported shall be forfeited is presuming, taking as fact that that currency is ill-gotten gains. And first, when I said there are other avenues to address these issues as opposed to crowding them or duplicating our efforts, the government might not have boasted it yet, but civil asset recovery is coming. And civil asset recovery is providing, and I hope, in the grand scheme of things and my appreciation of it and how I worked with it and the legislation I've seen so far, that is where you go through the process to determine whether or not monies are ill-gotten gains and subject to forfeiture. And that is why I say amending the provision to include those words is not necessary here. We have civil asset recovery or forfeiture coming that adequately deals with that.
Is that anticipated bill?
Madam,
I'm just bringing it up because I am looking at Standing Order 38.
And I appreciate that.
To not discussing a bill.
I appreciate that, Madam President, and I will not discuss that bill. I mention it insofar as making the point that in anticipation of that bill, the provision in this bill can be addressed better there and not here. That is all I plan to say on that, Madam President. And we need to not lose sight that for the most part, the provision deals with a certain kind and class of persons, businessmen engaged in the importation and exportation of goods. And we should be mindful that we don't automatically treat them as part and parcel of the money laundering process or the money laundering Achilles heel that we have to sort. So perhaps the information and the statistics or the rationale behind widening the provision that way could have helped me to determine, you know what, may very well be necessary. But to be able to find somebody, and for the purposes of argument, if you fail to declare $25,000, Madam President, because the threshold is $20,000, you fail to declare $25,000, you face a $65,000 fine, which is far more than the $25,000, or 3 times the amount that you fail to declare, whichever is higher. So the department still has an opportunity to leverage an option that is the objective, penal in nature. But to go further and treat the undeclared sums automatically as ill-gotten gains or monies attributable to AML CFT, I believe that if not a matter to be dealt elsewhere, should be a matter to be determined by a court and not the department. We cannot trespass or we cannot take away from persons' right to the judicial process and the determination of matters. Madam President, moving forward, the Principal Act is amended in section 42(4 in similar vein as section 16(6) by inserting the words "and the currency not declared and reported shall be forfeited." And so I don't need to repeat my reservations there because they obtain for that. The Principal Act at 5 of the bill, the Principal Act is amended in section 51A by the proposals. 51. In subsection 3, in paragraph A, inserting immediately after the words letter or postal packet, the words or parcel or package. Madam President, I have no difficulty in that because, and if I may read 51A sub 1, it says, without prejudice to any other provision of this act and notwithstanding the Post Office Act, letters arriving in Belize from abroad shall be produced to the proper officer. If in his opinion any such letter contain other than written or printed material, he may require it to be opened in the presence of the postmaster or any person authorized by him. And if any such letter is found to contain dutiable, restricted or prohibited goods, such goods are liable to forfeiture. At B, all postal packets arriving in Belize from abroad, accompanied by a customs declaration, be produced to proper officer, may require them to be opened in the presence of the postmaster or any person authorized, and where any goods contained in the postal packet do not correspond with any declaration or contents made in respect of them, or Roman 2, are not accompanied by a customs declaration, those goods are liable to forfeiture. And that is where the amendment come in to include or parcel or package. And that amendment is just to provide for completeness. We don't want to say, make provisions for letters, and then when we look, a package come or a parcel come, and then the department has no authority to do anything because your legislation speaks to letter only. And so this amendment makes for completeness for letter, package, or parcel. And that is good. And much of the suggested amendments at 5 in the bill does that sort of thing, making for completeness, that we speak to packages arriving a certain way by post or courier service, making sure that we're making provisions for whether you send it or receive it, and that sort of thing. So 5 in the bill poses no problem because it makes for completeness. At 6, there is the provision for the amendment of section 73A sub 3, 77A sub 3. (77A) reads, Madam President, if I am permitted, any person entering Belize shall, at such place and in such manner as the comptroller may direct, declare any goods contained in his baggage, and I stress that word for a reason, or carried with him that A, he has obtained outside of Belize, or B, being dutiable goods or chargeable goods that he has obtained in Belize without payment of duty, and in respect of which he is not entitled to exemption from duty or tax by virtue of any enactment. Sub 2, any person entering or leaving Belize shall, if you are in the possession of the currency 20,000 or more, or the equivalent, you have to declare it and make a report of same in the form and manner prescribed. And B, answer questions as the proper officer may put to you with respect to your baggage and any goods contained therein or carried with him, and if required by the proper officer, produce that baggage and any such goods for examination at such place as the comptroller may direct. Now at 3, the provision there reads, the provision that is being amended, any person failing to declare any baggage or goods as required under this section, or who in purported compliance with this section, knowing or recklessly provides information that is false or misleading in a material particular, commits an offense and is liable to a fine of 65,000 or 3 times the value of goods not declared, or the baggage or goods not produced, as the case may be. And the amendment to that would be, and the currency not declared and reported shall be forfeited. I'm also uncertain, and I seek your clarification, Leader of Government Business. Subsection 3 reads as standalone. Subsection 3 did not carry over in it the precursor or that added feature of not declaring the $20,000, and by so doing you attract this penalty. And the reason why I seek clarification is because this section, it being able to, and correct me where I'm wrong, I am seeing it as it being able to operate standalone in circumstances where people come in and through their baggage, a declaration may be considered as a false declaration. I had alluded earlier to an experience, a personal experience, and this is why I seek clarification on this, and this is why I think, for the avoidance of doubt, because we know in statutory interpretation, ambiguity ought not to be encouraged. A person entering the country, me, I entered the country in September, late August or early September. At that time, I was subject to the payment of what I believe excessive duty, based on the examiner's opinion that my declaration was not accurate. Grumble, Madam President, but I paid it. Shortly thereafter, not even perhaps a month, I traveled again, and upon my re-entry 4-5 days after, I was subjected to the same kind of what I consider excessive assessment. And let me give the proper backdrop to it. When I came into the country, the first, and I say the first time in relation to the August-September visit, it was after a long vacation. like most women, we shop. And I think sometimes I might take the cake. In any event, sometimes I think I might take the cake. And another feature to appreciate about me coming in, unfortunately, I may be considered one of those persons who are anal. And I say that because upon opening my baggage, everything will be neatly packed, everything will be properly in place. If I need a purple shoe with a pink dot, I will be able to tell you, go to the right bottom corner and the third shoe from the middle is that purple. You know? So a bit too meticulous. An added feature is that maybe just me, but if I buy 4 pairs of jeans and I am not hiding where I've bought it from or how much I've paid for it because the tags are still there, there is nothing that says I have to wear it. And by wearing it, I remove the tags. Unfortunately, I also have a passion of buying shoes. But I only had 2 foot, so I can't wear all of them at the same time. And I give that backdrop. Now, when I was leaving in October, curiously, I inquired with the airline, is there a way for me to make it known with customs on the other side, the condition under which I'm exiting? Because we all know, those of us who travel, you're allotted 50 pounds, and upon my exit in October, I left with 49 pounds. It was a 5-day trip, but you know, I overpacked. These things happen. Don't shoot me for it. And so I overpacked. I had 49 pounds. Much of what I took with me were the very same things that I brought with me in September. Because I said, man, we're approaching the end of the year. We have to make, you know, stop, not go spend down away a trip for you're going for doctor. And so I took all of what I felt I needed, and I asked the airlines, and they said, no, we don't feel so. When I came back with 51 pounds. And so when I made my declaration, I made the declaration for the items I purchased that took me from 49 to 51 pounds. When I went to the examiner, oh my gosh, I've never seen a male custom examiner committed to digging up a bag so irreverently. And maybe I see it that way because I just anal and I like the mess and people, but committed to digging up the bag. And there I was again, being faced in a situation where I am being assessed and taxed. And so I said, I come already, you know. I pay tax for this already, you know. Miss me no know that. You know, there was an exchange. So I said, you know what, perhaps I should speak with the supervisor. And I spoke with the supervisor. And the supervisor explained to me that I share the burden, I share the onus of proving that I had before then paid duty on the very same items. And you know, telephone and internet is a hell of a asset. Something made me take a picture of my payment the first time, the receipt. But it's not something, I know what it is. I was so annoyed. I took a picture and I said I would have taken further measures, but I did not because I said, man, let me contribute to my government tax revenue. I pay the money. So I took a picture. Also what I had was my online purchase history, which shows date of purchase, date of delivery. I also had in my possession my passport to show I entered the country already and that I paid duty. You know what I also had in my possession? Pictures of me in some of the items that I took prior to my entry that day. And what I also had, those, in addition to those pictures, even for the clothes that I did not use, I had pictures of me. I am sure there's a charming way of asking that than here and now. I also had pictures of me of the other clothes and shoes I didn't wear yet that I was putting together outfits and looks. All of those things I had, and all of those things I was saying to the examiner, I have these to show you. I can put it to you for you to be able to see. Because what was their preoccupation was that, but we see shoes we don't wear yet, thing in a plastic, we see tag, and I'm like, yes, that it's not alarming for me. I haven't used them yet. So that's why it's in that condition. But that day it made me realize that there was a commitment to stubbornness and misunderstanding that prevented that officer from saying, okay, let me look. None of them looked at the receipt. None of them even checked my passport to see my stamp entry. None of them. And this is one of the situations I told you. I'm normally a cool cat, but sometimes I get warm. But on that day, when I got warm, I told myself, you know what? Just pay and leave. And so I did. The way the legislation reads, and why I'm saying I'm seeking clarity, if an examiner chose to treat my declaration as false because of those things, irrespective of what I was able to show that they refused to see, it suggests that I attract that penalty. And then you hear from 6 o'clock news, X, Y, and Z. I mean, if that is not what subsection 3 operates as a standalone, where it does not have the other condition of the $20,000, and in those circumstances, that is the penalty, I think we can clearly do a small, neat little amendment to either provide that it is in circumstances of not declaring the 20 and they find it, and you attract that, because there have been instances before in the past, of which I'm aware, where persons come in with excessive amounts in their suitcases. And so that is the mischief that is being sought to be cured. Considering that is the mischief that is being sought to be cured, then at sub 3, it needs to be in there that the $20,000 that was not declared, the $20,000 or excess that was not declared, in those circumstances, when you enter the country, that is where you attract the fine. Because I wouldn't want to find myself in similar circumstances and they decide to apply that section 3 on me. I would pick the hair from my head and everywhere. So, leader of government business, if it is that 3 is not standalone, then we should do the things in that 3 to make it, without a doubt, apply to the circumstances for which the mischief is meant to be cured. For persons who come in through the airport and in their baggage, they have undeclared amounts of $20,000 or more, and therefore they attract the fine. Guided, Madam President, and I don't need the 5 minutes because that is the extent of my intervention and contribution. Again, I want to reiterate that I have no inclination to oppose the purpose of the bill. I just think perhaps we could consider tweaking it in a way that does not lose the purpose of the bill and we still achieve the same objective. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, Senator Pitts raised three fundamental issues, if I understood her intervention. The first is the mode of storage under Clause 2, which adds Section 6A to the Parent Act. I should indicate to this Honorable Senate that these amendments are drafted and prepared by experts who are advising the Financial Intelligence Unit and the government of Belize, and they are intended to be in compliance with what is required by the Financial Action Task Force. And I believe that what is here meets that requirement. Now, I have no objection to the proposed amendment that Senator Pitts has suggested in terms of how the information should be stored in order to maintain its integrity. And we will pass that along for consideration. We will be coming back to the Senate next month with some more bills to deal with obligations under the peer review. Madam President, Senator Pitts then dealt with Clause 3 and Clause 6. Clause 3 of the bill refers to Section 16 of the Parent Act. Section 16 of the Parent Act, Madam President, deals with goods being entered for which a bill of entry is required. That is talking about a person who is bringing in goods into the country, for example, in containers. Entry is passed, a value is declared, entry is passed, duty paid. That is what Section 16 is dealing with. Section 77, referred to in Clause 6, on the other hand, is dealing with a person who enters a country with goods. There are two different things. One is a person who is coming in through the airport or some other port of entry with goods. The second situation is where a person is just entering goods. He or she is in Belize. They are entering goods, i.e. through a container or some other device. So there are two different sections. That's the first point. The second issue is Section 77 of the Act provides in 77A1, any person entering Belize shall at such place and in such manner as the controller may direct declare any goods contained in his baggage or carried with him. So you have to make a declaration of the goods. That's the first one, 77A1. 77A2 says any person entering Belize shall, if he is in possession of a currency of $20,000 or more. So 77A2 is dealing with a person entering Belize with $20,000 or more. They must make the declaration and make the report, answer questions to the proper officer. So one, you're obliged to make a declaration. Two, if you're bringing in more than 20,000 Belize currency, you have to make your declaration and answer questions. Three, one that Senator Pitts raised, says any person failing to declare any baggage or goods as required under this section, or who in purported compliance with this section knowingly or recklessly provides information that is false or misleading in a material particular commits an offense. So you're coming in with your goods in your bag, you have to make a declaration. You're coming in with money, you have to, over 20,000, you have to make a declaration. And what 3 says, If you come in and you failed to declare any baggage or goods as required under this section, then you have committed an offense. And so I believe, Madam President, that the section as written makes sense. The purpose of the amendments, both section 16 and section 77, is clear. In addition to the fine, whether it is of the $65,000 or 3 times the amount, the money that you do not declare will be forfeited. In addition to the fine, in addition to the fine of $65,000 or 3 times the value, what the legislation seeks to do is to take away the money that you did not declare, or that you hid, or that is over $20,000 that you did not declare and answer for. So you will be fined and you will lose the money that you did not declare. That is the purpose of the legislation. The final point I want to refer to is section 118, subsection 2 of the Act. The fine is not administratively imposed. The fine or the forfeiture is not administratively imposed. Under section 118.2 of the Act, it provides that all recovery of fines, etc., shall be done at the Magistrate Court under the Summary Jurisdiction Act and the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act. So, Madam President, I believe I have responded to the issues raised by Senator Pitt, and I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
The bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Laws of Belize, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the power to issue a violation tickets for particular offences, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of the offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this is a tool being introduced to attempt to assist in the fight against price gouging.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Madam President, just briefly, I looked at the amendment as presented, and I also looked at the current legislation. And there's one question or query I have, or clarification I have. I didn't see it in the substantive act about whether or not there is an appeals process. And I say that simply because mistakes could be made in the ticketing system. For example, and I'll use rice as an example because I think we're all familiar with that. There are different grades and prices of it, and rice is also a controlled commodity, or at least certain grades of it. And so if there's a mistake with respect to ticketing, and the person feels like they've been wrongly done so, what would be the process? I know that the courts are always available, but is there another appeals process, or has one been contemplated to address that type of thing? You know, we will note as well in the amendment that that the person who violated this will be exposed in various ways, and so perhaps there may be some process by which this type of thing could be addressed before exposure in that form. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Madam President, let me first say that when I saw the bill, I was pleased, because this bill is a concrete mechanism through which the government can address inflation. And so, I don't want it to be misconstrued that I do not support the bill. There are areas where, again, I invite the government to consider some tweaking. The bill makes provision for fines for persons in violation. I would have loved to see corresponding regulations or guidelines that the court system could be assisted with in appreciating the validity of the issuance of a ticket in a particular circumstance. Assistance to the judiciary to determine that the item sold at the cost it is sold is subject to a ticket. Who determines what price gouging is? Who determines at what price point we look to? Because one businessman may tell you, I imported on this date at the time when fuel was so high, at the time when my customs and excise duty was so high, and in me putting my item on the shelf to be able to meet or recover costs attendant with having it on the shelf, it needs to be at that price. And the reason why I say that is, for instance, Senator Smith, you had mentioned the baking powder at some places is $6.75. Some places it's $6.25. Is the $6.75 the price gouging price and subject to the ticket, or the $6.25? How do we know that that item is so price gouged because it should really be $5.25? What would the officers issuing the ticket have to go by, and what would the judiciary have to go by to determine that ticket? Now, I'm not saying the ticket shouldn't be issued, and I'm not saying that this measure shouldn't be undertaken. What I also don't see is any provision for repeat violators, because these people are in business, receiving a, what is it, a $500 fine today will not, for all intents and purposes, take them out of business tomorrow, and that may or may not cure the price gouging of an item. Are we making provisions for a violation in respect of one item that is price gouged, or a number of items that are price gouged in an establishment? Can a violator receive multiple tickets for multiple items? I mean, relative questions, it's automatic that the answer should be yes. But when we're legislating, if we can, from the very beginning, make that clear. The ticket itself, I am suggesting that it shouldn't be a public officer walking with a ticket book, writing a ticket, issuing you the original and maintaining a carbon copy. We will face the same perversions of destroyed, lost tickets, and I am proposing that the ticket system should be an electronic one, insofar as upon the issuance of that ticket, it is automatically digitally uploaded, or it goes to a digital bank. And that does two things. It preserves the actual ticket, and there is little room for any possible, and I'm not imputing, but anything untoward after the issuing of tickets. At M, section 3A, sub-Roman 3M, the place where the fine stated on the violation ticket may be paid. Could we go further and make provision that the monies generated from the payment of fines goes to a specific location, for example, perhaps the Consolidated Revenue Fund? Could we ensure that when the ticket is paid, it is paid at a bank in an account that is directly connected to the government of Belize? This again takes away any misadventure of going to an office and paying a ticket, or and losing the paper, or any of that, because bank records are reliable, and we can lean on that established institution to help us preserve records. The penalty at 3B, where we're amending and putting in a new 2A, notwithstanding subsection 4, if I may be permitted to read, Madam President, regulations made, and the ones I didn't refer to and read out, I mean, I have no issue, you know. Regulations made under paragraphs I to P, which is in issuing the ticket, the manner and form, what you put on the ticket and that sort of thing, may provide that any breach or contravention of any such regulation may be punishable on summary conviction by a fine not exceeding $5,000 or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. My comment on that is, I appreciate the exercise of judicial discretion because it could either be a fine up to $5,000 or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. But I'm hoping, and it is my recommendation, that we can remove from there that element of confinement. And if it is we keep that element of confinement, we should perhaps make provision for confinement in cases of repeat violators. And so, in the first instance, the cost of the ticket or the fine should, I am suggesting, should suffice. Take away the element of confinement, because these are business people who we must be mindful not to imprison. That would prevent them from conducting business. And we have to be mindful of the nuance of corporate entities carrying out business versus natural persons. When we're issuing the ticket, who are we issuing it to? The owner of the business? The name of the business? Because in cases where we might be dealing with violators who are corporate entities, I mean, naturally you can't confine a corporate person. Could we then also include that where a ticket has been issued to a violator, in respect of that establishment becomes subject to, for want of a better word, review or supervision, so that by that supervisory process, that business, the government is saying, you can go there. We have checked them. They're not price gouging. You're free to choose to shop there. We can restore to the Belizean people through that supervisory process that a violator who received a ticket today, next week not back up to the same nonsense of price gouging on the same items or other items. The supervision of ensuring that that violator is brought within the purpose of the act to not price gouge, I think that is an added feature that could be a part of the bill. How about, and I think about in the area of health inspectors, and again, I don't impute on any public officer, but the reality is the reality before, whether it obtains now or will obtain in the future. I have no crystal glass, but because we're dealing with human, we have to accommodate for human error. Why not create a registry or a mechanism where those persons who are coming out to issue tickets, they're just not coming out in the blind. Create a registry or a mechanism where the average Belizeans can, having gone to a specific establishment, having purchased a particular item, take proof of their purchase by receipt, the item on the shelf and the price, and upload it to that registry, upload it to, I don't know what it is, Facebook or whatever, to inform the department that will be issuing the tickets that this one establishment is one establishment you should go into and look into. And so that assists the government in not having to do its own legwork to determine where to go, what item to look for, what is being price gouged. Engage the citizenry, especially in this way, because I know it is a matter that they will be eager to contribute, seeing that they will benefit from this mechanism. I would even want to go further, but it's been stated in the budget book, plain black and white. It has been stated by the leader of government business that they're not the government of handouts. But perhaps the government could consider, as an incentive, to have a wide-scale, quote-unquote, investigation of what is being price gouged and which establishment is gouging, by saying, you can access this little $50, this little $100. Use it to go and purchase whatever. Having purchased whatever, submit to us proof of purchase, submit to us proof of the item, submit to us proof that this item is this specific cost. And I won't push it, I'm just suggesting. That one, I'm just suggesting. Because we don't want to make people feel that we want to pay them to do something that benefits them. The initiative or the rationale should be to get the citizens on board, to make the process happen quicker. Because even though this bill is here, from implementation to turn over where we see the results, there is a period in time within which that will happen. And without falling folly to guess what I don't know, I can safely say that that period is not overnight. I mean, passing the Thank you, Mr. President. Passing the legislation today will not cause price gouging to stop tomorrow. Passing the legislation today will not cause tickets to begin to be issued tomorrow. And so, in an effort to assist the government in getting closer to the realizable result that price gouging is being addressed in as soon as reasonably practicable time, the suggestions I made, I invite the government to consider, perhaps incorporate them, add them to the bill, and bolster the bill. And with that, Mr. President, again, for the benefit of my colleague, Senator Carl, this is another bill that I understand the rationale and purpose, and therefore I don't want you to misunderstand that I do not support the initiative. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Elena Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few comments on this one. And I know that this is coming about, I believe, as a result of our meetings and discussions with the government team in terms of the unions offering to assist the government in trying to see how we can help our people in terms of looking at the high cost of living and more specifically price gouging. And so the union had volunteered, if you will, to have persons assist with persons who will be checking on these things and seeing how we could help to address that. But I just have a few things that I want hopefully clarified on this bill. When we look at the supplies controls regulations, it tells you the percentage of markup that can be added to goods. However, if it is that persons would be issuing tickets to violators, then I believe that we have to be able to determine how or who or what items are higher than they should be. And so, as a result, then we believe that the price list should be publicized so that we all can know what that is, because not everybody will be going through the regulations every time. And so, to avoid certain maybe legal issues, then it may be best for us to publicize that list maybe with 2 weeks every month, that can be a reference point. In addition to this as well, Mr. President, we know that I believe under the GST there's a particular law rule that speaks to the displaying of the price of goods, and that's another issue. And so if that is not done, then it would be difficult for you to determine whether this is price gouging or not. And so along with this, we have to ensure that we are also enforcing that portion of that law as well. Right. So in addition to that though, for this to be as effective as we want it to be, we have to also look at the point of sales machines in these stores as well. So these are things that would add to the intent of this bill, so that then we can achieve the end result that we want to achieve. So those are important areas. Also, we are going to be issuing these tickets, but what is in place? What system do we have in place for accountability of these tickets? Additionally, what will be put in place to minimize? I will not say avoid, I will use the word minimize, because sometimes we can't always control all of these things. Things such as bribery. I go to issue a ticket because you have violated, but in issuing the ticket, being offered something, not to issue the ticket. That's the reality, and we can't run away from that. So how do we address that? What will be in place to address that? And then I know that there may still need to be some further discussions on this matter in terms of, when and what would be provisions put in place to allow for public officers to either go out and, during working hours to do that. Is it that they're going to be doing it after work? Those are matters that I know we would have to be discussing separately, and Senator Koya, I believe, might be able to respond to that. But those are the other areas that we would need to look at. And I think, Mr. President, that would be some of the areas that we have, that we needed to raise, and I trust that those matters that we've raised, those what we believe to be some recommendations, would be taken seriously, and then we can address them. Oh, there's one thing that I need to point out. Under section 2, the numbering, where we are repealing paragraph H and inserting with the following paragraph, then we have to look at the numbering there, because it's not correct then the way it is. And that would be, I believe, the concerns that we have, and I trust that we can get those responses, or at least have those dealt with as we move along in this process. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Bennett.
Yes, Mr. President. Just a few remarks really on this bill, the Supplies Control Amendment Bill. I appreciate the sentiments that was brought forward by Senator Pitts, because ICT transcends all aspects of our lives. There's no way we can get away from that. As a matter of fact, it improves efficiency and effectiveness in all aspects of our lives. Information is crucial, most crucial, to the supply chain performance, because it provides foundation on which supply chains, processes, execute transactions, and how personnel can actually make informed decisions, no? So yes, technology and automation of the supply chains does give us that utilization of real or near real-time data. I make those comments though, but thinking back quite fundamentally is that this government has basically instituted the e-governance unit. And so it's easy for us to be able to say, you know what, we have this bill, it's needed in its form right now, but the e-governance unit will be able to take care of the technological part of the bill when and however soon that is possible. So I support this bill in its entirety at this point. Recommendations that are logical are truly considered, and so I am thinking that the e-governance unit will definitely have an impact on how we can continue to transform this bill.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to start first of all by reminding honorable senators that this is an empowering bill. This is a bill that is providing and empowering the minister to make regulations. These are not the regulations. So the issues that have been raised are issues that are going to have been anticipated and will be in the regulations. Senator Smith raised the question, and Senator Pitts as well, the question of how does one find out if there's price gouging? There are two lists under the Supplies Control Act. One that is price control, that is, rice can only be sold, flour can only be sold, bread can only be sold at a specific price. So that is easy. There's the other which is more complicated, which requires a declaration by the store owner and the right of inspection of documents by the Supplies Control Officer to go in and make an analysis to see whether there is in fact price gouging. No. It is very clear, and I said it this morning, that that is a complicated scenario. Ministry of Food Security and Enterprise is at the moment working with their technicians to see whether they can move goods to the fixed price. That is unlikely because we don't want to operate in a price fixing scenario. But to see how to have a simplified way of going after the price gouging. Let me just say, Mr. President, I believe all the senators in here have a very good idea of what we're talking about. Have a very good idea of at least one, if not more than one store where you can go into and know that Belizeans are being ripped off by greedy store owners. Let's not pretend that we don't know what's going down. Some people may have had the experience of going into a store and the price of something is $5. They go back in 2 days later and it is $9. Okay, whether they have old stock or new stock, everything all of a sudden become $9. So, the government is prudently meeting with members of the private sector on Friday to have a frank discussion about what is happening. And I agree with Senator Pitts. It is critically important that consumers be educated and consumers be in the front line in the fight against price gouging. And the regulations will make provisions for persons to lodge complaints with the Supplies Control Unit. Senator Herrera raised a question of an appeal, and you will see that P, the regulations will make provision for the procedure for requesting a court hearing by a person who has been issued with a violation ticket. So if you want to dispute your violation ticket, it's not a matter of just paying it. You can have a procedure and go before the court and explain why the ticket has been erroneously issued. Senator Pitts raised concern about imprisonment of violators of the Act, which is provided for in 2A. Perhaps we have a different attitude and approach to this issue. Until, Mr. President, 2 or 3 people go to prison, store owners now get a sense. It is the intention of the government of Belize to use the full force and weight of this law to prosecute persons who are guilty of price gouging, and where appropriate to ask the court to impose a fine and confinement. Belizeans are being ripped off, and we are on the side of the consumers. We make no apology, and we should not have any equivocation or ambiguity on that. And that is why Clause 10 will provide for the minister to publish the names of persons who are convicted, publish the names of the store owners who are convicted. The intention is to make common cause with consumers, with public officers, with members of the public, with store owners, to attempt to address the serious inflation that we are experiencing and the dramatic increase in the cost of living. That, Mr. President, is the intention behind the legislation, and the Attorney General's Ministry, in consultation with the Ministry of Food Security, are working on the regulations which we hope to promulgate as soon as possible, taking advantage, of course, of the digital innovations that this government is introducing. I ask that this question be put.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the power to issue of violation tickets for particular offences, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith and incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Laws of Belize, to provide for the power to issue of violation tickets for particular offences, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of offences, or offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize the
agreement of honorable senators. I'd like to take the next two bills together. They're related. Thank you. Madam President, I rise to move a second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in finding gainful employment with an employer or as a self-employed person, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean community states, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of a Caribbean community, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is in keeping with our obligation under the revised treaty, which we have increased the category of persons who are able to move freely and to seek employment or to provide self-employment within the CARICOM.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Records being broken today. This is another bill, Mr. President, that I have to say I support. And I support. And I don't know if the text of this bill is attributable to the kind of practicing attorney that is my friend, the leader of government business, because the amendments proposed makes for completeness of the principal act. Before I go on, just for the record, leader for government business, I had written down here, and if you could permit me, I support the increase of passports. It might be an unpopular opinion, but I support it. We are the only country where the cost of passports is so cheap. And when you look at the cost for acquiring this new system and the new books, measured against the cost you pay to get one, government is not making anything back. And I think because of that, maybe what we can do is perhaps subsidize first-time holders. But take it up. The only question I have with this, thankfully, at 19J sub 9, where it says the department may approve or refuse a request under subsection 7, and where the request is approved, the department shall grant indefinite stay and endorse the passport of the managerial, supervisory, or technical staff within 30 days of submission of the passport. I don't think that the time of 30 days is realistic. I mean, there are incidences of administrative delays, and so I would recommend that that period of 30 days be enlarged. And one of the reasons why I recommend it, I find it cute that when persons apply for passport or any process in the immigration department and they're given a time frame, they hold fast to that time frame they are given. And then when they do not receive what they went there for, we have this unattractive commentary and quarrel about how long the passport office will take for the X, Y, and Z. And one of the reasons perhaps I'm able to appreciate and why I am making the contribution in this way is because when you go to any other country and you engage these same services, the time frame given there for completion is always, on every front, longer than our time frame here. And that is why I am saying, generally, I think it's unrealistic when we give these short time frames, so that in the very beginning, people can appreciate that it will take this certain amount of time. Now, you can be finished and issue it earlier. All the better. Commendations to the department. But give a more realistic time period where it takes away from people giving the kind of commentary that is unnecessary. And the reason why I say this, I have had experience where going to the very immigration department in the States and getting a passport issued. They are clear on the number of days and time it will take for completion. And they are clear on the amount. And I find people there being clear on the time it will take, no mumble and grumble. So sometimes, and this is no assault on foreigners or Belizeans from the diaspora, but sometimes I like to do a little comparison and I say, but this is a system I have experienced in the United States when you go, and this is the time they tell you. But somehow when you come home and you experience that quote-unquote delay, all of a sudden Belize turned backward for you. Like, it is unfair to departments that do more than just service one person. And so, leader of government business, I would recommend that the time be enlarged there, and perhaps generally across the board within that department, so that persons can have a realistic expectation, and it takes away from the mumble and grumble about the work of the department, and people can sit back and wait to appreciate this new passport, because it's pretty, you know, Mr. President. Have you seen it? Man, I even appreciate that CARICOM National Gun in a smaller fonts, and I see my big Belize. So that is an aside, I digress. Additionally, considering that I am recommending that the time be enlarged, perhaps what the department could consider is issuing a provisional letter to meet the time in between which issuing or stamping the passport of those persons, that they can rely on it and commence employment as soon as possible. Because I don't want to say, on the one hand, enlarge the time, and then we have people who are here just sitting for an extended period of time, not being able to start gainful employment because they have not been given the go-ahead. So perhaps where time is enlarged, a provisional letter, and the provisional letter could be sent directly to the prospective employer, because this is in respect of persons coming to work in a specific area, and there is in the proposed bill certain requirements that you have to meet. And if it is that a person does not meet the requirement and not entitled to, then they can be notified. You know, unfortunately, this is what you have failed to do. Perhaps if you do this, we can reconsider, and at that time issue. Another query I have is in relation to same 19J, but sub 14, where the department shall revoke, and this is following on the foot of the previous provision, the department shall revoke the indefinite stay granted to a national under subsections 4 or 9 where the reasons for the grant of indefinite stay or the permission no longer exists or has changed. In those circumstances, I'm asking, what then obtains there? That person would be subject to being permitted to stay under, just permitted to stay until they can meet the requirements or their change of position, or would a, I don't know, deportation order, I don't know. Just being, it being revoked, I want to know like what happens there after the revocation, and whether or not it should be specifically provided for, especially where this is the exercise of an administrative function, and people should be made aware clearly of the effects of administrative decisions, so that they don't feel like somebody's discretion or somebody's mood is influencing a revocation, as opposed to not only the revocation, but what happens thereafter and what they can do thereafter, whether there is some further appeal within the department or whatever, in those circumstances. So if you could, Senator Courtney, share with me whether the revocation stand as is, what happens to that person in the face of revocation. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Mr. President, I welcome the questions and queries raised by Senator Pitts, and they can be answered quite directly. First of all, the 30 days, I can tell you that it has been long discussed, and particularly the Ministry of Foreign Trade, who deals with the question of skill certificates, believes, and in consultation with the Ministry of Immigration, that these certificates can be issued in 30 days once the application is made. The documents that support the application are very clear, very straightforward, very easy, and there should not be these inordinate delays. I get criticized a lot by staff for the delays in the issuing of the skill certificate. So the 30 days is put there to impress, yes, to impress on the staff that they must move with dispatch. Secondly, the issue of what happens where the person is, where the stay is revoked. I think the first point to note is it starts in 19E. CARICOM nationals have free movement and the right of 6 months. So you come in and you have 6 months. Many immigration officers around the Caribbean still give you 1 month and 2 months and 3 months, but you have a right of up to 6 months. What the law goes on to provide for is indefinite stay. So now you are no longer under a 6-month timeline. You are either employed or you are seeking to establish a business. And the law sets out in 19I the procedure after entry to establish or operate an economic enterprise, and then 19J, application for indefinite stay to establish an economic enterprise. So you are moving from your temporary 6 month coming in and say, I'm going to get this business, I am in the process of setting it up, I'm also applying for indefinite stay. You submit your documents, you're still protected by your 6 month stay, and you get your indefinite stay once you satisfy the criteria. Once a person under 14 status is revoked, it doesn't mean, and all that would mean is that the person is no longer employed, or the person's business that he or she has set up has failed or is sold or whatever, the person is still a CARICOM national. That person is still entitled to remain in a CARICOM territory and say, I'm here, I'm no longer seeking indefinite stay, I'm no longer employed, I no longer have a business, but I want to stay here for a month, 2 months, 5 months, and you apply for a renewal. So it's not a question of you being deported. This is a question of your status moving from indefinite to under the 6-month permission, which all CARICOM nationals enjoy. Mr. President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. Also, honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean Community States, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Laws of Belize, to provide for new definitions under the Act, to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as self-employed persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Laws of Belize, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of CARICOM states, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Senior Course Act, number 27 of 2022, of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to remove provisions relating to the assignment of attorneys at law by court to provide legal aid services and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, this bill should have been read and taken at the same time as the legal aid bill. The legal aid bill will provide for the appointment of attorneys by the court or by the legal aid system, rather than it is now by the court. So we are taking that out of the senior courts bill and putting it in the bill that is going to come. It also provides for a form for notices of appeal at the back of the bill.
Nice, Senator Shimon Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you would permit me to ask quickly, Leader of Government Business, because I could dispense him having answered the question. The legal aid bill has been introduced.
I can reply.
Yes, I recognize.
Thank you. The legal aid bill has in fact passed by the House, but we had the legal aid bill, the extradition bill, and the non-profit organization bill also for today's debate. You see the order. So we remove those three bills, which are substantive, to the next sitting. So they have been sent from the House to the Senate. We will debate them at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Considering that then, and I strongly urge, could this bill wait until the legal aid bill come and both of them be read together? Because we proceed with this you will end up with a situation where you take away that mechanism with nothing before the legal aid bill.
Mr. President, I have no difficulty in holding the billing committee. The intention is, with the approval of the President, which he has indicated, the Senate will next meet on the 19th of April when we'll take up the legal aid bill. So I have no difficulty with that.
All right, certainly.
Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Retired Person Incentives Act, Chapter 62 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, revised edition 2020, to expand the qualified retired persons incentives program to allow for investment and business creation by foreign retirees and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Recognize Senator Junior Chalini.
Sorry. Take two. Just to say that I'm aware that in the internet age and everything else, persons are retiring at much younger ages. I just heard about a footballer retiring at 29. So I was just curious in terms of the justification for the 40 years of age definition.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. I really wish that before opening for the debate, Leader for Government Business could have gone into much of the bill, some backdrop, some explanation. This one, I feel that it would have been helpful if I had seen the white paper for the parent and this one. And one of the reasons because I would like to know, in terms of the proposed amendment of Section 3(1)(b), the inclusion of some of the categories from which you could be a source. I would also have benefited from, because it appears and it effectively a bill that provides for non-Belizeans, and by that it excludes our Belizeans in the diaspora who would want to come home to retire, who could access these very either pension, annuity, social security benefits, home equity, inheritance, reverse mortgage, personal savings, and that sort of thing to opt into the scheme. It is regrettable that I'm more unaware of the bill, and I was not able to have at my disposal any assistance. But I do appreciate that it attracts foreigners to Belize, and it is a mechanism, if we're looking at the proposed amendments in 4A and 4B, where, what is the term? Qualified retired persons can come and contribute to our local economy, start business. There is also a provision that they should employ no less than 5 Belizeans, I think I saw it somewhere, which I like. I see in 4D that there is a provision for qualified retiring persons being eligible in 4D, eligible to practice philanthropy. My apologies. There is a distinction being made between qualified retired persons who are eligible to practice philanthropy and crave your indulgence, Madam President. I'm trying to find. There's a distinction between being eligible to practice philanthropy and being entitled to practice philanthropy. And I'm wondering why the distinction or the benefit of the distinction. When I saw it, I was pleased because it suggests that coming here, investing in the country, contributing to the economy, the added feature of philanthropy is ensuring that you give back within the community or the society, which is a way of legislating corporate responsibility, which I find attractive because there are many of our businesses that have poor corporate responsibility. I mean, there is one that I consent to the extortion of my monies, that when you look at what they give back to the society, it's very, very limited in comparison to what they earn from sales. So I like that, but I just wanted to know why there's a distinction between an eligibility versus an entitlement, or whether we should go as far as to say that they shall practice philanthropy by any means. I also see provisions where the business of these qualified retired persons, they cannot employ their dependents, and I'm wondering what's the rationale for it, because there might be businesses that essentially start out or have the feature characteristics of family business or mom and pop shops, and they may very well want to hire a child to work with them in the growing of the business. Pardon? Or a wife or a husband. So I significantly lean and yield to having a better appreciation of the bill, but it is not to say that I don't support it. I just have more questions than anything in relation to the scope of the bill. And another thing that I wanted to ask is at 4B, 4B2 sub B. 4B2 provides for a qualified person who desires to carry on business in Belize in accordance with Section 4A1B shall apply to the BTB for approval, Belize Tourism Board for approval. 2, application for approval to carry on business in Belize shall be in writing and accompanied by the following: A, business plan, and B, proof of investment capital of at least $1 million. I'm wondering whether or not the amount, $1 million, may be too high. especially in the face of qualified retired persons who may want to come back and they can be properly in that space of MSMEs. And so putting the ceiling or the amount of 1 million may be a bit too high, or it could be that it is at that level because we are trying to attract a higher level of the kind of people that can really bring and pump money. But I wouldn't want it to operate to exclude others who would want to come but don't have similar investment capital. And that is the extent of my contribution to that one, Madam President.
Madam President, I regret that I have no answer for Senator Chanona. The law as it currently stands says 45 years. It's been lowered to 40. I guess 40 is a good number. I have no idea. Under Clause 3, Madam President, the expansion of the categories of income is based on experience. A number of retirees have, well, the law at currently stands just says a pension or annuity. And now we're adding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 additional categories to allow persons who are here, who are getting an inheritance or a reverse mortgage or has personal savings, to use that as the basis of their meeting their living expenses. The $1 million, Senator Pitts, is specific. The experience is, as I understand it, that particularly in a number of the tourism areas, retirees have come to Belize and they are competing with Belizeans in small, very small mom and pop situations, tour operators operating tour companies, etc., and benefiting under the Qualified Retirement Act. And so the intention is to exclude persons doing the small business and leaving that for Belizeans. If you're a qualified retired person getting this benefit and you want to do a business, it must be above a certain amount. So that is the thinking behind that. And again, it's just a matter of policy. I know that there has been litigation on the question of whether a Belizean who has retired and is retiring in Belize can qualify under this law, and the courts have held no, and that policy is being repeated and continued. There is, however, a separate, not as attractive, but a separate scheme that applies to Belizeans who are retirees who are returning home and have returned home. It's not as elaborate as this, but Belizeans do have certain benefits that are granted. I'm not sure that there is a difference between being eligible, which is 4D, to practice philanthropy, and where was it? And 4.1 shall be entitled. I'm not sure that there is any legal significance between entitled to practice philanthropy and 4D, eligible to practice philanthropy. I believe that it both is the same. A person who's a qualified retired person and who is carrying on a business will be allowed to practice philanthropy. And if you are not carrying on a business and you're just a retired, qualified retired person, you will also be allowed to practice philanthropy in Belize. That is to work with NGOs, work with small businesses, provide advice free, and those will not disqualify you. Madam President, I ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentives Act, Chapter 6.2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the Qualified Retired Persons Incentives Program to allow for investment and business creation by foreign retirees, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentives Act, Chapter 6.2 of the laws of Belize to expand the Qualified Retired Persons Incentives Program to allow for investment and business creation by foreign retirees and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motions and Bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 5.4, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair of the chairperson as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. I ask that anyone in the gallery, I think, or we have anyone to clear the gallery? 2024, Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 and the schedule stand part of the bill. Customs Regulations Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Supplies Control Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 5 and the schedules stand part of the bill. Immigration Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 8 stand part of the bill. Retired Incentives Amendment Bill 2023. The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Madam President, I move that the General Revenue Appropriation Bill 2023-2024 Bill 2023 Custom Regulations Amendment. Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution approving the appointment of the Contractor General Motion 2023 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. The committee has also met and considered the resolution to support Democratic Taiwan Motion 2023 and has agreed that it be returned back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put on both motions.
Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Ms. Maria Otters is a fit and proper person to be appointed as Contractor General, hereby approves that the said Ms. Maria Otters be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from the 1st June 2023. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. Honorable...
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I still have to do the next motion. I know it's after 8. We're getting there. Honorable members, the question is, now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House conveys its sincere welcome to Her Excellency Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and the delegation from Taiwan to visit Belize to consolidate the diplomatic relations, partnership, and friendship between the two countries, extends its commitment to the strong and healthy diplomatic bond between Belize and Taiwan and the close bilateral cooperation in multiple areas, reassured that the governments of Belize and Taiwan will further deepen the diplomatic cooperation through the bilateral and multilateral channels of partnership, especially during Belize's presidency pro tempore of Central American Integration System, as Taiwan is an important extra-regional partner of CICA. Reaffirms to stand with the people and the government of Taiwan in solidarity to secure Taiwan's democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination so as to maintain peace, stability, and prosperity across the Taiwan Strait and in the region. Calls on the international community to condemn any military threat and other coercive actions that undermine Taiwan's sovereign integrity, democracy, freedom, human rights, and self-determination. The Senate expresses its full support of Taiwan's participation in all related international organizations, including the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and the International Criminal Police Organization. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be presented to President Tsai Ing-wen of the Republic of China, Taiwan, and to the Office of the Prime Minister as a tangible token of the friendship expressed herein. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bills.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, the Committee of the Whole Senate has met and considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2023-2024 Bill 2023, the Customs Regulation Amendment Bill 2023, the Supplies Control Amendment Bill 2023, Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023, Immigration Amendment Bill 2023, Retired Personal Incentives Amendment Bill 2023, and have passed them without amendment. I now ask that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2024 be read a third time. Customs Regulation Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for measures to ensure compliance with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations in relation to the laws regarding anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, and combating proliferation financing, to provide for the requirement to keep records, to provide for forfeiture of undeclared currency, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Supplies Control Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the power to issue of violation tickets for particular offenses, to provide for the publication of the names and particulars of offenders, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 17 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for new definitions under the Act to increase the categories of persons qualified to enter or remain in Belize for the purpose of engaging in or finding gainful employment with an employer or as a self-employed person, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. Immigration Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, in relation to the movement of nationals of Caribbean Community States, the clarification of the period of definite and indefinite stay for nationals of Caribbean Community States, and to provide for matters connected therewith, or incidental thereto be read a third time. Retired Persons Incentives Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentives Act, Chapter 6.2 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to expand the Qualified Retired Persons Incentives Program, to allow for investment and business creation by foreign retirees, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill number 1, bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March, 2024. Bill number 2, bill for an act to amend the Customs Regulation Act, Chapter 49 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill number 3, bill for an act to amend the Supplies Control Act, Chapter 293 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill number 4, bill for an act to amend the Caribbean Community Free Movement of Skilled Persons Act, Chapter 1702 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill number 5, bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, Chapter 156 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Bill number 6, bill for an act to amend the Retired Persons Incentives Act, Chapter 62 of the Laws of Belize, and to provide for all matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, as we have passed 11 hours, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
You seem to be a seer. Know what will happen in the next few minutes. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.